between devices, some messages are passed peer-to-peer. It does have a post and forward capability, like email. The actual code of passing data between the servers is based on the actual code from Monero, so obfuscating identity is definitely a strong feature. Session is cross-platform, it's open source, supports end-to-end encryption fully, and is actually introducing a new protocol that is not based on Signal. All traffic inside Session is passed through the low-key net, which, as I said, operates using onion routing like Tor. So that's how the actual identity data is disconnected from the actual user. But since the users aren't as many as Tor, they fully admit it's not as unbreakable as Tor is at the moment. Of all the products out there, this is the only one that clearly focused on the elimination of metadata. Their white papers demonstrate a very sophisticated understanding of privacy threats, not just security threats. However, it is very new and not yet mature. I think this is something to watch out for in the future because the thought process for privacy is the most sound. WhatsApp. Now, let me talk about WhatsApp just to contrast it with the other platforms I just mentioned. WhatsApp is ultra popular, of course, particularly in certain countries. The actual communication protocol is running XMPP, and a lot of the encryption is based on the Signal open source. The dangerous aspect of WhatsApp is the intentional data collection. Zuckerberg lures you into supposed secure messaging in that your messages cannot be read. This is the claim. We cannot really be certain because, of course, WhatsApp is not open source. But it is clear that the metadata is collected and matched to Facebook and Instagram accounts. Remember that Facebook is unique because it is one of the few platforms that mandate having a real identity, which is crowdsourced to be accurate. This sharing with Facebook is very clear because it is stated in the terms of service. That makes this app a very dangerous thing for truly secret conversations. If you're talking to your Facebook friends on WhatsApp, the damage is already done by being on Facebook. And I've given the scenario many times. Someone is having an affair and decide to use WhatsApp. But now Facebook knows who's talking to whom. The fact that the users are not connected on Facebook, the time of conversations, the patterns of conversation like length. It is pretty easy for a Facebook AI to identify who's having secret relationships since Facebook knows everyone's real identity. So frankly, this is a very stupid app to use. This app has nothing to do with privacy. It's a way for Zuckerberg to lure you into his kingdom so he can spy on you more. It's not open source. I don't trust any group discussions to be encrypted, and it is tied to the most dangerous platform for privacy on earth. Dump it. Standouts. Among this group of instant messaging apps, I'm going to recommend 3, but each has a different use case. I can imagine that some might find occasion to stick to 3 depending on the situation. I think these 3 stand out in particular ways. Number 1 standout, XMPP, for communicating with people you don't know. XMPP stands out as the best way for communicating with people you don't know. It's basically like email, except that it offers full encryption, so you never have to worry about your messages being read. XMPP requires no identity, so the metadata is minimal to non-existent. If you run your own server, it is non-existent. Since it can operate with many hundreds of servers, it is not likely that the metadata can be centrally collected. This is the best example of a federated network of servers. I've opened up my own XMPP server, which is xmpp.brax.live, which I offer for free. You can use it if you want. I do not offer file storage or advanced services though. It's primarily for text message. Other companies like Conversation.im offers paid servers that provide more extensive support for advanced features. XMPP is great for a business because it can build a completely private communication system using publicly available modules that work on any platform. You can restrict membership on a server if you wish. Yet it can be reached by other XMPP servers simply by giving your XMPP address, which is like an email address. The big negative with XMPP is that not all XMPP clients are equal. Some clients like Conversation.im on Android works flawlessly with Omimo encryption and other features. The Gajim client on desktop computers works with all platforms, but it is not an attractive app. It is very simplistic with limited formatting, and there are occasional glitches. On iOS, the options are Monal and Syskin IM. There are others, but these seem to have good reviews. It is very easy for anyone to reach anyone else since an XMPP address is like an email address. My XMPP address, like I said, is robbraxman@xmpp.brax.live. But I get hundreds of messages, so it is not possible for me to respond to you all. Number 2, Signal for communicating with people you know. As I mentioned earlier, the biggest negative to Signal is the metadata dispersed with the phone number and contact list, which is also the exact same problem as Telegram and WhatsApp. But we can discount this problem if you use Signal with people who already know your phone number. Since no new information is being sent out, it is not a problem at all to use it with family, friends, and known business associates. What makes Signal stand out is that it is the best in class with voice over IP and video calling for two parties. It is not perfect. It is still possible that some data leaks with video streaming using something called a turn server. I discussed this in my video on video streaming options. But it is really a nice app and it works very well. It's easy to get family members to use it. You can even handle all your texting through Signal, so all messages go only to one app. Number 3, Brawler for communicating with super secrecy. Brawler works for small groups that have fixed contacts. This could be a good use case, like for spies. It has limited use for uncoordinated groups because it only works on Android. And it's not really instant messaging per se, since both devices have to be online or some preset intermediary needs to be online. But there's a cool factor to not needing an internet connection. People in the same household or office could have an invisible conversation using Brawler. I'm not sure it's convenient enough for use by executives of a company, for example. But I think the non-internet peer-to-peer use is unique. And all traffic passes through Tor, so that means you don't worry about the metadata. It's not easy to use because you have to exchange QR codes physically or pass identifiers out of band. But if you work like a journalist where you meet up and then you disperse, this could really allow truly secret communication. Definitely overkill for privacy, but a possibly fun option. I don't know how well it would work in a protest situation with a crowd unless large numbers of people are pre-connected. So maybe that's not its strength, but it's a very unique product. Obviously, there are many products that I did not mention, many because they're not open source, so I don't really have any way to verify their claims. I'm not going to tell you not to use any particular secure messaging system except for those owned by Facebook. Just be careful about using apps that rely on phone number. Otherwise, use what you wish as long as you understand the risks to security and privacy. There's no absolute when choosing a messaging platform. Maybe in 2022 I might have a different list of standout, secure, instant messaging platforms. Maybe Session will get into the list. In the meantime, the more you use secure instant messaging solutions in 2021 and rely less on email, social media, and texting, the safer you will be. This will be my last video for the very weird year of 2020. Fortunately, it's been a blowout year for my channel and I'm thankful that my message is being heard. Please subscribe and get notifications from me. This is really important to my channel and I really appreciate your support. See you next time.
Good afternoon, NDC. Thank you. Have you had a good few days? I have. It's been a blast. And they have asked me to come along and close out the conference for some of you, those of you who were wise enough to be here, because there's some strong competition in this spot, by talking to you about something that I call the art of code. Now, does anyone recognize the language that this little intro sequence here is written in? Logo. This is, not only is this logo, this is original Amstrad logo from 1985. Because the first computer that I ever had was this, the Amstrad 6128. It was rubbish. I mean, it was brilliant, because I'd never had a computer before, but it had, the games that it had were all this kind of green screen, and they weren't much fun compared to the games in the arcades and everything. And you couldn't do very much with it. No modem, no dial-up, no BBS or bulletin boards or internet. But what it did have on it was this Logo programming language. And Logo got me hooked, because using Logo, I could make the computer draw pictures. And that was a big deal in 1985, because I'd never seen, like, I could put things on that screen using Logo that maybe nobody had ever seen on any screen before. And I got hooked on it. And I got this lovely kind of, feedback loop where I liked it because I could make the computer do what I wanted. And every time I did that, I'd get this little thrill and this rush, and I'd go back and I'd have another go. And, you know, throughout my entire career developing software and designing systems, that thrill for me has never gone away. And I hope for you, all of you here as well. You know, you have good days and bad days, but you still get that rush when, you know, all your tests are green, or when you hit monitoring and it's 100%, or something just works, and you're like, I did that, I made that work. And over the last 3 days here at NDC London, we've had some amazing, brilliant people telling us how to solve useful, important problems, how to design scalable services, deployment strategies, information security, the ethics of artificial intelligence and machine learning. I'm not going to talk to you about anything useful, because I am going to talk to you about art. And all art is quite useless, says Oscar Wilde. Now, I don't entirely agree with this quote. I like this quote a lot better. The function of art is to hold a mirror up to nature. And if we want to use art as a tool to explore and understand the world around us, we can hold a mirror up to it. But before we can do that, we need to invent the mirror. And that is where science and technology and engineering come in. Because for centuries, we humans have built machines and tools to help us explore and understand the world around us. We've created scanning electron microscopes that have allowed us to see things like this. This is shards on the eyelid of a beetle. It's been there the whole time, and nobody had ever seen it until we invented machines that could take photographs of something that's only a handful of microns in it. On the eye, allowed us to see the world around us. We've created scanning electron microscopes that have allowed us to see things like this. This is shards on the eyelid of a beetle. It's been there the whole time, and nobody had ever seen it until we invented machines that could take photographs of something that's only a handful of micrometers across. This is crystals growing in a dish of soy sauce. This is the stems inside one strand of a banana leaf. This amazing, beautiful, microscopic world we had never, ever seen. And we've sent machines and cameras and telescopes and people into space. And we've looked back. We've seen, you know, our planet Earth rising above the moon. We've looked back from beyond the rings of Saturn. This is us, down here. This is the pillars of creation. This is 6,000 light years away in the Horsehead Nebula. And until we invented machines to show us these things, nobody had ever seen it. And within the last 30 years, maybe, we've started exploring another hidden world that's been there the whole time until we developed the machines that allowed us to go in and see it and play around with it. It's a world of mathematics and information. Throughout the 1970s, there was a guy called Martin Gardner who wrote a column for Scientific American magazine about mathematical puzzles and curiosities. And certainly the most influential of his columns he ever published was this one, October 1970, where he described something called Conway's Game of Life, created by an English mathematician called John Conway. Now, as games go, Conway's Game of Life does not look terribly exciting. It is a game for no players, played on an infinite board, and it has 4 rules, the rules of life. The first rule, each of these cells on our grid can either be living or dead. If a cell has 0 or 1 neighbors, it will die of loneliness. If a cell has 2 or 3 neighbors, it survives to another generation. If a cell has 4 or more neighbors, it's like being in London, it dies of overcrowding. Or it moves to Germany, I don't know, but it's not there anymore. And finally, and this is where it gets a little bit spooky weird, if a dead cell has exactly 3 neighbors, it will come back to life. And that's it. That is, you now understand everything that there is to, it will come back to it. If a dead cell has exactly 3 neighbors, it will come back to life. And that's it. That is, you now understand everything that there is to understand about the rules of Conway's Game of Life. Now, when Martin Gardner's article was first published, 1970, very, very few people had computers. And so they used pens and graph paper to play the game of life. And they drew diagrams like this. Now, these 5 shapes are what we call the tetrominoes. They're the 5 Tetris tiles. And this shows you the evolution of each of those shapes under the rules of Conway's Game of Life. But, you know, looking at this, it's like going to a museum where they have the butterflies pinned in a glass case. You can see what the butterfly looks like, but you don't understand anything about a butterfly from looking at this kind of representation. It wasn't until we started using computers to actually simulate this stuff that we really understood the behavior we were looking at. Because these 4 patterns, they all stabilize quickly, but this one over here, this is just going to keep going over and over and over. And once we could visualize things like this, exploring the game of life became addictive. People started saying, you know, are there patterns that will move across the grid and just keep going? Are there limits? Is the game bounded or is it infinite? This was one of the first shapes. This is known as a glider. Repeats itself every 6 generations, and it just keeps crawling across the grid forever. And once we realized gliders were possible, people started looking for more, and they found hundreds of these shapes, spaceships they call them. These incredibly elaborate, beautiful creations that just glide across this grid, driven by 4 simple rules. And that's it. One of the earliest questions that came up in the Game of Life, can you create patterns that will grow infinitely? It's a guy called Bill Gosper. He was a founding artificial intelligence researcher and computer scientist, some of you may have heard of. And his team at MIT in the 1970s, they created something absolutely wonderful. They created a thing called Gosper's glider gun. Now, what the glider gun is it's a stable configuration, and every 27 generations, it creates a glider and sends these gliders streaming out across the grid. And Gosper's team discovered another, lots of configurations while they were exploring this. They also discovered this thing here, which was called the Eater. Now, we have a glider generator and we have a glider consumer. We can generate signals and we can destroy signals. We have 1 and we have 0. And if we have 1 and 0, we have binary logic, and we can use that to create logic gates. So this thing here is an AND gate built in the Game of Life. These little highlighted cells are our inputs. Now, what we're going to do, first of all, we're going to start the circuit running, and then we're going to say, okay, we're going to take that blocker out so that our input A becomes true. There we go. A is now switched on. There we go. I'm going to take that blocker out so that our input A becomes true. There we go. A is now switched on. We have no output signal. We only have 1 input. Let's flip the inputs. What happens if we switch B on? And B. We switch on both of those inputs, we switch on our circuit, and there we go. We have an AND gate. Now, the brilliant thing about this is that if you have logic gates, you can make circuits. And if you can make circuits, you can create computers. And if you can create computers, exhibit very, very complex behavior based on what look like very, very simple rules, simple inputs. You've probably heard of this thing called the butterfly effect. It's a term we get from a branch of science called chaos theory. The idea that weather prediction is impossible because if a butterfly flaps its wings, that input is going to change the output, and you're going to get hurricanes instead of sunshine in Tokyo 2 weeks later or something. And over the last few decades, mathematicians everywhere have started studying systems in a different way. For a long time, maths was only interested in problems you could solve. Give us the solution. If you can't give us the solution, this problem is not interesting. We're just going to go and find something else to look at. But mathematicians kind of embraced this whole different school, a different way of thinking. We created imaginary numbers. Now, the basic rule of an imaginary number, we have this number I, and in the natural world, negative numbers don't have a square root.
Taking damage.
Now, what's really interesting is when you start studying the behavior of systems that are driven by these. Let's take a really simple function here. We're going to take some real number x, so we're back in ordinary mathematics, and every generation x is going to go to x plus 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can already intuitively see, you know how this system's going to behave. You can be confident you understand its behavior all the way up to infinity. Let's try another one. So if we take this example, x equals 2 minus x. It's going to go to there, 0 minus 2, 2 minus 2, 0 minus 2, round and round and round. If we apply the same thing to this complex number, what we're going to do is we're going to keep taking that number and squaring it. First time we square it, it goes to here. We square it again, it goes to here. We square it again, it ends up over here, and then over here, and then it disappears, off to infinity. We're going to move it ever so slightly, and we're going to run the same sequence again, this time 0.6. And it goes to here and here and here and here. But it doesn't escape this time. It goes into this little kind of weird, almost circular orbiting pattern. Now, those 2 points are right next to each other, but they exhibit dramatically different behavior when we iterate them over and over again by squaring them and squaring them and squaring them. And eventually, this one disappears. Now, the first really rigorous study of these kinds of systems was done by this guy. It's a Polish mathematician called Benoit Mandelbrot. And Mandelbrot was fascinated by the mathematics of real life. He had this quote, "Clouds are not spheres, mountains are not cones, coastlines are not circles, a bark is not smooth, nor does lightning travel in a straight line." Now, Mandelbrot had some people have called it the thumbprint of God. Now, I'm not a very spiritual person, but I do play a lot of computer games. And I love that thing in a computer game where you're doing something silly that maybe isn't part of the main campaign, and you find that the game designers left something there to persuade you that you were supposed to be here and you're on the right track. And this thing has been hidden in mathematics since, our universe was created. And no one ever saw it until we humans, we invented computers, which means taking lightning and sticking it in a rock until it learns to think. And we invented, which means taking lightning and sticking it in a rock until it learns to think. And we invented advanced mathematics. We invented high-definition color display learns to think. And we invented advanced mathematics. We invented high-definition color displays and rendering technologies, all this kind of stuff. And this is what we found. Something that was hidden there the whole time, nobody had ever seen until we built the machines and the technology to allow us to visualize it. Now, in this day and age, just putting pictures on a computer screen is not actually that big a deal anymore. This was from Tron, which was a movie Disney made in 1982, first film to have completely computer-generated sequences. Tron did not win the Academy Award for Best Visual Effects. It was disqualified, because using a computer to make a film was cheating, according to the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Scientists. They changed their minds eventually, and they gave it a lifetime award. But we've got really, really good at using computers to simulate things. Luxo Jr. was the first completely computer-generated film, 1985. Jurassic Park, 1994, the first time we had computer-generated characters on screen with human actors, and it looked convincing, it looked compelling. It became part of the story. A couple of years ago, we had this guy on our cinema screens. Don't know who this is? Because there's one bunch of people who say, that's Peter Cushing, and he's my grandfather, and he's dead, and you shouldn't have done that. And there's another bunch of people going, that's Grand Moff Tarkin, copyright Lucasfilm Entertainment, 1978, we own him. And, who is it? Is it the actor or the fictional character? It's triggered this really interesting ethical and legal debate. But the point is, I saw a review of The Last Jedi, the last Star Wars film, which says, we've now got living actors playing dead characters and dead actors playing living characters. It's come full circle. Thanks to actors playing dead characters. I saw a review of The Last Jedi, the last Star Wars film, which says, we've now got living actors playing dead characters and dead actors playing living characters. It's come full circle, thanks to computer technology. And we're at the point where we can do anything. You could turn to your computer and go, you know what, I'm bored. What would it have been like if they'd made Friends with Nicolas Cage playing all the parts? And we can just do that now. Now, the reason we can do things like this is that we have created computers and algorithms that work on the same principle as some of the most complicated firmware in our own brains. You ever lie on your back in a field on a sunny day, and you're watching clouds, and your brain is kind of filling in shapes for you. This cloud looks like a rabbit, that looks like an aeroplane, that one over there looks like a house, and you're running all of these pattern recognition algorithms and filling in shapes and recognizing things. And one of the things that we are hardwired to do is to recognize faces. Now, we've got very, very good. We don't entirely understand how they work, but we can now create something called a convolutional neural network. You build a whole stack of layers of logic, and you give it input. You say, these are cats and these are dogs. Learn. And it goes away, and it learns.
or they're bad.
Cap empty.
Love it. We've got company. Oh yeah, that's the kind of shit I like!
Well, great to have you here. As we were chatting a little bit before the podcast, this one, I think this is like 2 years in the making. We went back and forth, and then something, I don't know, I'm sure it's my fault, scheduling, whatever. But you're here. I saw you were in like Adelaide the other day, and when I emailed you to follow up, I was like, wait, are we still on? What's happening? And you're like, yeah, we'll be here. So you must be pretty jet lagged.
Yeah, well, I'm feeling all right. We always do this trick on the planes where we get on dead last so that you know where everyone's sitting, and then you can just choose all the seats that are free, and we both got 3 seats to ourselves on the way, so we've got plenty of sleep.
That's a good little trick.
Oh, it's the best one.
Empty. Emailed you to follow up. I was like, wait, are we still on? What's happening? And you're like, yeah, we'll be here. So you must be pretty jet lagged.
Yeah, well, I'm feeling all right. We always do this trick on the planes where we get on dead last so that you know where everyone's sitting, and then you can just choose all the seats that are free, and we both got 3 seats to ourselves on the way, so we've got plenty of sleep.
That's a good little trick.
Oh, it's the best one.
Empty.
It works every time, man. Every time.
But no overhead bin storage, probably.
No. But you've got 3 spots where your feet would usually go, so you make it work.
Well, you've been on this extended global tour for a while now. Like, do you even have a home? Like, you just seem to be completely nomadic.
That's exactly how it is. Yeah, it's my 5th year now.
Wow.
My 5th, almost 5 full years, and I've been all over the place. I haven't been anywhere long, even probably longer than a month. So it's been full on, man, living out of a bag and, couch hopping and seeing the world, and also, just rounding up activists and seeing what's happening in different areas. And it's been a really, really awesome trip.
That's wild, man. So you don't pay rent anywhere?
No, I don't, man. Occasionally, but for the most part, no. We're just out of the bag and going from A to B to C to D to E to F to G.
A human citizen of the planet.
Yeah, that's what I always say. Citizen of the Earth.
Yeah. So what brought you to LA?
LA, well, I wanted to do this podcast with you, and there's a couple of vigils we're doing, which is when we bear witness at the slaughterhouses.
Right.
I've got another podcast to do with Laura Cleary, and what else is happening? I actually got no speeches here, but we're going from here to New York to do a few speeches at some universities, and also catch one of Tony Robbins' seminars.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Awesome,
Someone bought me a ticket, and then I actually... one of his people messaged me and said, yeah, if you need any help or a hand in anything, let me know. And I said, well, actually, my girlfriend would love to come. What do I do about getting a ticket? And she said, well, actually, you turned me vegan, so let me see what I can do. And she hooked up Carly a ticket as well.
That's pretty cool. Well, yeah. I would imagine that's been your experience for a while now. I mean, you've really kind of existed on the generosity of a lot of people that support you and allow you to, spread the message and do what you do.
Absolutely, man. It's been good to give and to receive as well. I've done all my speeches for free, which is hundreds of speeches now. As I've traveled, I've never charged for my time. And I think a lot of people have appreciated that and, wanted to do their part. And a lot of the time it's just put me up and give me some vegan meals, keep me happy, and man, yeah, it's been such a great community, and there's so many people out there who can't do what I'm doing or what other activists are doing, and they're tied down for whatever reason, so it gives them an opportunity to give back as well.
So you've never charged for a speech?
I think I've charged for one speech when I was at a festival where I knew it was pretty much all vegans, and I was like, well, if you guys are going to make a bunch of money from me doing this speech, then I might as well, make a little bit of money from doing the speech too. But
I mean, a lot of those events are like that. They're charging admission, they're making money. Sure. It's okay to have, some kind of honorarium to do that.
Yeah. Well, I've done it once, man, and apart from that, it's been all free, man. Especially, when it's an audience that hasn't really heard the message I'm trying to share, then I'm more than happy to do it for free, and often I'll pay out of my own pocket to get there and things like that as well.
That's cool. So Tony Robbins, that's going to be great.
It's going to be huge.
I had Guru Singh in here recently, and he just texted me the other day from Dubai. He was doing some Tony Robbins event, like Tony brings him out to, spread his spiritual love to everybody, which is pretty cool. So maybe Guru Singh will be part of that too.
I hope so, man. I hope so.
Cool. So let's break it down, man. You've got a crazy, super interesting story and path that brought you to this place. And I think when I think of you, I first was introduced to you and the work that you do by way of the Year of Silence, which we're going to get into. I saw that piece on Australian morning TV that kind of went crazy viral, and I've been following you ever since. And when I think about not just what you do, but how you do what you do, I see you as this, of course, inspirational and also very impactful advocate for this lifestyle that we share, but also as a leader in this new generation of activists and plant-based people who are carrying the message in a different way from their forebears. Like you're doing it in a very positive, enthusiastic way that encourages participation, and it's aspirational, and you paint this portrait of what this lifestyle is like in a very optimistic, engaging way that I think is really effective in making people excited about making this switch and living this lifestyle. And when I look at you, I think of people like Simon Hill, who we just talked about in his Plant Proof podcast, people like Nimai Delgado, like young people who are in this for the right reasons and are really making an impact with people much younger than me. So super cool.
Thanks, man. I think that the people that came before us, they didn't have social media, for example, and that is a really great way of getting feedback. So I wasn't always doing it from this loving, positive, compassionate place. I was being more of a hard ass about it and a bit more forceful about it and a bit more blame and shame about it, trying to get people to adopt the vegan lifestyle, because that's what I'd seen happen in the past, and I had seen some success with that with certain activists. But what I found through trial and error and feedback through social media was that actually being compassionate and encouraging and educational and trying to get people on board through the path of love and reaching people's hearts, that was actually far more effective.
Yeah. I find that, and I'm interested in your perspective on this, I find that at times the vegan movement has a tendency to cannibalize itself.
Oh yeah, vegans are definitely our own worst enemies.
Yeah, like I had an experience the other day that really upset me where every year, or the last couple of years, I've used my birthday to raise money for charity water, to build wells in communities throughout Africa where these villages have never had access to clean water, which of course leads to all these diseases. And for $10,000, you can build a well that will serve generations to come. It's like a super efficient way to have a huge impact on a large number of people.
Awesome.
And I sent out an email blast saying, hey, my 52nd birthday, I'm trying to raise this much money, consider a contribution. And I got a really snarky response back from a vegan person who shamed me and told me that, why am I supporting these people that don't care about the animals and are just, using all this plastic and like, trying to make me feel bad, like I'm placing my efforts and my advocacy in the wrong place. And I thought, this is why people find vegans unpalatable. Like, why are you raining on somebody who's trying to do something positive?
Happens all the time, man. Two things happen I've noticed when you go vegan. One is that you lose all your social skills. It's like you forget how to talk to people, and people will just come with this anger and frustration, and it's understandable, but definitely doesn't get you very far. In fact, it can just push people further in the wrong direction. And the second thing that happens is that people forget that they were ever not vegan. So as soon as the day comes when somebody decides to go vegan, then it's like they always have been, and everyone who's not is a monster. And yeah, it's just this weird thing that happens. But I think what happens is that when you make the connection, as we say in the community, when you make the connection, which is that if there's no need to kill any animals to survive, which is what we learn that there's not, and we can get every essential nutrient we need through a plant-based diet, then it's so blatantly obvious that all the violence we inflict mercilessly in such a brutal way to billions of sentient beings every day, it's so glaringly obvious that it's wrong. But the day before that happened, the day before you realized that, it was just totally normal. You thought it was natural, necessary. And so, yeah, it is actually a really big switch that flicks when people get it. And so that's why there's all this frustration, but that's one part of it. The other part of it is just what you were talking about, that everyone thinks that there's only one way up the mountain and it's my way or no way. And yeah, it's a big problem actually. But I think the best thing to do is just know that if you're getting the feedback that you want, which is that people are being inspired by your work and making changes, then forget about all those other people who are saying all that crap, because you know that you're being effective and you just got to keep moving forward and rise above all that.
Yeah, I would couch that by saying that all voices are important, and I think that super hardcore perspective serves a purpose, which is it reminds us where that line is. And as much as it was upsetting to get that email from that person, I have compassion for that person's sensitivity and their point of view, and it works as a reminder to tell me, like, hey, this is important, and let me be more mindful of the choices that I make.
Totally.
I think ultimately the manner in which you communicate is more effective in terms of really penetrating the hearts and minds of people. But I think that super hardcore perspective sets the tone, I think. So it's like you can have Gary Francione, who has like a zero tolerance policy
to anyone.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, well, that there's the line. Like, he's telling us this is where the line is. Yeah. And then we all have to find our own way of communicating in a way that feels right for us. And I think every voice finds its audience in a certain way, and it's all good. It
is all good, man. Exactly. You're spreading the message. You're going to reach people, and I'll reach people that Francione doesn't, and he'll reach people that I don't. But as long as we're all doing our part, then the weight of this enormous atrocity is shared between us all, and that makes it a lot easier to keep going.
Right. Well, let's track it, because you came into this from a very interesting experience that you had. So you grew up. Tell me about what it was like growing up Australia.
It was cool. Yeah, it was good. I did a lot of skateboarding, and I did a lot of karate. I got my black belt in karate when I was quite young.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then
I can see the skateboarding thing.
Yeah. I didn't get into surfing until much later, actually. But now I'm actually really a huge fan of surfing.
Where in Australia?
Sydney, South Sydney. Yeah, a place called Engadine. And yeah, I had just a pretty typical, childhood, man. For someone living in the burbs, kind of thing. And when I was 17, I was diagnosed with leukemia and lymphoma, given 6 weeks to live unless I started treatment immediately. And I felt totally fine. I was in the hospital room doing chin-ups, like, are you guys sure about this? I feel really good. I just had some lumps, like a lump under my neck that turned into about 13 golf ball-sized lumps.
Wow.
Also under my arms, in my groin. And it turns out that pretty much all of my lymph nodes, like a couple of hundred of them, were inflamed in my body.
At 17?
Yeah. So...
Non-Hodgkin's, or what kind of lymphoma?
It was T-cell lymphoma, acute lymphoblastic leukemia and T-cell lymphoma. Supposed to be real deadly. They gave me, really...
6 weeks to live.
6 weeks to live, and a pretty small percentage chance of actually getting through all the chemo, because they really dosed me up, man. So I was fine for a little while. I had some bad reactions to some of the meds they were giving me. By about a month in, I was starting to, feel the brunt of it. I hadn't barely moved in a month. I was stuck in my hospital room. Everyone was just coming and visiting me like, whoa, I can't believe this is happening. And I kind of my first reaction was, nah, this isn't the end, man. You'll be fine. And I think just having a default positive attitude probably went a long way. I was young. I was kind of probably naive as well. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I ended up suffering a lot. I got some really painful reactions to some of the chemotherapy drugs, which felt like, I woke up one morning, I went to bed fine, I woke up the next day, felt like I'd been beaten with a baseball bat on my legs. Every 30 seconds or so, it was like a knife was being dragged up my spine, and it took about 6 shots of morphine before I was feeling any relief. So yeah, I was really hurting, man. I put on about 35 kilos, it was about 25 kilos in a very short amount of time, so fast that I have stretch marks that appeared, and they actually ripped. My skin ripped and it bled. I've got this thick...
Is that just from inflammation? Because it's not usually people become, they lose a lot of weight on chemotherapy.
They put me on a huge dose of steroids, and all I wanted to do was eat. I couldn't stop eating, and that actually triggered a lot of other problems that came further down the line, but... Basically, I was not sleeping. About 22 hours a day I was awake, and I was trying to eat as much of that as I could because I had this insatiable appetite, which, considering it now, probably also was just an emotional eating thing, and that's where I think that started for me. I had nothing else to do, man. I was stuck in my hospital room. This is before a lot of cool technology, So
full, like, just traditional protocol for treating...
Totally. Had no idea there were other options, man. So I went straight in like that. And also it was so urgent. Well, I had 6 months intensive, and then I had another 2.5 years of once-a-week maintenance.
Wow.
Which still slammed me around every week. Probably didn't help that I was doing a ton of drugs throughout that as well, the maintenance stuff. But I just thought, I could die any day, so I just want to enjoy myself. I was 17, I wanted to party. And so... Basically, I had 6 months intensive. In that time, I put on a lot of weight. How I looked totally changed. I had a rash over my whole body. My hair had fallen out. I had all this weight. I looked like a ghost. And, some scars. I had tubes coming out of me. The central line that was in my chest got infected with pneumonia. So for a few days there, I was pretty much on death's door there. They said if I'd have stopped at one more traffic light, I probably would have died. I really couldn't breathe. At that time, it was very much
on the way
to
the hospital for the first time, you mean?
Well, no, like for the next days as well in hospital. I was just hooked up to the oxygen, and just every breath was a struggle. And if I lost my rhythm with a little bit of a cough or something, then I was freaking out, man. And they didn't want to take me to ICU because just even that trip down was a risky move. So... yeah, it was gnarly. It was a gnarly experience of suffering, and I'm really glad I had it, actually. It took a while to recover, but I fully recovered. And I'm at a point now where I think that really helped me appreciate what suffering is, even though comparatively to so many humans and non-humans as well, it's just a taste of it. Really, I'm actually very lucky. But, before that, I really hadn't suffered at all, and I think... that's an experience that a lot of us can relate to, that we don't suffer that much. We sprain an ankle, or maybe we hurt ourselves this way or that way, and some of it's obviously worse than others, but think a lot of people really miss out on that experience of truly, fearing for your life and suffering.
Well, pain can be quite the teacher.
Absolutely.
You can channel it in the right direction.
No doubt.
And we live our lives in a culture that teaches us to avoid that at all costs, and that we should seek luxury and convenience and all the modern, amenities of what it means to live in the developed world. And the truth is, at least for me, my personal experience is that I feel most alive when I place myself in difficult situations that cause some level of self-induced pain or suffering,
Well, yeah, you know all about it. And I think, there's that saying that growth only happens when you step outside of your comfort zone. So whether you step outside or whether you're forced outside, but you're guaranteed to grow if you stay out there long enough and you start becoming comfortable with what was once uncomfortable, and that's where the growth happens.
Yeah. That's why you hear in recovery addicts and alcoholics who say that they're a grateful alcoholic or a grateful addict because it has taught them so much and provided them with a new toolbox and roadmap for how to live that they perhaps would have never stumbled upon or discovered had they not suffered from this condition.
Absolutely, yeah. There's always the good to find in the bad, and that's the practice.
Yeah. So the survival rate for this pretty low, right?
It was low, yeah. I think maybe it's probably a bit better now. That was a while ago now. That was maybe 14 years ago.
And cancer-free ever since?
Yep, no drama since, man.
You still have to go in and make sure? Is there a chance that
I think I'm supposed to.
You haven't?
I just am too confident in my health these days. Yeah, so no, I don't bother anymore. It's been a while now. A lot of cancers, they say in 10 years, if you haven't relapsed, then you're cured. With mine, they just said every year that you don't, there's less chance that you will.
Yeah.
But personally, I feel like, maybe I created my own cancer with some negative thought patterns from my childhood, and, after dealing with that, that's why I kind of believe that it won't come back, man. So, and it might be totally just in my head, but that's just something I have a feeling about.
Yeah, people get defensive when you start talking about cancer in those terms.
Yeah, I've noticed that myself.
Yeah.
And, it's speculation, and there could have been a lot of other factors, and there probably was. But I think that, your headspace, your mind frame matters so much, and our thoughts create some of the experiences we have. And if you have really negative thoughts, that's creating, the stress hormones in your body and other probably toxins and things like that are going to affect you negatively. And if it's really bad, I don't think it's far-fetched to say that potentially that kind of negative thinking can affect your body in a way that can let cancer cells start to duplicate.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we like to think that our brain exists separate from our body, but of course that's not the case. And if there's anything that I've learned over the course of hosting this podcast, it is that these things are one and the same. And if we're not treating the mind in the way that we're treating the body, we're missing an opportunity to be healthy in the most holistic sense. These two things inform each other. They influence each other. And I think if somebody was to say that your mindset has no impact on whether your body is susceptible to disease in whatever form, I think that is myopic at best.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree.
But you seem like you were a positive kid, right? And you weren't you weren't born and bred vegan. Like you're living
Far
a typical
from it.
Sydney suburban active skater karate kid lifestyle.
Totally.
Right? I mean, what were you eating at the time growing up?
As much meat as I could. Every meal. I'd wake up in the mornings and have steak for breakfast. My favorite meal was ribs or lamb chops. And basically, I didn't think that a meal was a meal unless there was meat on it. So I was one of the biggest meat eaters out of everyone I knew. I was turning vegetarians back onto meat as a personal trainer in my personal training career, which I did for 8 years. And I just didn't think it was possible to be healthy without it. So also I thought, why would you live without it? Animals don't matter. I never understood animals. I didn't like animals. I had a couple of dogs growing up. I didn't spend barely any time with them. I just really didn't like them. And I not like them, but just didn't see any value in them. I was very much under the impression that they were nothing like us. Other animals were nothing like humans, and that they were barely worth considering, because I thought that they couldn't care about their own lives. They didn't have that capacity. So why would I care about their lives? It wasn't logical in my mind. I was just extremely misinformed about who we're sharing this planet with.
Well, walk me through that shift in your perspective and mindset.
Okay, well, that was the way it was until I was about 26.
Uh-huh.
And
so you become 17, you're sick. By the time you're like 20, you're on the mend.
Well, something like that. I was on the mend before I was 20, like about probably 19 or so, when I was starting to feel like, okay, yeah, I'm coming out of this now. In that time, I'd become a personal trainer. I did my course at college and started working in a gym while I was still on chemo. Mm-hmm. But I think that was kind of inspirational for my clients at the time. You know, even though I wasn't the perfect picture of health, I was working on it. And yeah, for the next 7 or so years, I was a personal trainer. I was also partying heaps, and I also got a really pretty bad, I mean, I don't know comparatively, I guess I haven't spoke to that many people with a similar problem, but I was really battling with an eating disorder, with bulimia. And I think, like I mentioned a minute ago, that started from my emotional eating in hospital. And I didn't understand that I was an emotional eater, so I was, you know, there was no way to satisfy the craving I had, because the craving I had wasn't for more food. It was because I just didn't know how to sit with those uncomfortable feelings.
The craving is spiritual.
Totally,
you know?
Exactly, absolutely.
I mean, it's something that I've walked through and experienced, and I think it's important to talk about, because I think that there's a lot of guys out there who fall on that spectrum of emotional eating, whether it's, you know, periodic or whether it becomes full-blown anorexia or bulimia. I think there's a lot of guys out there that suffer silently, and we don't talk enough about how this impacts dudes.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's
and I
shame
think when
around
we're
it.
And now in this Instagram culture, you know, in the fitness space, I would have to imagine that the rates of this are escalating.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think for me, it was a little different than maybe, you know, it wasn't a body thing necessarily for me. It was truly, I was eating my way to feel good. Mm-hmm. Not so much, I need to lose weight. Okay, I'll eat all this food and then I'll vomit it back up.
Sorry to interrupt, but in retrospect now, with some perspective, what do you think the wound was that you were treating? It
was a addiction to binge eating, and then so I would binge eat. I'd eat, trying to feel good from eating more of the food that made me feel good, like ice cream and chocolate and things like that. So I'd eat these foods that would give you that high kind of thing, but as soon as you'd take your last mouthful, the high would start to fade. So you just keep eating. And then one time I did that to the point where I felt so sick, and I thought, I can't keep this down. I need to just spew this up. And I did do that, and I felt better. And I thought, oh, I found the hack. Uh-huh. And so that's what I started doing. I'd binge until I needed to spew, and I would vomit, and then I would binge again. And it was horrible, man. I've never felt so out of control in my life. It was the hardest battle I've had, and I've had a few. And I was really struggling with this for a long time. I thought there was no way out. I didn't know what to do. I was sometimes binging and purging, you know, half a dozen or maybe even more times a day. And just, and I just had no idea how to get out of it, man. And I was a personal trainer at the time, trying to teach people how to eat healthy and be well. And I felt like I had answers, but then I looked at myself in the mirror and I thought, you mustn't have the answers. So I felt like such an imposter.
Right.
And it was hard to deal with, man. And then,
that creates a lot of shame.
So much.
Kind of closes you off from everybody.
And I'm eating this food, like binging, thinking, man, there's kids starving to death, and I'm doing this to food. Like, what are you doing? But I didn't understand that it was emotional.
And so what were the emotions that you were treating? Like, that's what I want to get at. Like, what was the source of this?
It was really just a lack of ever really looking inside, you know, going inside myself and observing, and I just didn't want to feel uncomfortable. I was sick of feeling uncomfortable. I had been doing a lot of drugs for many years. I was always chasing the high. I was always chasing the feel good. And so I guess what happened was I went on this cruise ship to work after, to be a personal trainer. So I've been doing that for about 7 years or so. I get on this cruise ship, and for that year I didn't do any drugs, which was the first year that I hadn't done any. I mixed it around. I'm not going to do ecstasy anymore. I'm just going to do mushrooms. I'm not going to do mushrooms anymore. I'm going to do acid. And I mixed it up a bit.
Right.
I'm like, I'm coming out of this, you know. But I just was switching it around, just trying to figure it out. Yeah.
Didn't work so good.
No, it wasn't exactly the path out. It was more of the path of the circle, and I just kept going around.
But you
and
kind
around.
of have to do that to realize how out of control it is.
Totally. And, I definitely, there was a time when it was really bad. Like, I got locked up in a padded cell, and a few days later a psych ward, and I had a drug-induced psychosis for about 6 months.
Wow.
It was gnarly. Really, really, man, some of the stories out of that are just crazy. But when I came out of all that, the drug use had got a lot better. I stopped smoking weed, and I limited it quite a bit comparatively to how I'd been. When I get on this cruise ship, so the week before I go to the cruise ship, I did a week worth of mushrooms in Bali, because I heard that they don't show up in your drug test. They just show up as food poisoning. So I thought, that's a good way to get around it. I'll get a bunch in for a week, and then I'll go to the training in London to get on this cruise ship. They drug test you there, it won't show up, and then I'll have a year off, and that'll be cool, because I really wanted this job. I thought it was a dream job. Travel around the world for free, and just get people healthy and teach them about that, and work on this cruise ship. So I get on the cruise ship, I spend that whole time getting better and better at the job that I kind of plateaued in for a while. I feel I was doing a lot of seminars, which was really out of my comfort zone. I was such a bad public speaker growing up, and it was my biggest fear. So I really came out of that fear, although it took a little while, and that was really pushing it. And then I also was learning a lot from other people with different ideas than I had about health. I was meeting 1,000 or 2,000 new people, who were coming on that ship, and a bunch of them coming into the gym every week. So it was really challenging my views on what healthy was. And then I met this man who actually was not the picture of health at all, but he'd been a vegetarian for 20 years. And I was like, man, you need to start eating meat ASAP. You are going to die any day now, I'm telling you. The deficiencies must be out of this world. But he was like, I've been doing this 20 years. You do not need to eat meat to be healthy. And there was a very interesting guy. He was an Indian guy, really wise, really spiritual, and I was totally feeling, this guy's vibes. So I thought, man, maybe I'll try it. Like, he'd bestowed a lot of knowledge on me over the 2 weeks of his cruise, and gave me a lot of his time. And, I just thought maybe I'll just try it. And hopefully I'll just be able to cross it off my list and be like, yeah, that's not for me. Going vegetarian is definitely not for me. I don't want to do that. I never want to try it again. And I kind of just hoped and expected that's what would happen. And actually, within days, I noticed improvements in how I felt after meals, and my energy was great, and I was really wanting to train and push it out in the gym, and this was all shocking to me.
So this guy's like your Eskimo. That's what they say in recovery, like the person that brings you into recovery. Totally. They call them the Eskimo. And that's interesting. Like, I'm sure you had met vegetarians before in your life, but there was something about this dude that connected with you in a different way. Like, what do you think it was about the way that he communicated with you that allowed that message to penetrate in a way that previously it didn't?
Well, I'd been in all the years as a personal trainer, I was always very interested in self-development and reading books that would help me connect more spiritually, be a better person, a more positive person, and just shine brighter. And he didn't talk much about the industry, or he didn't talk at all about it as far as I remember. All he said was that eating animals is bad karma. And that's what resonated. I was like, damn, I don't want bad karma. I'm trying to do all these things to get good karma. Like, I'm not perfect or anything, but I am trying to help people, and I am very passionate about that. That's why I'm a personal trainer. It wasn't just for the money. It was very much because I wanted to help people out of their suffering, because I knew how bad it was. And that's what he said. Eating animals is bad karma. I said, there's no such thing as a healthy vegetarian. He said, I've been vegetarian 20 years. I said, damn, all right, I'm going to look into this. I tried it for a week. I felt better. And I started reading more about it. I read a big book on it called Healing with Whole Foods, just coincidentally that had fallen in my lap. And it wasn't a vegan book, a plant-based diet book. It was kind of like Chinese medicine kind of thing. I
haven't heard of that book.
Really cool. And it's got a lot of recipes in the back. It's all whole foods. But basically it goes through all these conditions. And the answer to all these conditions is to eat a plant-based diet. Eat a plant-based diet. And I was like, I'm noticing a trend here. Maybe I should look more into this. And I've always been so closed off to it. You know, as a personal trainer, things had come in front of me that I did notice, oh, this is saying that meat is bad. So I just brushed it out of my way. Well, I don't want to bother reading that. I'm never, ever going to stop eating meat. Me stop eating meat, what am I going to do? Like, how am I going to enjoy my meals? It's not worth it. I don't care about health that much, and I'm going to stop eating meat. And I'd seen other things about, like worms coming out of, parasites coming out of pork when Coca-Cola was poured on it, and just different things that kind of grossed me out, but nowhere near enough. I just thought, where's that guy getting his pork, man? He ain't getting it from my supermarket. Mine doesn't do that. So that had all been in my, coming in my path, but I just totally discounted it. Nah, I'm never going to do it. And if I learn about it and I tell my clients about it, but I don't follow it, I'm going to look like a hypocrite. So what's the point? Mm-hmm. And I started getting interested because of this book I was reading and what he'd said to me, so I started looking into it more online and with an open mind for the first time. Because I tried it for a little while, and trying it for a little while made me realize, oh, this food's actually good. Well, I can get full doing this. I still am pushing it out in the gym. Okay, so I realized it was possible. That's what opened my mind. Mm-hmm. And also, I don't know if this is related, but I feel like it probably is. There is a quote, a Buddhist quote that is, the consumption of animal products extinguishes the seed of great compassion. So I feel like I was eating all these animal products. I just wasn't feeling it in any way to change. And the first thing I learned was that not only can you be healthy on a plant-based diet, but you're likely to live longer and reduce your chances of developing most of the worst diseases and most popular diseases that our society is currently faced with, like heart disease is the #1 killer, and the plant-based diet's the only diet proven to reverse it in the majority of patients, and dropping cancer rates by huge numbers, and all of these things that I thought, how did I miss this massive thing? And how did my personal training mentors that I had for a while, and the personal training manager, and all the guys I worked around, and at TAFE, at college, how did I never hear this side of the story, that this is healthier? And I think everyone was probably just as closed off to it as I was, because eating meat is so normal and such a part of our culture. And it's all of it. It's that meat is manly, and that we need meat for protein and dairy for calcium. All of these lies that we have been duped into believing.
Yeah, we've come a long way in just
I was
the last
out of ammo
years
anyway.
alone, I think, in debunking a lot of those myths. But there's so much energy and money and momentum behind all of those stories that simply attempting to rebut them, let alone overcome them, requires a tremendous amount of persistence in order to do so. And I feel like we're inching up towards a turning point with all of this, and in large part due to alternative forms of media. Because, as you know, as somebody who does a lot of interviews, there's a lot of mainstream outlets that really don't want to talk about this because their advertising base comes from the pharmaceutical industry and the animal agriculture industry and the processed food industry, and they're not so keen on this message getting out to the public because it, of course, undercuts their revenues and contradicts the advertisements that come 30 seconds after the talking point, right? And I think it is, I had a similar experience in which a similar experience that was revelatory for me, that's not that distinct from your own story, in which my own direct experience of trying this diet and expecting it not to work, but being open-minded enough to explore it, created results that I would have not foreseen or expected. And I think I kind of went into it not from an ethics point of view, but purely from a selfish health perspective. And I think a lot of people have, everybody has their different entry points, but I think there's a lot of well-meaning people that get interested from the ethics perspective who decide that they're going to be comfortable with this bargain that, okay, I'm gonna cut all the meat and dairy products out of my diet, And if that means that I'm gonna lift a little bit less in the gym or run a little bit slower, like, I'm okay with that.
Totally.
And what is amazing, and what I gather was your experience, and certainly was mine, was that it was exactly the opposite. My gains became, they were like exponentially more than they were prior to that.
Absolutely.
So it's like, I look at it like it checks every box, man.
All the boxes.
You know, every box gets checked. It's better for the planet. It's better for your health. It's better for your performance, and it's certainly better for the animals.
Oh God,
right?
yes.
And when you kind of go down the line and look at it from that perspective, I have a greater empathy for those people that are frustrated with the fact that there is so much resistance to these ideas.
Totally. You can't blame anybody because, yeah, it's in my opinion, it's just a form of brainwashing. All these propaganda they put out there. Like, for example, last night we were at a slaughterhouse as the trucks came in, stopping the trucks, taking photos, taking footage, and the walls of the slaughterhouse were covered in a mural, a big painting of these farmers lying down reading books to pigs, and a little girl giving a flower to a pig, and this is on the slaughterhouse walls. So it's painting this picture of, yeah, we're so kind to our pigs. Meanwhile, they get forced inside there, they get shot in the head with a bolt gun, and then they get stabbed in the throat, and they suffer and scream and feel all the same kind of pain that we would feel if you were stabbed in the throat and shot in the head. And yet that's the picture they paint. So I think there's so much to this industry and this enterprise and the propaganda, and people to just go along with it. Of course. Well, yeah, of course they kill them humanely.
Bacon.
Yeah, bacon's so delicious.
It's good.
Yeah, and it's man, I've been all over the world, like we were talking about earlier. Even kids, the first question, but where do you get protein? All over the world, you know, even in India and Scotland and Australia and here and Norway, just everywhere, man, is fed with the same story, the same narrative, which is, wow, great job to them. They've done an amazing job of duping us all into thinking we need this carcinogenic protein, and it's magical. It only is found in meat. So many people believe that. Health professionals believe that. Doctors believe that, and it couldn't be further from the truth. What we need for better health is to get protein from plants, which it is found in abundance. Yeah, it's a really interesting, you know, that's a really interesting side of it, I think. All of the corruption and all of the propaganda that people believe. Man, I think that's a whole podcast on its own with somebody who probably knows a bit more about it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, animal agriculture is one of our leading industries, and we have a situation in which the government, it's unclear where government and lobbying efforts and regulatory bodies end and consumer interest begins, because the FDA is really just a quasi-government organization that is funded by, by the dairy industry. You go into public schools and there's posters saying milk does a body good.
Yep.
Like, who gets to advertise in a public school? I mean, it's insane when you actually think about it. But when you just grow up with that, I don't know what it's like in Australia, but in the United States, there's milk posters in the public schools. Other industries don't get to advertise to young kids in that way. Why do they get that permission? Because of this quasi, sort of pseudo-government entity that's really a private interest lobbying effort to get people hooked on these products as early on as possible. And that's where the minds are malleable enough to cement these stories in their minds that create habits that serve people for the rest of their lifetimes.
Absolutely, and that's what you see, and that's what I see when I'm doing outreach with people and asking questions after my speeches, is that people have never really thought these answers through. After they say, oh, you need meat for protein, I say, well, do you think that protein is found in any other foods? And you can see that it's kind of the first time they've ever considered, oh yeah, protein, I guess, is found in other foods. And, you ask the questions, well, if you can find protein in other foods, are there any nutrients you think that are only found in meat that you can't find in plants? And a lot of people, they don't have answers to these questions. They've never gone the next step and actually question any of these things we were taught in school as kids. It's just the norm.
The hilarious irony is that, and you mentioned it earlier, if somebody's going to forego meat and dairy, the immediate next question is, well, you're going to be deficient, right? So, all right, well, what exactly? If you swap the meat and dairy off your plate, and then you suddenly adopt a bounty of different kinds of plant foods close to their natural state, you're actually going to increase your ingestion of all kinds of phytonutrients and micronutrients and minerals and vitamins, because you're diversifying your plate in a way that far exceeds what you're getting when you're eating cheeseburgers and fries and pizza or whatever else most people typically eat.
Sure.
So it's just bizarre. I would have said the same thing, but when you actually take a moment and go, all right, well, let's really think this through, the question makes no sense.
Absolutely. And what you said was so true. Your first question, or my first question, I think a lot of people, at least who are interested in fitness, is, am I going to lose my gains? Am I going to perform less? That was my first question, so I got that, that roadblock handled straight away when I learned that some of the most elite athletes on the planet, including the world record-holding strongman, are consuming absolutely no animal products. So that was done. But for me, a big question after that was, am I going to ever enjoy a meal again? If I'm cutting animal products out of it, am I going to be able to, have foods that I enjoy? And I was really grateful to find that not only is there an abundance of literally millions at our disposal with a few clicks on our phone of recipes, plant-based recipes made from whole foods that taste absolutely delicious, but we also, in 2018, replicate meat, dairy products, eggs, everything that you can think of that you once needed an animal for. We now have foods that taste the same, that smell the same, that look the same, that are generally healthier, and no animals were killed, and you don't miss out on anything except for cholesterol, which is a good thing.
Yeah, the food industry has finally figured out how to make these things taste good, and they're doing it with less and less, processed ingredients. For a long time, we kind of had to tolerate these, sausage patties or whatever that tasted terrible. But now there's plenty of options. They all taste good. And in this moment that we're experiencing of content penetration on the internet, there are a bazillion YouTube videos that will walk you through whatever question or conundrum or recipe that you're looking for. So when people say, well, I don't live near Whole Foods, or I don't, whatever, those answers are readily available to those who are inclined to search them out.
Absolutely. And I think what I searched out before that was more reasons why. And that's when, I'd done that week as a vegetarian. I'd learned that you can be healthy. I got excited and started trying to preach that to my clients. Hey, I know I told you to eat
One
meat.
weekend?
Last week I was eating steak and telling you to eat it. Now I'm telling you, eat chickpeas instead. But I also wanted to find out, I opened my mind to the ethical side of it. And I thought, okay, I'm going to watch this documentary, Earthlings, which shows all the ways that humans exploit and kill animals for food, clothing, entertainment, medical testing. And I'd seen slaughterhouse footage before. And my brother showed it to me, and he said, you'll never eat meat again if you watch this. And I watched it, and I did not feel a trace of sadness. I said, mate, we are human. We have to eat animals to survive. If you want to feel guilty about it, that's up to you, but I'm not going to. That's just how it is, man. And I didn't feel nothing. And then when I watched Earthlings with a new understanding that we can live and thrive on a plant-based diet, I was actually so appalled. And although I was not an animal lover, I know suffering when I see it, and there's a difference between, okay, but we have to do this to survive, and, we're just creating all this suffering and violence and killing of these emotional, intelligent, feeling beings who are just like us. We're animals, humans are animals, they're animals in the ways that matter. We are the same. They just look a bit different on the outside, and when I saw what we were doing to them, I just thought, okay, I am so out. This is not in alignment with the kind of person I'm striving to be, which is a peaceful person, a respectful person, a compassionate person. Every time I purchase an animal product, even though I'm not doing the killing myself, I'm paying someone else to do the killing, and that makes me equally responsible. I would never stab an animal to death just because I like how their body tastes. If I was stranded on a desert island, maybe I would, because you got to do what you got to do to survive. But just because I like how their body tastes and I feel like an extra flavor on my sandwich, no way, no way. And I think Yeah, when most people
30% damage reduction when ULT ready.
If you didn't have to and you just felt like that, when there's other foods available, would you do that killing? Most people wouldn't. And that alone is telling a lot. Most people are good, compassionate people who have just been taught to contribute to an extremely bad thing. I mean, in our society, throat slitting is no joke. You know, if you know someone who slits throats every day and eats their murder victims, you're going to stay well away from them. We have a big problem with serious violence, any violence, but especially something that intense. And yet, every single day, we're paying people to slit throats for us and stab animals to death. And
Plus
why we're
perk
okay
up.
with that is because we
50%
discriminate
health
against
and
them
Reagan.
so strongly, to the point where our enjoyment of a flavor for 5 minutes is more valuable in our eyes than their life or ending their suffering.
But God said that we are here to have dominion over the animals.
I know, I wish you didn't say that. I read a book called Eternal Treblinka, which highlights the parallels between the Nazi Holocaust and, you know, the Holocaust they created, and also the animal Holocaust, which is what it is, a mass slaughter of innocent beings. And it said in that book that the worst thing that ever happened to animals was that quote in the Bible. And I think that Bible has been translated many times. I think more likely a compassionate, loving, merciful God, Jesus, the Prince of Peace, the Lamb of God, would not be okay with stabbing sentient beings to death when there's another option. And I think that we should embody the good teachings of Christ, if that's something you want to believe in, which was of being loving, being compassionate, helping those in need. There's no one more in need, or there's equal to, but there's not that many individuals right now lined up systematically.
skill card called perk up. My perks are all 0. Thus, I'm supposed to leave.
So humanity can feast on their corpses. I think Jesus would be very much against it, and I think it's in the commandments. Thou shalt not kill. Chapter 1, it says that God gives us every fruit and every seed-bearing plant as food. That's our food.
Well, even if, or presuming that passage in the Bible has been translated, you know, however many times from its original text and intent, which there can be plenty of discussions about, does it not just boil down to how we define the term dominion?
That
right?
too.
Is that being inferred to mean that we can do as we please without repercussions, or does it mean that level of control that we have the ability to exercise comes with a certain responsibility?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And we're so great at that in so many other areas. We create so many laws to protect each other. Humans are protected, and violent people go to jail, or sometimes worse. In this country, they get executed from, you know, in different states, right? That's protection, and we're great at using our responsibility and duty of care with the power we have to put good practices in place to protect the innocent and the vulnerable. Yet we throw that all out the window when it comes to pigs, cows, chickens, and fish. And it's called speciesism. I'm sure you know all about it, where just like white people discriminated against black people because they were a different race, thinking that that was a worthwhile reason to enslave others. They look different, they're not like us, you know? And wow, I mean, to think that they could have done that based on something so ridiculous as the color of your skin or how you looked, and men did the same with women. And humans do the same with other species of animals. You know, we love dogs, we love dolphins, we love whales, but we think nothing of killing and eating pigs, cows, chickens, fish, and all the others. And it's not because those animals are less intelligent or have less value or feel pain less or don't have a heart or don't have a brain or something like that. It is simply because they're the ones we've chosen. They're the ones that we like the taste of. And so we're so hypocritical. You know, there's a couple of good quotes that came to mind. Because the heart beats under a covering of feathers, scales, wings, or fur, it is for that reason to be of no account. Just because they look a little different on the outside, they're still our brothers and sisters covered in feathers, scales, wings, or fur. And Gandhi said, you can judge the nation's moral progress by the way that they treat their animals. Every single nation has slaughterhouses. Every single nation breeds animals into existence against their will. Like these mothers in the dairy industry, for example, they're restrained by a human who will shove their arm into her anus and then inject her with bull semen. And you just put a human in that situation, and that is rape. And we do the same to animals, and it is the dairy industry, business as usual. Another day on the dairy farm. They are not willing participants in that. They have a pregnancy forced on them. After 9 months, their babies are born and they're taken away from them straight away. Kidnapping. The baby boys are sent to the slaughterhouse because they don't produce milk. They're slaughtered, infanticide, and then the mothers are used as milk slaves, hooked up to milking machines every day, re-impregnated every year for 5 to 7 years, and after that time, then they're so severely exploited that they drop, called a down cow. That cow's sent to the same slaughterhouse as her baby and gets stabbed in the throat and killed as well. That's just so we can have a glass of milk when we have soy, rice, almond, coconut, hazelnut milk, hemp milk, all at the same supermarket. You can make oat milk from blending a cup of oats with 4 cups of water in a blender and straining it, and you got oat milk like that. We don't need to do any of this violence to these animals. So when we have these facilities all over the world in every nation, and we are creating our societies from the backs of animals, on the backs of this enslavement and killing. There's not a single moral nation on the planet, and we've got a long way to go before we get there, because it's, you know, vegans are a very small percentage of people on this planet. But that's the path. The path is right there, which we've trodden it so well that we've got all your favorite foods, we've got all the health information, we've got millions of recipes out there, we've got everything someone needs to go vegan. Just there, just waiting for someone to start walking. And that's the path out of, and we could end animal cruelty forever. We could fix the environment in such a massive way. Like this path, if everyone just did what vegans were already doing, like billions of earthlings would not be suffering and being murdered every single year. And I don't know how you feel about this, but I think that holds a huge energy. When we're consuming the products of violence and torture, is it any wonder that we are feeling stressed and anxious and depressed and, you know, struggling with our emotions and drugging ourselves with food and with drugs and with television and things like that? I think as well, when we have all this violence in the air, when there's slaughterhouses just around the corner from here, that's a vibration, man. That's happening. Energy is a real thing. And I think that this world is so far from its proper potential, and violence breeds violence. These slaughterhouse workers are being trained to kill good people. I'm not saying they're bad people. That's just the job they're doing in a world that's normalized violence against certain species. And the studies show that surrounding areas of slaughterhouses have higher rates of violent crime, suicide, drug abuse, and that spreads out as well, man. So it's not just that we're killing animals, it's that it's breeding more violence in our societies, and it's got a ripple effect that is, you know, something we'll probably be writing many books about in future years.
Yeah, that's very eloquently said, and I'm completely on board with everything that you just explained. I think there's a lot of people who can wrap their heads around the ethical dilemma of eating animals. I think it becomes a little bit more difficult for people to understand veganism versus vegetarianism, because we're not educated adequately on the evils of the dairy industry, which you just explained. I mean, there's so much that goes into that. I mean, I think there's a lot of people who think I'm vegetarian, but, you know, I'm gonna have milk and cheese. They're not killing the animal, and that just belies a lack of understanding of what actually that industry entails. And I think it's a further leap for people to wrap their heads around the sort of karmic spiritual toll of ingesting these products and having these industries in our environment. I certainly am on your page when it comes to that. I think everything is energy, and I think when your surroundings, when your environment is carrying that vibration, that is impacting you. And when you're ingesting these animals who were tortured and having these, you know, hormonal surges at the moment of death, you're taking that into your body. And for many, it's a leap to say, well, you know, that who cares? It's just, it's macronutrients, and science isn't going to explain anything beyond that. But I think that there is a spiritual toll that you pay by participating in that system, ingesting these products into your body, and how that manifests in your spiritual emotional self, and how you carry yourself in the world. And I can tell you from my own experience, and I know this is your experience as well, when you remove those things from your plate, and when you extract yourself from that environment, there is a purification that takes place that made me feel like a more integrated individual who is living not just more in accordance with my own personal values, but exempting yourself from that, I think, has an impact on you that defies what we can currently explain scientifically.
Absolutely. I think it's quite obvious because there is a serious connection that is being severed every time you purchase meat, dairy, and eggs. Like I said, you would never contribute to so much violence. You're not just paying for a product, a neatly wrapped package on the supermarket shelf. You're paying for everything that happened to that animal along the way in order to get there. And most people would never be okay with even a tenth of the violence and the suffering that is caused to these beings.
We're all inherently compassionate,
totally,
right?
That's how we're born.
And we've made this bargain where we've convinced ourselves that this is okay, and we're willing to participate in this system because we've been led to believe that it's necessary.
Exactly.
And so we compartmentalize these things. We put it in our unconscious mind so that when we are reaching for that milk or that, the ground beef or whatever it is, it doesn't even occur to us.
No, deliberately made so that you look at the carton and you see this happy cow and you think, yeah, I feel good about this, no big deal. And I need it for calcium, so what am I going to do? And I think you're totally right. I feel totally different being vegan now. I went vegetarian, like I said, for that experiment. And I spent about a year as a vegetarian. I was still struggling with my eating disorder at the time. I ended up doing a 10-day meditation as recommended by the man who said eating animals is back. Yeah, my Eskimo, that's right.
Your spiritual guru.
Yeah. And, during this 10-day meditation, which is a Vipassana course, so you meditate 10 hours a day for 10 days in silence, I had the idea to do a year-long vow of silence to raise awareness for animals. I thought that would be just something that would draw attention to their plight. I drive around Australia, I write a blog about my experience. Hopefully people want to pay attention to what I'm doing, and then I'll plant some seeds along the way. And I knew if I was going to do that, I'd only been vegetarian for a few months at that point, that I needed to learn a lot more. And I started finding the answer to the questions, like you said, but God said this, but what about protein, what about free range, and what about if we humanely kill them, and all these kind of things. And during that time is when I realized, being vegetarian is not enough. All animal use is a form of exploitation. Exploitation is a form of abuse, and all abuse is immoral. So I guess that means it's not just about meat, it's also about dairy, eggs, leather. It's about products that contain animal products or are being tested on animals. We test our shampoo on animals, for example. All these things. And I thought, okay, I'd always thought vegans were extreme, but actually looking at it, it looks quite peaceful and very kind and just simply the right thing to do. The way I was living my life seems extreme now. Extremely violent and cruel and unnecessary. The main thing is it's unnecessary to live like that. And I started learning more about veganism, and when I went vegan, I still wasn't an animal lover. I went vegan the day I started my vow of silence, same day. That was also the same day that I said from this day on, I'm never binging and purging again, and I haven't once since, which was nearly 5 years ago now. It was a really cool day, and it took time for me to reconnect to these animals that I'd severed this connection to. I was going to sanctuaries. I met a dairy cow who was, a baby cow who was sent to the dairy industry, who we rescued, and I spent 6 weeks with him. His name's Rupert, and I learned about this cow and what they're like and how they feel and express themselves and, kind of tell you what they want and things like that. And it took time, though, for me to become an animal lover. But now, this change that's happened in me is so huge because I see animals now and I feel like they're just family and they've got their own families, and I watch them and I think, wow, what are you doing right now? Where are you going? And you're just playing, or you got a plan to that, when birds are flying. I just think you're just enjoying yourself, and a lot of time they are. And ants are always so busy, and I'm just checking out life now in a way that I never did before, and I'm appreciating all these creatures everywhere in a way I never did before. And I think that's where the Dominion comes in. You're looking out for them. It's like, man, does anybody, like, what can we do? Does anybody need help? And I think that's where the calling to not just be vegan, but spread this vital message comes in.
I'm always super interested in the defining moments in people's lives that transform how they live and kind of forge a new path for how they reinvent themselves. And when I look at your life, it seems like there's two. There's the entry point of the Eskimo guru, right? And there is this Vipassana meditation retreat, silent meditation retreat that you went on, which has been kind of a recurring theme on this podcast. I've had several people whose lives have been altered in amazing ways by virtue of hitting time out and going on one of these retreats. It's definitely something I'm keen to do in the near future.
Awesome.
Maybe most notably, you all know Harari, who has written these earth-shattering books, and he's very clear that he would never have been able to have the big ideas that he conveys in his writing and his speaking without doing. He does an annual 60-day Vipassana meditation retreat, and that's where he really these ideas occur to him.
Well,
that then influence the world, right? And I see in your own case a similar example. So was it? Explain to me the impact of that retreat and that experience of meditation, and how that really led to. I mean, it seems to me that this is the experience that really kind of forged the clarity to live this new life.
Vipassana gave me the technique for sure. It basically, you go to this place, you don't talk to anyone, you don't look at anyone, you get guided for 10 days, 10 hours a day into this meditation technique called Vipassana, which they describe as the technique that the Buddha discovered to fully liberate yourself from suffering. And apparently that's pretty much all he taught. But it all surrounded this technique. Mm-hmm. The technique is 2 equal parts. It is observation of your physical sensations and equanimity, which means balance of the mind. So you're basically just accepting the moment in whatever way it presents itself. The reason why it helps is because the reason why they use the physical sensation level is Buddha's discovery was that is where you start to create habit patterns. You have a physical sensation and you react in a certain way, whether with craving or with aversion. So you have a good sensation, you go, good, you react, crave. But as nature goes, all sensations and everything is impermanent. As that sensation starts to leave, you crave more. Oh no, it's going, where's it going? And then you start to suffer because of that. Or it's, say the sensation is pain, immediately you are adverse to the pain, you don't want it to be there, you resist. No, I don't want this pain, when will this pain go? I hope this pain goes soon. And eventually it goes. Nature was going to take care of it anyway. And what we do, instead of just observing and accepting the moment as it is, we cling, we resist. That causes our suffering. We get into this addiction of clinging and craving, and we're suffering almost all the time. And a lot of it is in our head. We paint so many pictures in our head of what we want our life to be, or what our life was and we wish it was, or things that happened, and we react to these pictures in our head as if they're real, and that causes suffering too. So basically the technique is about sitting there and letting the flow of nature, the flow of these sensations come through your body. You scan your body from top to bottom and you just observe what's happening, and you fully accept the worst pain if you can, and you fully let go of the nicest flow of sensation, and you become more solid. So the good feelings don't throw you up and the bad feelings don't throw you down. You just become consistently accepting, and it brings a strong peace that is a really beautiful thing. And it doesn't mean you're perfect straight away. You don't do 10 days and you're like, yo, I'm enlightened, right, here we go. But what happens is that if you, let's say for example, a sensation that you react to, you react in a way that brings anger in your mind, instead of it being a 8 out of 10 anger that you are in for 6 hours or even 2 days, it's a 7 out of 10, and it's a 6, and it's a 5, and you don't roll in it for 2 days, you roll in it for 1 day, and then 12 hours, and then 8 hours, and that's how you come out of it, and that's how you know that you're progressing on the path. So when I learned this technique, I was so lucky to learn this, man, because I had never given up, you know, with my cancer, with my drug-induced psychosis, with any of these things. But when it came to my eating disorder, I was like, okay, I don't know how to get out of this. I have tried and tried and tried, and I've read books, I don't know what else to do. This gave me the technique to come out of it. I didn't come out of it straight away, and I was so lucky. I found this other book. I was looking for another book for a friend called The Power by Rhonda Byrne, which is about how to live a positive, grateful life, which is a really great book. But because I couldn't find it there, I found this other book called End Emotional Eating by Dr. Jennifer Tates. And basically, when I read this, like I read the back, and I read the back page, and I was like, oh my God, this is the book. This is going to get me out of here. I just knew it. And I read it, and it was like she'd adopted the Vipassana technique specifically to emotional eating.
Wow.
Oh man, it was so serendipitous. And as I read it, I just knew this is it. And I started coming out of it to the point where, you know, I was still struggling, and I'd be vegan for 2 weeks, straight up vegan, you know, eating only plant-based, and then I'd have a binge on ice cream, and I'd hate myself for it. I'm like, damn, I didn't want to be doing this. I know the dairy industry now. I don't want to be putting this negative food into my body anymore. And it was the eating disorder that was kind of getting the better of me. That's why I made a date. I said, from this day on, January 1st, I'm vegan. No more slip-ups, and I'm not binging and purging anymore. A few days into my vow of silence, I did binge. I had a jar of peanut butter and a liter of ice cream. And I ate the whole lot of ice cream and almost a jar of peanut butter, man. And I'm sitting there just feeling so sorry for myself, just thinking, man, this could come back up real easily. 3 days after I'd made these vows to myself. And I said, nah, you made a vow and you are sticking to it. And I just sat there so uncomfortable. And then the next time I binged, a week or two later, I got a lot of the way in. Let's say I got 90% in, and I was like, hang on a minute, I do not want to feel like I felt the other day. And I stopped a little bit sooner, and a little bit sooner I started surfing these urges to overconsume food, and that's how I came out of it, just using that Vipassana technique.
It's really important and refreshing to hear that, because you're somebody who I think a lot of people look at as like super hardcore, and like you're like, hey man, draw the line in the sand and that's it. And to hear that you struggled and that you slipped up, and you know, it's a process for everybody. Man. I think is important. You know, is important for people to understand about how you evolved into this. But it is amazing. Right. So you have this Vipassana retreat, and then how long after that do you make this? So it's around then that you decide to go totally vegan. You have a couple slip-ups or whatever. Like, what is the timeline in terms of saying you're going to do this year of silence?
Well, first let me just agree with something you said that I think is a really important point to touch on. It is a process. You don't just unravel decades of conditioning in an overnight. You know, you don't just change your whole life overnight. I mean, some people do, and they go vegan and like, boom, I threw out all my meat and dairy and eggs and I'm done. Some people go vegetarian for a year. Some people do it for 3 months. Some people start eating vegan for breakfast, vegan for lunch, then vegan for dinner. Some people do meatless Mondays, and then they get through it this way. But I think the point is just start somewhere. Maybe all you do today is, okay, from now on, I'm not going to buy a cow's milk. I'm going to buy soy milk, and that's your thing. There's really not that a lot of people say, don't promote baby steps. Baby steps are for babies. Man, there's not that many steps to go vegan. It's actually quite easy. If it was hard, you wouldn't see so many people doing it all around the world. And just, average people. Like, you don't have to be highly intelligent. You don't have to have strong willpower. Like, it's nothing like that. It's just, okay, there's a few things I need to do here. I need to change my milk, eat beans instead of meat, or tofu or vegan meat. And, okay, well, I guess I have smoothies for breakfast. Like, you just figure it out. It doesn't all happen overnight. People are busy, and don't let that discourage you. Oh, I could never go all the way vegan. You probably can. You'll probably find it way easier than you expect. You'll find it infinitely more rewarding than you would expect as well. And that's the experience of, I've spoken to thousands of vegans now. You ask any of them, what's the best thing you ever did? They'll almost all tell you, when I went vegan. And there's so many reasons for that. But whatever, take a step, start. Often one step has momentum that follows with the next and the next, and just get there as fast as you can. You know, yeah, veganism is the goal, and we should all do it. It should be the moral baseline of our society. We should simply just not be killing if we don't need to, and we should simply not be taking what is not ours in the first place. But that doesn't, you know, of course, just do it as practically as you can. I also don't want people to try it overnight and go, oh, I tried it, I couldn't do it, that wasn't for me, and then just never try it again and think it's not for them. Like, do what's sustainable for you. Okay, so, and that's what I did, and that's what a lot of people did. Most vegans who are vegan now did not go vegan overnight.
Of course not.
Yeah, no way.
The human vehicle doesn't work that way. But I think there's a lot of people that think that that is the way it is, or the people that are outspoken about it did make that switch, and they did it perfectly, and they did it overnight, and people are intimidated because they feel like they can't live up to that standard, and so even if they take a shot at it, they have one slip up and they're out.
We've got to encourage people, man. We've got to, you know, people slip up. Don't be like, okay, well, you're out of the club. It's like, okay, so what did you slip up on? How can I help you with that? Or how can you help yourself with that so that next time you're more prepared and that slip up doesn't happen? Let's learn from this mistake, and next time hopefully it doesn't happen.
And sometimes those explanations are practical, like, oh, I just didn't, you know, organize my day so that I could get to the market in time or whatever, and I went home and I didn't clean out my cupboard, and there the convenient choice was the unhealthy choice. Or sometimes it's a more complex answer that has to do with the emotional triggers that lead you to make those choices, which is, you know, that you had to go through everything that you had to go through with your experience of emotional eating in order to have enough self-awareness to rectify those behavior patterns. But I think a lot of people are so disconnected from themselves that even the idea that they're emotionally eating seems anathema. Like, what do you mean I'm emotionally eating? Like, they're doing it, but just getting them to the place of making that connection is a challenge in the first place. Forget about going vegan.
Totally.
You know what I mean?
Totally. And I was dedicated to fixing that problem, and it took me a long time to come out of it. So yeah, we're all on our own path, and let's just support each other and help move people in that direction. Plant seeds where possible, and just help out where you can. And it's not our job to make anyone go vegan. We just got to give them all the information we can, make it as convenient and as easy as possible, and people will do what they're going to do.
What's great about your story, and forgive me, but kind of hilarious, is that you embark on this year of silence when you're like vegan 5 minutes, right?
I know.
Like you're pretty
literally,
like,
not even 5 minutes.
Yeah,
1 second.
I didn't know that. I thought like, oh, this guy must have been vegan for like 10 years. He's so intense and hardcore about it. Like you were like,
no, it's
where
fresh,
it found is
fresh
fine.
vegan meat.
It's kind of funny, man.
I know, man. I was very passionate. Like as soon as I figured it out, as soon as I kind of realized what was happening and how needless all this violence was, I was like, whoa, man. Do I really know this massive secret that most people don't seem to know? Like, it just felt like, no, I must be wrong. There must be something I'm missing. We must have to do it for some reason. And when I realized, actually, no, just not a lot of people get this. I thought, whoa, I felt so grateful that I'd just gone down the path I had and come into the knowledge that I had and been interested enough in health to learn that it's perfectly healthy and all these kind of things. I was so grateful, man. And yeah, when you learn about such an atrocity,
walk inside.
You just feel compelled to do whatever you can. And you know, I'm not a doctor and I'm not a documentary maker, and there's a lot of great ways to help. But for me, I don't know, I've gone through some pretty intense things in my life, and you know, taking a year-long vow of silence, it was interesting to me, and to a lot of people I know, they would have thought it was a lot more wild than what I did. I thought, hey, I don't know, that'll be sweet, I'll do that. Whereas a lot of people are like, what? You're going to do what?
I mean, it is pretty intense.
Yeah,
I mean, come on,
intense.
like walk me through just the practical aspects of like how you live when you make this decision that you're not going to talk for a year.
Wow.
I mean, were you a physical trainer at that time?
I took the year off to travel around Australia. I wanted to make the journey more interesting, and I knew all my mates were plotting ways to get me to slip up. So I was like, I got to be away from all you guys, and I'm just going to go on a little journey around Australia.
Setting traps for you.
Totally, man. They
would have to
like
talk.
Fake emergencies. I don't know. They would have figured it out. They're a crafty bunch. So I decided to get a van, travel around Australia, and write a blog about my experience. And basically coming into contact with people was, for the first while, I was just writing everything down, every word, which was extremely frustrating on both sides, and it made me want to do a lot more listening.
Did you carry around like a little chalkboard thing or whiteboard?
I went through a lot of notebooks. I went through a lot.
And how many years ago was this?
That was 2014, January 1st, 2014.
That wasn't that long ago.
No, not really. So I did that. I started I went vegan that day, so I didn't really know what was going on. I volunteered at a sanctuary so I could meet these animals. I was fighting for these animals, doing this thing for these animals. I'd never even met them. I'd never met a cow, I'd never met a chicken or a pig. So I go to a sanctuary. That's when the rescue Bobby calf came in. Rupert, spent 6 weeks with him. Coolest thing happened, man. After spending 6 weeks of like giving milk, this milk to this cow, and really bonding with this little guy. Such a beautiful, gentle animal, like so sweet. I was chilling in the barn. I had to say goodbye. Obviously, I couldn't speak because it had been, by that point, I think it had been probably like 2 or 3 months. He'd never heard me speak, obviously, as well. And so I just thought it to him, like, I'm going to use some telepathy here. That's all I got. He can't read either. So I just telepathy to him over the other side of the barn. I'm like, Rupert, it's been such a pleasure getting to know you and taking care of you. I'm so sorry for what's happening to you and your family, but we're working on it and we're doing everything we can. I'll see you one day in the future. I'll come give you a visit. And he walked over to me, and every day, because I was giving him the milk, what they do when they want milk, they headbutt their mum's udder to let them know. So our whole relationship almost was just him headbutting me and like slobbering on my pants and sucking on my pants trying to get milk, Right. And so he comes over to me and I'm like, oh, here we go. I just put these pants on, man. He's going to mess my pants up. He's going to headbutt me. That was how he treated me every day. And this one time after I said that thing to him in my mind, he comes over and he does something to me that he'd never done. And he just nuzzles his head on my leg, like rubs his head into my leg. And I'm just looking down, jaw to the floor, like, oh my God, what is this behavior? And I bend down, and usually trying to pat him, he just like kind of just drive himself into me, knock me over. And I'm just patting him on the head, looking at him. He's looking at me. I'm like, man, we're having a moment here. And it was so weird. I started tripping. I'm like, holy shit, am I telepathic or something? Did he hear me? What's going on? And it started making me question, wow,
I accidentally used my ULT, which ruins me. LOL.
What are they capable of?
Gonna join back.
I'm not saying that he heard me. He heard me. No, I'm not saying that he heard me. But, imagine if, like, they pick up on things. They pick up on vibes. They're in tune in different ways than we are. And, I'm not saying he heard me, but it was just such fascinating behavior to exhibit after that experience for the first time on the day that I'm leaving. It was really weird.
Well, we want to believe that they're dumb animals because it makes it easier for us to make the choice to eat them. The truth is very different. And you mentioned speciesism earlier, and it's such a weird thing, speciesism.
Yeah.
We make these almost random decisions about animals that we decide to love and protect and covet versus animals that we wrap our heads around eating without any ethical or moral dilemma. Pigs are the easiest example because, by all accounts, they're smarter than dogs.
Yeah.
They're more intuitive. They have interior lives on a level that we don't like to admit to ourselves.
Like toddlers, human toddlers. The big difference between human animals and other species of animals is we were blessed with a complicated voice box, and that gave us the ability to create a sophisticated language and therefore a sophisticated society. But you put a human out in the jungle and you start getting it going there, they're not just going to be popping out iPhones. Like, that is a process that takes so much communication, which is what we had going for us. For the most part, they're going to act like any other animal, fend for themselves and take care of their family. And that's, we're blessed in that way, and that's why we've done what we've done. But fundamentally, we're just animals as well, and we're intelligent, and they're intelligent, and we shouldn't judge. Einstein said, if you judge a fish by his or her ability to climb a tree, they'll for their whole life believe that they are stupid. They got no interest in doing that. And there's incredible tales of just facts about animals that you would think, wow, I didn't know they could do that. But they're doing it every day, and we just need to it's just the golden rule. It's just about treating others the way that you'd want to be treated and just respecting them. And you wouldn't want to be hurt, and you wouldn't want to be exploited, you wouldn't want to be any of these things that we do to them. Let's just do that basic thing and show them the same courtesy, especially when it's so easy for us to do so.
From a philosophical and ethical perspective, I think that it's almost beyond debate what the moral landscape looks like in terms of how we think about eating animals. But sentience kind of sits on a spectrum. On the highest level, you have human sentience or dolphin sentience, and then as you go down the scale, sentience sort of, I'm interested in your definition of sentience and how that plays into how you think about these things. But when you get down to lower, more base forms of animal life like mollusks, how do we think about and act upon that, insects and the like. And I raise this because from a purely devil's advocate perspective, these are arguments that are brought up on the fringes of what we, I think, can generally agree upon ethically as an argument against adopting this lifestyle. Well, what's wrong with eating mollusks? Because they're less complex than plants. And did you not know that plants actually have very complicated ways of communicating with each other and these neural pathways and blah, blah, blah. So, are you perpetrating a greater harm by eating a plant than eating scallops, for example?
No, it's a good question. I think, when it comes to oysters and mussels and things like that, from what I understand, they have clusters of nerves that can act in a unique type of central nervous system. I'll just err on the side of caution ethically, and health-wise, I don't think they're a healthy food to eat either. But yeah, I guess that is a little bit more erring on the side of caution because it's a little bit more up for debate. And I can totally understand why people might see that as a grey area. Me personally, I just think, well, maybe they are sentient in their own little way, and maybe it just causes them some harm, and if so, I just won't bother. I don't need to eat them, so I won't eat them. When it comes to plants, I think the biggest difference is that they aren't sentient beings. They don't have a heart. They don't have a brain. There's no one there. There's no individual observing life and experiencing sensations in the way that we do, like pain, because to have the feeling of pain, you need to have a central nervous system. But even if one day we found out, we were wrong, actually plants are sentient beings, then hopefully we can find a way out of the mess we are in. But being a human means you are going to have to cause some harm. And veganism isn't about zero harm. It is, ideally, that would be great, but it's impossible. So veganism, by definition, is to strive to cause the least amount of harm practically possible. And if we want to cause less harm to plants, which we should, why not? Then we should still be eating only a plant-based diet, because we would be feeding animals 6 to 12, or some say 6 to 15 times more plants to fatten these animals up before we also kill the animals. So we give them this huge amount of food, we get back this tiny little bit of food, and it's totally an inefficient way. Right. So it'd be better just to eat directly.
Yeah, I think it's important to have these conversations about these fringe issues, if for no other reason than it's an interesting academic thought experiment. But the reason I brought it up, another reason I brought it up, is I think that it gets thrown out as an argument against adopting this lifestyle, almost as a Hail Mary distraction, because regardless of how we play out that experiment in our minds or through a discourse, what is the impact of that in terms of the moral landscape with respect to eating cows and pigs, right?
I think that's a huge difference, man. I think we can see that if you chop a leaf off a tree, or pull an orange off a tree. You don't even have to kill a plant in order to eat from the plant. You take the orange and more seeds are spread and more plants are grown. Whereas you rip a leg off a dog or off a lamb, and there's not going to be more dogs growing. You're going to see a dog in extreme pain and who's probably going to die. So I think there's a big difference between mowing the grass and chopping the head off 50,000 animals, And I think most people know that, and I think you're right. People they just say it. It's just another thing that they say, nah, we need meat for protein, plants feel pain, and it's just another common objection that has no weight. Yeah,
it's important to talk about this idea of aspiring to do less harm, and it's not about perfection. And I think a big impediment to people embracing this lifestyle is this sense that vegans walk around thinking they're morally superior, or that they're on some kind of pedestal, condescending to other people and judging them. People don't want to feel that way. They don't want to be talked to that way. They don't want to be in relationship with people in that manner. And I think in order to be an effective communicator and advocate, it does go back to compassion. And I think in order to really objectively assess the extent to which we are perpetrating harm or less harm, it's even more complicated than just, okay, I'm removing animal products. Like if you're like, okay, I'm vegan, that's great. But if you're buying all your clothes from some fast fashion factory that's churning out toxic waste into the rivers around Malaysia or somewhere in the Philippines, that's depopulating the fish population in that waterway, you're actually causing more harm than if you bought your clothes from Goodwill and ate a steak once a month. So I think it's more...
Yeah, that's a really good point.
There's a lot, there's downstream impacts to all the consumer choices that we're making, not just with our food, but with other products. And I say that because none of us is immune from causing harm.
Absolutely.
We live in the modern world. I fly in airplanes.
Yeah, me too.
I have an iPhone. I don't know where all those precious minerals come from and the harm that's caused as a result of mining those. So let's get off our moral pedestal, right?
Absolutely.
And try to embrace people where they are in this communal spirit of how can we all just do better and love each other more deeply.
Totally. What do you know? This is what I know. Let's help each other be better people. I think one thing about veganism is that, first of all, we eat 3 times a day, and most people are eating animal products 3 times a day, or at least every day, whereas when we buy clothes or an iPhone, it's more like, personally, I buy clothes like not even every 6 months, maybe every year. Same with the phone, probably not even that often. So I think that in terms of, and also, like when you can choose ethical clothing, of course we should. That should be a given that's what we choose. When an ethical iPhone comes out, I'm sure vegans will be the first to jump on it. And it doesn't mean, but you don't jump on it now. It's like, yeah, no, and that's true. Like I guess we all draw a line somewhere, and I'm guilty of that too. Which is why I really try not to judge anybody else on the choices they make, and just try to encourage that. The worst thing I think that we're contributing to, as far as I can tell, this seems pretty obvious, is choosing to consume animal products, especially for food, because we eat so often, and there's so much violence that is direct. It's direct. It's not, we buy from this factory and then there's some pollution that goes in the waterway. It's I'm paying for you to kill for me, which also has kind of the consequence of just condoning violence in a very open way in our society.
Yeah.
But I agree, man. No one's perfect, and we should all be striving to do better. And those who can really should. And I hope it becomes easy for us to choose more ethical clothing, just like it's become more easier for us to choose soy milk instead of cow's milk.
Yeah, it's getting easier. A lot of those lines, those brands are expensive.
Yeah.
But the idea is like, hey, you don't need 10 white T-shirts. How about just one that will last a long time, that wasn't created with the toxic dyes and actually supports the indigenous community that created it. All of those things. We're seeing more and more of that, and I find great hope and inspiration and optimism in people of your generation and even the generation beneath you who care about these things more deeply than people my age, for the most part. And are very intentional about ensuring that the dollar they spend is contributing to the world that they want to live in.
Totally, yeah. It's great that people realize we can vote with our dollar these days. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's hard not to know about a lot of the big issues, because it's especially veganism. The vegan movement is being publicized so regularly in the media and online that it's kind of hard to hide from. right now.
And it continues to grow despite a lot of vested interests that are trying to dismantle it and destabilize it.
They must be scared, man. I mean, it's a great example that they are trying to stop plant-based milks from being called milk. You know, no, you can't call it milk. And it's like, well, you don't have a problem with peanut butter, so why the problem with almond milk, but as well, then, you know, we'll just find ways around that, like Oatly, which make oat milk. They have this great advertising campaign right now that says, Oatly, it's like milk, but made for humans. And I'm sure it's brilliant.
Yeah, there are a lot of lawsuits out there attacking plant-based food companies for coming anywhere near using that verbiage. And I know a little bit more about this than probably the average person because Julie, my wife, is trying to launch this plant-based cheese line. And originally, she wanted to call it This Cheese is Nuts because that's the name of her book. And I was like, babe, I don't think that's a good idea. You use that where you're opening yourself up to attack by using that word. And we did some research, and there's a crazy amount of lawsuits that go on. Just in the cheese realm alone, like you can't even use the word gorgonzola or parmesan or mozzarella, like even not I say cheese, but like anything that comes close to arguably confusing a well-intentioned customer as to the origin, or like the ingredients of the product. And basically what I see in that is, and you saw it with Hampton Creek Just and you know the mayonnaise wars and all these things that are going on, and it's really a desperate attempt to try to stave off this tidal wave that's coming no matter what. And
desperate is the word. You would be desperate because we're making food that tastes the same, looks the same, smells the same, no one died, better for the environment, and will be a competitive price. They must be freaking out, man. Actually, just about that, you just reminded me of, you know, we're not allowed to use these specific words, but I really
watch out for shock.
Appreciate that. Sometimes it goes the other way, and the egg industry isn't legally allowed to use any word that classifies eggs as healthy or any word that resembles the word healthy. So sometimes it also goes.
Is that true? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I watched that on a Dr. Gregor video, I'm pretty sure.
Wow. Yes. Well, interesting times indeed. But like, I'm still back in this moment where you're
started
like,
my vow of silence.
Yeah, I know. You're like in a year of silence, like just the practical.
I'll run you through it.
Like,
all
tell
right.
me
Sorry, man.
I mean, how often do you meet somebody who went a whole year without saying a word? Come on, dude.
Okay.
And you're so eloquent and well spoken. Like, all the more challenging, I would imagine.
I think it helped me with that. So yeah.
Or you're just compensating now.
It's pretty much. I haven't shut up since, to be honest. Because you know, like everyone makes that joke. Oh, how do you know when someone's vegan? Don't worry, they'll tell you. I went vegan. I didn't tell anybody verbally for a year.
But
I'm the only vegan that ever done that.
You didn't verbally, but perhaps you told them in a way that was even more. I mean, you went from a dude who was 5 minutes vegan and nobody knew who you were, to 1 year later, at the culmination of that 1 year period, going on television that just created like a huge viral moment on the internet.
Yeah, I'm really glad that happened. So yeah, I spent that year in silence. I traveled around. I attended sanctuaries to volunteer, and I also went into a lot of factory farms under the cover of night to see if it really was as bad as I'd been told in my country, in Australia. And what I realized immediately after going through dozens of them is that it is at least as bad as what I thought it was, and it is with numbers that are just beyond comprehension. So that really fueled my fire. And I was writing everything down. Then when I realized that I could use body language, and I started, basically it was a year-long game of charades. I also moved my mouth so that people could lip read without speaking to make things easier, and that changed the whole game.
I see.
So
that's almost like cheating.
It was the hack. It was the hack. I was still voiceless, which was my vow.
Were you sending a lot of emails?
I was writing a lot of emails for sure. I did a lot of FaceTime with people, like trying to make it work. My brother was really good at that. Anyway, so I ended up also, my van broke down halfway into my journey, and it was really cool, man. I was just,
You can't go a year. times indeed, but like I'm still back in this moment where you're
started
like,
my vow of silence.
Yeah, I know, you're like in a year of silence, like just the practical.
I'll run you through it.
Like,
all
tell
right.
me what.
Sorry, man.
I mean, how often do you meet somebody who went a whole year without saying a word? Come on, dude.
Okay.
And you're so eloquent and well spoken. Like all the more challenging. I would imagine.
It helped me. I think it helped me with that. So
or you're just compensating now.
Pretty much. I haven't shut up since, to be honest. Because like everyone makes that joke. Oh, how do you know when someone's vegan? Don't worry, they'll tell you. I went vegan. I didn't tell anybody verbally for a year.
But
I'm the only vegan that ever done that.
You didn't verbally, but perhaps you told them in a way that was even more. I mean, you went from a dude who was 5 minutes vegan and nobody knew who you were, to 1 year later, at the culmination of that 1 year period, going on television that just created like a huge viral moment on the internet.
Yeah, I'm really glad that happened. So I spent that year in silence. I traveled around. I attended sanctuaries to volunteer, and I also went into a lot of factory farms under the cover of night to see if it really was as bad as I've been told in my country, in Australia. And what I realized immediately after going through dozens of them is that it is at least as bad as what I thought it was, and it is with numbers that are just beyond comprehension. So that really fueled my fire. And I was writing everything down. Then when I realized that I could use body language, and I started, basically it was a year-long game of charades. I also moved my mouth so that people could lip read without speaking to make things easier, and that changed the whole game. I
see.
So
that's almost like cheating.
It was the hack. It was the hack. I was still voiceless, which was my vow.
Were you sending a lot of emails?
I was writing a lot of emails for sure. I did a lot of FaceTime with people, like trying to make it work. My brother was really good at that. Anyway, so I ended up also, my van broke down halfway into my journey, and it was really cool, man. I was just,
You can't go a year without using words unless you have a van.
Totally, yeah.
Of course you got a van.
And you also can't wear shoes very often.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway.
Dreadlocks optional.
Yeah, exactly. My van broke down. I ended up hitchhiking like 2,000 kilometers up to Darwin. And I flew over to Bali because I wanted to get some tattoos. I got my arms covered in animal rights tattoos. They kind of tell the whole story, really. There's some quotes, there's some pictures.
You had no tattoos before this?
I had tattoos, just not on my arms. And I just wanted them to tell the whole story. So when people say, what are your arm tattoos about? They can sit down and they can see the picture of the lion, and it says, lions kill for need, humans kill for greed. Or the picture of the cow getting slaughtered by the slaughterhouse worker, and it says, Auschwitz begins whenever someone looks at a slaughterhouse and thinks they're only animals. And there's a whole bunch of them like that. There's a photo of me in a mask after we'd just done a chicken rescue about 200 little chicks. And it says, we are fighting until every cage is empty, not until every cage is comfortable. And there's a bunch more like that. So
it's hardcore, man.
Yeah, it's cool. It's good. It's so fun. It was nice to, you see so much of the cruelty and violence on Facebook, and for a long time I was just taking footage and videos and photos of it. And then when we started doing rescues, and you hear all those little birds chirping in the back of the car as you're driving away, and it's such a good feeling. It's small, like you left so many behind, but to them, to those individuals, it means everything. And I ended up, I hitchhiked to Darwin. I went and got those tattoos. I came back and I cycled 5,000 kilometres, about 3,000 miles from Darwin through the outback to Sydney.
Wow, that's a long way.
Oh, it was long. It was long.
Not
and it was
along
painful.
the coast, though.
Not along the coast. Straight through the middle.
For people that don't know, Darwin is the northern tip. Right, of Australia.
Yeah, so I had to come down and then across, and it was just long stretches of straight road with no cars, by myself. In the middle of nowhere. I'd have to cycle. Usually it was about 100 to 120 Ks.
Made it easier to not have to talk, though.
It was the best. I didn't have to do all this charade game anymore. It was such a nice break from that. Because by 6 months...
Unless you broke down and you're in some little village, right? You gotta you need some help.
I did.
Why won't this guy talk to me?
I know. Everyone thought, are you deaf or something? Like, oh, jeez. But I had cards written up. I'm taking a year-long vow of silence to raise awareness for animals and promote peace over violence. I just give it to them. Okay, this is...
Wanker.
That's even weirder. What's with this guy? You know what was cool, though? spurred the conversation. Even though I had to have it non-verbally, I still was getting pretty good at communicating, and every single person that came into contact with me during that year, they asked, why are you voiceless? And so, vegans always want an opportunity to talk about this. We're just waiting to slip it into the convo. This gave me an opportunity to bring it up at any time and just be like, yeah, this is why I've done it, and you can watch this documentary. I had a bunch of DVDs I was giving out at the time, and yeah, I cycled across Australia. It was one of the most painful things I've ever done because my seat was like so firm, man. And the guy who sold it to me, I'm like, you sure about this seat? I'm just doing my non-verbals, and he said, yeah, man, it's a good seat. I was like, all right. And the whole way I was thinking about this guy, like, if I ever see you again. I was in so much pain, my ass was killing me. My legs weren't too bad. And I also just wanted to show, you can be healthy, fit and strong and do cool things like that on a plant-based diet. I did it all by myself. I get back to Australia, I get an email, I get back to Sydney, I get an email from Sunrise, the morning TV show, and they said, would you like to break your vow of silence on our show? We called it onto your story. And
how did they, were you, from your blog, or
I don't know,
were you getting press around this?
I had a few news, like newspaper interviews, and I'd done a bunch of interviews for some online stuff, but I don't know how they got into it actually. Maybe someone wrote in, like it was about to end, and I had a bunch of people following my journey by then.
And this is like Good Morning America or the Today Show.
Yeah, it's the most popular one in Australia. It's called Sunrise. So anyway, at first I was thinking, man, no way. I just want this year to be over. I'm so sick of it. It was hard, being voiceless and just writing a blog nearly every single day, and yeah, that whole cycling trip. So, but initially I was thinking, nah, I don't want to. I was so nervous, man, to speak for the first time on TV and talk about something so important, and talk on TV for the first time, which is something I was really not confident in doing. I didn't even want to go on the radio to promote my thing before it started. I was just not confident in that way at all at the time.
Were you worried that your voice might not work?
Totally. I didn't know what was going to happen. How many people told me all these stories? Oh, I knew someone that didn't speak for a while, and they couldn't speak when they tried to again, and I don't know, just a bunch of crap like that.
But you had plenty of time to figure out what it was exactly that you were going to say.
You would think I would have thought about it more, except what I did, I ended up saying, yeah, I will do this. My vow officially finished January 1st. 2015 as the clock struck midnight. But I said, well, I don't want to go onto your show that morning because everyone's going to be, still partying, and they're not going to watch your show that day. Or maybe they will, but I just figured it would be better to do it on another day. There's already something special happening that day. And I waited. I said, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a 10-day meditation course, another Vipassana, which I think was my third at that time. And I went there starting January 1st. I did my 10-day meditation, and that's where I figured out what I wanted to say. And I spent a lot of that meditation just really crafting this plea, basically. And then when I went on their show, it was the day after. I did say one thing. I did say one thing before that. When the clock struck midnight, I was seeing this girl at the time, and she'd never heard me speak. So
how did that work?
Well, it was great because I never was getting myself in trouble. I think it got worse when I started talking again.
That's hilarious.
So we were watching the fireworks in Sydney, and then I gave her a hug, gave her a kiss, and just said her name. And then I just was silent again. So I said that, but then I shut up again for the next 10 days. I went to my Vipassana. I come out. I sit on their at their show, and they said, "All right, drum roll, please, James. What are your first words going to be?" And I non-verbally mouthed to them with my body language and all that. I said, I want you to ask me why. And they said, oh, okay, James, why did you do this? And I said, thank you for asking. And it sounded like this. Thank you for asking.
Was it really? Was
yeah.
That raspy?
Totally, man. It was.
It's online. You can find it.
Yeah.
I'll put a link in the show notes up to it.
Yeah. So I said thank you for asking. The reason I took this vow of silence was to raise awareness for the voiceless victims of this planet, the animals. We all say we love animals and we're against animal cruelty, yet we pay people to mutilate and torture and slaughter them. And it's not for any necessity. It's not because we need to for our health. It's because we like the way they taste. So I went voiceless because they're voiceless, I thought. But then I realized they're not actually voiceless. They cry in pain and they scream and tell. And when they do that, they're telling us that they're suffering. The problem is we're not listening because they're covered in feathers.
I won't need a locker slot.
So we don't
doing
take
ammo,
themselves
Reagan
seriously.
perk.
I also did this to raise awareness for the way I've been living my life. I'm vegan, which means I don't consume any animal products. I don't support any animal exploitation. And I wanted to show people through my journey how easy that is, how healthy that is, how delicious the food is, and that if you think violence is wrong, then veganism is right. And that...
How did that go down?
They just looked really shocked, like, huh?
Yeah.
People were eating their... This is like breakfast TV. People were eating their bacon and eggs. It was like, what did this guy just say, man? I think it was... You know, I don't think they were expecting kind of a message like that. And at that time, I hadn't really heard about any sort of strong vegan messages being on TV, in Australia at least. And, you know, before I knew it, like, that was pretty much the only question they asked. They just sort of said, oh, how does it feel to be talking? And I'm like, I don't know. I actually expected some dialogue on what I'd said. They didn't
bite on that.
Not at all, man. And I was like, I left there a minute later. I was like, what the hell just happened? We didn't even talk about it. I just said something. I hope it was good. And... You know, I didn't know. And then I look at my phone and it's just blowing up with messages and calls and other radio stations and all this. And I thought, oh, okay, cool. And, you know, it was great that it was short and they didn't answer, you know, we didn't talk about it. It was just a short interview, just planted a solid seed.
Concise.
Totally. Kind of said it everything I could really say in a short amount of time like that.
Right. And they're like, okay.
Yeah, well, anyway, next on.
And what was the commercial right after that?
Yeah,
like,
you can imagine. So, yeah, that ironically gave me a voice.
That was seen like, it's been seen like millions of times,
Millions of times, yeah. Even in the last 3 months, and that was 4 years ago now, it's been seen an extra 5 million times on my YouTube. And I put it on quite late on my YouTube, but I think I'd say it's at least 15 million, probably more times. It's been used in a lot of really cool documentaries and different things. So yeah, it was really great, man. And you know, it was just one guy who is no expert at anything, just having a crack at it. And thankfully, it turned out real well. I got on the media like I wanted and or like I'd hoped, and said what I wanted to say. It all came out fairly okay, and my voice worked, which was good. And then. Then people started asking me to come around and do speeches, and I started talking about my journey, and people came up to me after saying, "Whoa, that was great, I went vegan. I just went vegan." I'm like, "What, because of what I just said?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I said, "Oh my God, okay, this is what I need to do. I'm going to tell the story now." And since then, yeah, there's been some other videos that have got over 10 and 12 and 13 million views of me talking about my journey, and yeah, it's been so that's why I've been doing so much traveling.
Right. So when you were in the midst of the year-long vow of silence, I mean, was there a sense like, okay, this is what I'm going to create a life out of? Like,
not at all.
There's one thing to feel strongly about an issue and to do something significant to be heard on that, and it's a very different thing to then craft, basically, for lack of a better word, like a career trajectory out of a message.
Totally. Well, I tried to go back to being a personal trainer because I was totally broke by the end of that year around Australia. And, I'm helping people who just need to lose a few kilos or want to put on a bit of muscle. And meanwhile, I'm in about 10 different discussions online about why people should go vegan, in my opinion, and why they would agree if they just had seen what I'd seen and things like that. And I'm watching my phone just light up every couple of minutes. And meanwhile, I'm counting somebody's repetitions, and I just thought, I've done this job for a long time, and I love this job, and it is very fulfilling. But the victims need people very dedicated to this. They deserve that. And as somebody who has the privilege to know, then I felt like I had the duty to really dedicate and just do what I could. So that's when I kind of said, okay, I don't know what I'm going to do and how I'm going to make this work, but I'm just going to say yes to every opportunity.
We're being retarded.
And go from there. And that's pretty much what I've done since. The only times I've turned things down is when I've already got something booked. I've sold T-shirts to get ahead, or not get ahead, but kind of just break even, really. I've slept on many different couches, and I just try to do it as cheaply as possible. Since just this year, I started a Patreon account. That's been really helpful. I was hesitant creating that because I didn't want people to think I was doing this for the wrong reasons and to make money, and I just didn't want to affect potentially my integrity. But at the end of the day, like, activists need support, and I'm doing all my speeches for free. So there has to be a way, and people are more than happy to donate a couple of dollars a month. There's been so much good from it, from traveling and speaking to so many other activists and at so many universities and making some viral content. And I'm really grateful to have, because it was a leap of faith. What am I going to do?
Huge leap of faith.
Totally, man. Like it's been 5 years.
Like, I'm going to be an advocate for the voiceless or the muzzled, depending upon how you look at it. And I'm just going to make it work somehow. Yeah. And the fact that you have made it work, I mean, it's amazing. So on a practical level, basically, you've given like 500 speeches in the last couple of years. You don't charge for these speeches, but I would imagine they pay for your airfare or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then you have Patreon, and then you sell T-shirts, and through those two avenues, you're able to like make it work and live this nomadic lifestyle where you're just a full-time voice piece.
Totally. And I didn't really know what I was working towards as well. I was like, okay, am I just going to put my life on hold here and just speak about this and do this thing? And obviously I was happy to, but there's so many skills I've learned along the way, and there's so much growth that's happened in me that it's been invaluable for sure. And even just the act of, okay, I don't know how I'm going to make this work, but I just really want to make this work, and I hope I can make this work. I'm just going to take a leap of faith, and I didn't fall, I flew, kind of thing, and it was just a really great lesson to just follow your
and
intuition.
Stepping into it without knowing all the answers, right?
Barely any of the answers.
Yeah, just beginning, I think, is super powerful.
Absolutely. And I think, man, I want every activist to be able to do it. Like, I know there's so many activists who would love to work and travel as much as me and do as many speeches and do everything, and there's many that do as much or even more probably that don't get any support and don't have a Patreon and things like that. I wish I was, I wish everyone was making it work as well, because it's just such an important job, and it's one that there's this kind of mentality in the vegan community, almost like, no, you shouldn't make money off this. But people, it's one thing to make money working to help create a vegan world, and it's another thing to be making money off the backs of animals, and they're two completely separate, in fact, running in the opposite direction of each other things. I think there's a bit of confusion with that. So, yeah, I think it's great if you can find your passion and you're making a positive difference in the world and you can support yourself doing that, then of course that's what you should be doing.
Yeah. And in order to do that, though, you have to make some choices about the lifestyle that you're willing to live. Like, you got to cut some things, right?
No doubt about it. Absolutely. There's a lot of sacrifices made along the way, and you just weigh it up each time.
So when you're going out, you're giving these talks, you're meeting a lot of people, you're doing the activism work, you're at the vigils. How has your perspective evolved over the last 4 or 5 years? Like, what do you know now that maybe you didn't even know a year ago?
A lot. I think it's changed a lot. I used to be a lot more, like I think I mentioned earlier, a lot more of a hard ass about it. If you drink dairy, this is your fault, and graphic footage kind of thing. Like, and that is probably a tame version of what I would have actually said. Although, I was just trying to find my feet and trying to do the cause justice, do the animals justice. What I realize now is that anger isn't necessarily, they don't want you to be angry, they just want you to be effective, right? That's more important than showing all your passion about it. Be pragmatic about it, be effective about it. I think I was much more, there were certain philosophies in animal rights theories that I once believed that now I don't, which were a lot more, like, for example, Francione, I used to...
Right. Like Peter Singer, like super hardcore, or like what?
More like we can only promote veganism if you do a single issue campaign, like, for example, against dolphin slaughter in Taji, and don't make that a vegan campaign, you're implying that dolphins are more important than other species. If you fight against fur and not leather, you're implying that fur must be much worse than leather. And, like, there's some merit to some of these arguments, I think, but overall I think certain people will they already love dolphins, or they're already against fur, and if that's what gets their foot in the door and then they can learn the rest of the message and take more steps, then it clearly works, because I've met so many people that's worked for. I think as well, especially recently, I've become a lot more I wouldn't have ever recommended steps before. If people take steps, that's up to them. But I would have always said, vegan, that's the goal, that's what you need to do it, and hurry up. Where now I'm sort of just like, vegan, that's the goal, of course it's the goal, but here's an option of the way to get up the mountain, and here's another option, and you could try this way, and whatever way, here's all these ways, so just get moving on the path.
Right. I heard Francione give a talk once, and he's like, everyone wants to, when he's addressing this issue of like the process, of taking steps, which he's super, has a big issue with. And he's like, everybody's on their journey. They want to talk about their journey. He's like, fuck your journey.
He's hardcore, man. And I think there's a place for that too.
Well, there is. I mean, when you look at it, the thing that I'm most sympathetic when it comes to his perspective is this idea of humane meat, right? Like, we're in a moment right now where if you go to Whole Foods or a natural food market, there's a lot of very crafty marketing around making people feel better about making this choice of eating animal products by injecting it with this sense of goodwill because these animals are being treated more fairly. So I want to break down the reality of that, but psychologically, what Francione would argue, and I think there's merit to this, is that by making people feel better about making this choice, you're actually moving them away from the direction that you're trying to drive them, which is getting them off of these products altogether.
Exactly. I think that's true for some people, definitely. And that's why it's just, I think it always helps to think about it in human context. Is there a humane way to murder? Is there a humane way to abuse a child? Is there a humane slavery? And the answer is obviously no. So why do we think there's a humane way to murder other species? Why would we use a word that literally means to show compassion next to a word that means the same as murder? It just doesn't make any sense. And yeah, it's just clever marketing just to make people feel better about their choices, but there's no right way to do the wrong thing, and a lesser of two evils is still evil. Of course, it's better not to torture them first, just like it's better not to torture slaves, but having slaves is still inherently immoral, and needlessly slaughtering animals for foods and products that not only we don't need, but that we're far better off without, is also inherently immoral.
People don't like to be told that they're immoral for making this choice.
And no, I think that people are good, and I have so much optimism in people's ability to adapt with new information and change, and to make better choices, and to confront the way that they live, because I've done it myself, and I know so many people who've done it, and people do it every single day. And yeah, it might be a little bit uncomfortable to hear at first, but I just want anyone to know who's listening to this, I don't think that anyone who's eating meat, dairy, and eggs is a bad person. I think that you most likely just uninformed, or you got some habits, just like I did, and I'm sure that if you knew, more about it, and about how to change it, you probably would, because that's just what logically a person with a trace of compassion would do. So, and I think that, yeah, people, I see people as victims. They're victims of a society that has basically brainwashed them, and we're trying to just, a lot of what my job is rectifying the misconceptions that people have. And people have all these beliefs and so many of them are wrong.
What do you think is the biggest misconception that people have that is the most difficult for you to combat?
Oh, the God one, for sure, is the hardest one. I mean, because you're not really arguing with just about the logic of the situation.
The dominion issue.
Yeah, like just in general, that God said this and God said that. And I think that that's a really hard one to combat, because you can pick and choose things in any text and go, well, I interpret it this way, I interpret it that way, and to suit the way that you want to live, to justify your choices. And people do that all the time, especially on this issue. I think that's definitely the hardest one, because one, I'm not that savvy with the text of religions. I just try to reach people's heart and try to put people in that situation. I think that's a big one. But I also think that just the superiority complex that we have, thinking we are so much better than every other species, and that they don't matter and we can do what we want because they're not intelligent or because this and that. Like, the question people need to ask is, what is so different between human animals and non-human animals that if we were to kill a human, we would think it is so bad, and yet if we were to do the same thing to a non-human, it is classified as dinner and often a celebration. There must be a very big difference between us and them for us to justify such cruel behavior, such cruel acts. So what is it? And what you'll find if you do ponder that question is that there's actually no real difference. You know, just because they look different really is what it comes down to.
Well, the bigger battle is getting people to actually wrestle with that question to begin with, because we really don't want to ask ourselves that question. And we've created a system to
they'd be really strong if they only did that
question, with all these barriers that disconnect us from the source of where our food comes from. And so what happens is that produces a lot of cognitive dissonance, because we rationalize this choice that we're making. We do it reflexively and unconsciously. We go out of our way to avoid having to confront that reality, which creates that dissonance, which creates a low vibration kind of, weird feeling in all of us, because we know we're making a choice that's at odds with our core values, which is to be compassionate. And so unraveling that knot becomes tricky and difficult. And you just lay it out and, like, in a I wouldn't say confrontational, but in a very plain-spoken manner. And I think for a lot of people, it's the first time that they've ever even thought about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
And it's not anyone's fault, because this is the system and the society in which 100%. We live in.
I guess what I'd say is this, just to add to some encouragement, aside from watching the documentaries like Earthlings or Dominion, which is a new one.
I still haven't seen Dominion.
Well,
I don't know why.
You probably don't want to.
Yeah.
But
no, I do want to. I mean, I would say Earthlings was a tough one for me, made by our mutual friend Sean Monson. Yeah. I mean, you mentioned it earlier. It's hard to take that leap of faith and watch that, because it's just truth on a level that a lot of people aren't prepared for.
Yeah, and you're going to feel probably compelled in one way or another to start making changes, and change feels hard. But I guess what I would say is that, it might take a little bit of adjustment, but going vegan is so much easier, especially now, than you would think. And the food is incredible. Like, people go vegan and become foodies, because vegan food is amazing. And you feel so good, and you're doing such a good thing for your health, and you're probably going to live longer, and you potentially get off some medications and, just potentially reverse diseases. Like, there's so much good here for you. Forget the animals, forget the environment. Just you as an individual living this life is totally soul transforming and such a positive thing, and you just shine brighter and feel so good, and you become more aware of what's going on in this world and more aware of who you share this world with, and just gives you a different glimpse of what it means to be an Earthling. And yeah, it's such a cool thing, man. Like, there's so much to it when you do reconnect to your compassion. Like, we already have compassion. Einstein said we will, what did he say? He said about compassion, hang on. He said a couple of things. He said nothing will benefit human health and our chances for survival more than the evolution to a vegetarian diet, which back in the day was a vegan diet, and like when he said it. And he also said we must free ourselves, and our task is to widen our circle of compassion to embrace all of nature and all living creatures. And yeah, it does free you. It frees you in a way that's sort of hard to explain, but I think every vegan can feel it.
It's something that we haven't done as a species, and it's something that's so abundantly clear when you're in an airplane and you're looking down, particularly if you're flying at night and you're flying over a city and you see all the lights and you see what humans have done to this planet. It's so shocking.
It's amazing.
And when you lay that on top of this current landscape in which we're in the midst of this insane healthcare crisis. 1 out of every 3 Americans will die of heart disease. 1 out of every 2 Americans will contract some form of heart disease. Something like 70 to 80% of Americans are obese or overweight. 50% of Americans will soon be diabetic or pre-diabetic. You know, the cancer numbers are through the roof. The childhood obesity numbers are through the roof. Depression is our #1 disability. Stress and anxiety are epidemics. And then
they are actually protecting the tap.
Environmental implications of how we live. And when we assess the truth behind animal agriculture, we realize that it's contributing to the greatest mass species extinction event in human history. It's polluting our water tables, it's acidifying our oceans, it's emitting more greenhouse gas emissions than all the transportation sector combined. It uses more land, and it's more resource intensive than any other industry. It goes on and on and on, right? It paints a very grim, pessimistic picture of the future of human health and the habitability of our planet for not just humans, but our animal friends alike. And it's easy to become despondent and pessimistic about the prospects for the next generation and the generation to come. You're a very optimistic guy. You're very passionate about what you're talking about. So how do you think about our chances for the future and what things are going to look like in 2030 and 2050?
I'm optimistic because I see change happening every single day. And I think the thing that'll probably that'll probably win it is just that these food alternatives are going to be just as accessible and just as affordable and right next to the ones that we know are so bad for us and the planet and the animals. So I think that honestly people will just get on a plant-based diet before they'll have a vegan ethic in their heart. And I guess I'm optimistic, although I don't know, but I hope that there's enough people working on this that will make it happen before we lose. We lose a lot and we make some irreparable damage, and we lose a lot more species. So I don't know what's going to happen, man. I just fight it. Like, I do this every day because I know that's my part to do, and I know there's so many other people out there doing it, and we're such a passionate bunch. And people are passionate about it for different reasons. So I just think there's so many passionate people, extremely passionate people working on it, that I hope we can figure out a way that, okay, maybe not everyone's gonna, be aware of what speciesism is and see all animals as equal kind of thing, but perhaps they will be aware enough to choose the Beyond Meat instead of the corpse, the cut up body part. And I think it's no coincidence that what we're doing right now is bad for us and bad for the animals and bad for the planet. We kill them, they kill us. And I think it's also no coincidence that when we do good for them, we are doing better for ourselves and better for the planet. I think that's just
almost as if nature rigged it that way.
Kind of like that.
Right?
I think nature's trying to tell us something.
Yeah. Well, I want to wind this down on an optimistic note, and that is this. All of us want greater power and agency in our lives, and I think that there is a huge swath of the human population that feels very disenfranchised. They feel like they lack power in their own lives. They feel like the world is passing them by. And I think in order to bring some of that sense of agency back into your life, it's important to understand that all of us do have power, and that each individual, no matter where you sit or find yourself in society, can exercise that power 3 times a day with the choices that you make about the food that you're putting on your plate. It may seem like a small thing, but as you eloquently explained earlier, it is the furthest thing from a small thing, because that decision about what you're putting on your plate has downstream ramifications and impact that are as serious as murder. The decision as to whether this animal is going to live or die to be on your plate. And when you vote to remove those things from your plate and to put healthy plant-based foods onto your plate, you are taking a stand for a better world, and a world that is better for all of us. You are sidestepping out of this industry and its karmic impact You're taking a stand for an animal's life, or maybe multiple animals' lives, and that is extremely impactful. And I think if you can think about that decision that you make every single day, you will realize that that does give you a sense of agency in your life that perhaps can provide you with a more optimistic perspective on how you decide to live. This idea that we can't make a difference is illusory. And I think to divest ourselves of these decisions and sit back and wait for Elon Musk to solve it is to further exempt yourself from that feeling of agency. Elon Musk wants to terraform Mars, and that's an amazing aspiration, and perhaps someday he will do that, and that's incredible. But why not terraform our own planet first? Let's stop waiting for somebody else to solve our problems, take ownership of them ourselves, and start making those changes in our own life, not from a perspective of being a martyr, but because it is empowering and because it will provide you with a sense of purpose and connectedness that maybe you lack in your own life. And I can speak only from my own experience, but it has been unbelievably enriching and empowering in my own life. And from sitting across from you, hearing your story and knowing, just observing you over the years, it's more than obvious that this has been the case in your life. And I just want everybody who's listening to this to experience what you and I have had the good fortune of experiencing. And it's free. It's available to all. And it's not as hard or as tricky as you might think. It doesn't need to be expensive or complicated. And if you can take this leap of faith, even if you just try it for 30 days, we'll gladly refund you your former lifestyle after that 30-day period if you're not sold, and take a chance on it. I'm pretty confident that you will see in it and feel in it like what James and I have experienced.
I am too, and that was extremely well said. Thank you so much, Rich.
Well, awesome to have you here today. It's been an honor to talk to you.
Too.
And I wish you well on your journey and wind in your sails, and keep doing what you're doing, my friend.
Thanks, brother. Thanks for having me on, and thanks for all the amazing work you're doing to getting these messages out there.
Yeah, thanks,
Making
man.
a big difference.
If people want to jump on your bandwagon, probably the best place for them to go is your Instagram, James Aspey.
Yeah, Instagram would be a good place. Facebook, and my YouTube channel is James and Carly.
Cool. And where can they go to find the Patreon if they want to contribute? And,
you can just write Patreon James Aspey.
And it pops right up.
That's right.
That's how huge you are, dude. Awesome, man. And are you doing any public, like where can people, if people want to come out and hear you, do your thing?
I'll be in New York next week.
Yeah, this isn't going to go up for a little while, though.
Oh, okay. Then I just generally post about my schedule on my Instagram page, so people will be able to figure it out there.
Right on, dude.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure, man. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Peace.
Plants.
Good to see you, my friend.
Dude, good to see you.
I've been looking forward to this for a while.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah, man. Thanks for making the trip all the way out here. Appreciate it.
That is a pleasure, for sure.
I have to say that I had an extraordinary experience doing your show. Everything from top to bottom was amazing. And of course, there's the production value side of it. I mean, you've got like this staff of people, and you've got like 2,000 cameras going and a sweeping crane, and it's all very impressive. You're running it like a legitimate network daytime television show, like at the highest level. So that's impressive. But I think what really stuck with me and has really pushed me and made me think more deeply about what I do is the intentionality that you put into the conversations that you have. Like, there is a lot of time and deep thought that goes into what you want to accomplish when you sit down with people.
Yeah, for sure.
So elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, that one started with, if I was going to enter the space and start doing something, there were two things that had to be true. One, I really had to deliver value, and this started for me as an exercise of creating something that would be valuable for my employees. And at the time that I started the show, I had 3,000 employees, about 1,400 full-time and the rest part-time, but I had a lot of people. And I had written this thing called the Impact Theory Belief System, and it was the 25 things that anybody needs to do to their mindset in order to empower themselves to do whatever they want. And I had one overarching fear when I wrote it, that people would memorize it, but they wouldn't live by it. And so people would come up to me and they would say, oh, like bullet point 14 is my favorite or whatever. And I'd be like, I don't even know what bullet point 14 is. I don't have it memorized. And I'm living by it, but it isn't something that I memorized. And that was beginning to become apparent, that people could remember the concepts, but they weren't necessarily putting them into practice in their lives. And so part of it was they're only hearing it from one person, they're only hearing it in one way, and I think that people oftentimes have to be hit from multiple angles until the analogy or whatever that really clicks with them, or they hear it at just the right moment, or they hear it from somebody who just talks in a different way, and so it really resonates and changes their lives. And that was always my goal, to change people. And so I thought, I'm going to start bringing people on. This whole podcasting thing is really taking off. It's becoming something pretty extraordinary. So let me enter that in a way that's going to bring value to my employees. And that was sort of the thought at the beginning. And then I thought, well, if we're going to go to all this trouble, let's really do something that will reach a broad audience. And then I thought, okay, well, if I'm going to do that, there are a lot of people doing this. But I just have a fundamental belief that there's always room for the best. And so I wanted to come in and bring something new, and what was that new thing that I could bring to the table. And I thought, people go on and they give the same interview over and over and over, and it's really dictated, one, because they've got talking points that they want to get across, so that's, can be difficult to get around, but two, people ask the same question. And so I thought, what if I could go watch essentially everything that they've put out, listen to every podcast, read their book, do all of that, which would admittedly take an extraordinary amount of time, but could I learn something new in that, which hopefully will improve my life? Could that allow me to package this interview up better for my employees and the people listening to this? And then could I honor the guest with that, so that they really saw that I took their knowledge very seriously, I really wanted to learn from them, and then that I could get them out of what I call their loop. So they're used to saying all these things. They've already given those interviews, probably. Certainly in the beginning, by the time they got to me, they'd probably already done 10 other interviews. So I had to know their loop so that I could build, and this is where the intros came from, I could build an intro that, with all the love, respect in the world, took that story away from them. So it had already been told at the top of the interview.
Yeah, and that's not easy to do. I mean, you have to, there's certain people come in and they have their talking points, and that's their goal, right? They want to communicate those talking points. And my strategy has always been, that's fine, I will give them that bandwidth, but we need to exhaust that and move beyond it, right? And so that's why mine tend to go longer, and you don't get into it until the later stages of it, because people have to go through that exercise, right, to get to the other side. But, I mean, you've done a masterful job of that, and I think there's a lot packed into what you just said. But at a very high level, top level, what you're doing is an exemplary example of this incredible moment that we're experiencing right now, this democratization of not just education, but powerful information that holds the potential to be transformative.
For sure.
And it's cool to be a part of that movement. I often think about, what would I have done when I was 18 years old or 16 years old, and I was struggling with who I wanted to be and what I wanted to express and what I wanted to invest my time in. And there just weren't the resources that there are now. So I don't think that we can overestimate the impact of this movement on what future generations are going to look
Same
like.
as Judges.
Dude, I agree aggressively, and I think that we're still in the beginning stages of what this is going to become, but this is really pretty extraordinary. One, that people are embracing long form, and I remember when I started, I don't know if you got the same feedback, but everyone was like, Tom, you cannot do an hour-long interview. That's crazy. Like, no one is going to listen to that. And I was like, that's not true for me, certainly. And I actually seek things out that are longer. And so we did, like, the original episode that I did with Tim Ferriss, we broke it up into 4 parts, even though it was only an hour long, which now seems just ridiculous. Right. But my team was just convinced that it would never work. And my thing is, like you were saying, part of this is you have to build rapport. Now, thankfully, you and I have already done an interview. So, dude, when I said I'm ready, you can take me as deep as you want, as fast as you want, and I will go there. But oftentimes you have to, like, first build that trust, build the rapport live in the interview as you're going. And so then the ends of the interviews tend to be better because it's longer and you've gotten to build a little rapport. So that just felt all true to me. So we stayed with the long format, even though at the time everything seemed to run contrary to that.
Well, the format lends itself to being long form, and it's an antidote to our short attention span soundbite culture. And I think there is a deep, you speak a lot about mythology, and I think it taps into this thing that we all have within us to hear a great story or tell a great story. And if it is being well told, then there shouldn't be some kind of finite time limit on it. And I know for myself, when I'm listening to an amazing podcast, I'm frustrated if it's short. Like I'm ready for it to go as long as it needs to go to play itself out. And it's the one medium that you can enjoy while you're doing something else. And it's not on television once and then you miss it. You can if you feel like it's too long, you can break it up and enjoy it over time. And yeah, I got that same feedback early on, but I just knew I try to have conversations that I would want to hear and that I would enjoy. And I knew as a fan of the medium early on, as an early adopter, that those were the conversations that impacted me the most and stayed with me over time.
Yeah, for sure.
So another thing you said is, you were talking about these fundamental principles that you divined and how people would point out one or the other, and yet there was this gap between, call it inspiration or motivation, and actual implementation. And that's where I really like to dig deep into, because I think there's a ton of motivational content out there. We can look at an Instagram post and feel inspired, and it lures us into this false sense that we've actually accomplished something, right?
Yeah.
It's very different to put that idea into action. And I think people, fall into this place where they think they've implemented it when they actually haven't, right? And I know you're somebody who said, motivation is, I don't know what you said exactly, overrated or it's bullshit. So how do you think about traversing that divide?
I think that everything in life comes down to what your own value system is. So what's your identity? What are your beliefs? What are your values? What are your habits? What are your routines? When you figure those out, like if you just gave me a sheet that told me what those were about somebody, I would tell you what the outcome of their life is going to be. And for me, implementation, being willing to face the fears, the anxieties, the unknown, the need to stare at my inadequacies so I can figure out what skills I actually need in order to go and do something, because implementation is really a question of skill set. So that's why motivation ultimately is going to let you down. It's like, you may be motivated to go do something, but let me walk you through exactly what will happen. You're motivated to try this thing, which you don't know how to do, and you suck at it. And so you go do that thing, you suck, it hurts your ego, because your ego is tied up in being right, being good, being talented, worthy, all those like permanent set states that people don't realize are malleable, and so they get stuck in that. It damages their self-esteem, so they want to run in the opposite direction. Psychological immune system kicks in, reminds them that was stupid anyway, why were they worried about even trying that, and so they back off. And any one time doing that's not a big deal. It's just that people do that over and over and over and over and over. And my thing is, that's such a predictable pattern in humanity. It's like, what do you have to do to counteract that? And the thing you have to do is emotionally reward yourself for being willing to take the steps. So, okay, I know I'm going to do this. I'm going to suck at it. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt my self-esteem. And so what do I need to do to make sure that I don't trip up over that in a way that makes me turn and run in the opposite direction? Number one, stop valuing myself for being good at something, and start valuing myself for being willing to learn. So that's just a core part of my value system, is I am a learner. That's my identity. Being willing to put in the energy to learn and get better is a part of my, not only my belief system that people can do it, but part of my values, that is important to do as a human. You should do that. So when I see something that I want to accomplish, then I know that I'm going to have the fortitude and the stamina to see that through, because it taps into my identity of the learner and my value system of this is important and should be done. So then I just keep going down. So I hit the wall of my inadequacy, and I don't meet that with stopping. I meet that with, cool, now I know what I have to get better at. I'm now aware of what the skill set is. And so now that I know what skill set I need to develop, and I believe that it can be developed, then I just put the work into developing the skill. Now, the one thing that I think gets lost in all of that is people lose desire. And they think that that means that, oh, it wasn't as important as I thought it was, or I didn't want it as much as I thought I did. The reality is that even desire is something that you have to learn to cultivate, to turn into a raging inferno. Like, your wants have to become needs. And I think there's some weird pushback. People think that, like, if it's real, if it's love, then there's no energy that's put into building that up. And I think that's BS.
So you think that desire is a teachable concept?
Desire is definitely a teachable concept. The real question is, building that desire, will that actually work? And so I think people have something in their mind of something they were forced to do that they didn't enjoy, and there was no natural inclination towards that. And I'll say, yeah, you're probably never going to be able to build something there. So that's like trying to start a fire with wet moss. It probably is not going to happen. But if you have something where it really is a spark of real interest, it's not a love, it's not a passion, but it's a spark of real interest. Now that's something that you can work with and really turn into something by building it, because there is a process that goes along with building that desire. There is a process that takes something from interest to full-blown passion. And if people are willing to go along that process, then you really can evolve that initial just sort of, oh, it's a spark of interest, to the very thing that I'm willing to give my life over to completely.
And your mindset for entering into that is this idea that you're a learner, right? That you've cultivated some level of self-awareness around this concept. So how did you arrive at that? And how can other people do the internal work to figure out what it is that is their kind of internal barometer for approaching personal growth?
So I'll give people the answer to the second question first, because it'll be more usable, and then because it's entertaining, I'll tell you how I came to it, which is unfortunately grotesquely clumsy. But what they should do is read the book Mindset by Carol Dweck. I think it's the most important book in the English language, bar none. It's a bold statement. It is, and I keep waiting for flack on this, but certainly nobody that's read it pushes back. They may not agree, but they don't think I'm crazy.
Right.
And the reason that I say that it is that important is I can't think of anything more foundational. So in terms of how to structure your belief system in order to then leapfrog and learn stuff and get out of your own way. So
and bugged.
At a very simple level, the book says this. There are some people who think that their talent and intelligence are fixed traits. That's a fixed mindset. Then there are other people who believe that their talent and intelligence are malleable traits that can be developed. And they are developed through challenge. And those are people with a growth mindset. So people that believe they can grow into basically whatever they want to become. Do humans have limits? Yeah, almost certainly. But there's such a gap between where you are and the upper bounds of human limitation that to even worry about limitation just doesn't make sense. We put people on the moon. So like once you accept that we could figure that out, it's like you're not aiming at anything crazier than that. So it's going to fall within the limits of what humans can do. So going after that and developing that mindset and being aware of what Carol Dweck calls the false growth mindset, which you alluded to earlier, where people think they're thinking in the right way. They think they're implementing something, but they're really not. So once you have that, so I wish I had read that book because it would have made that all clear. Unfortunately for me, I had the king of all fixed mindsets, and I was convinced that my talent and intelligence were fixed, that it was just about, not what hand life dealt me, but playing that hand well. And so to play my hand well, and even then I wouldn't have understood what well meant, but I know how I was acting, and well in those days for me meant feeling good about myself. Okay, so
what age are we talking about?
Early 20s and below.
So I'm wondering whether that's entirely intellectually honest, because I do know that when you were a young person, you had this goal of going to film school, and everybody told you that was not going to happen, and you were intent on making it happen, and you made it happen. So on some level, if the messaging that you were on the receiving end of was you don't have the talent, you don't have the resume, whatever it is, you had enough of a growth mindset to decide to overcome that signaling, or was that just pure competitive, I'm going to show them they're wrong?
It wasn't a growth mindset at all, but it was that I believed that I was talented. So I believed in myself enough to think, oh, I have the talent to do this. Now, I had deep fears that I was wrong about that, and that plays itself out. And you see it in people's lives where they're really going for something, but you can see when they're not making it, they're like in panic mode because they think that means something about themselves other than they're just still more skills to gain. So at the time, I had the belief that I was that I had God-given talent. And so I believed that
Where did that belief come from?
My dad made an offhanded comment when I was 12 that I ran with for the next, 10 years, which was he, and knowing my dad, may have actually just been trying to save me from embarrassing myself. So what he said was, his actual words, now that I play them back, were, I think you're actually better behind the camera than you are in front of the camera. Now, he may have meant, hey, you should stop trying to act and you should get behind the camera. But the way I interpreted it in my 12-year-old mind was, you're really talented behind the camera. Now, admittedly, in the little movies that I was making with my friends with a VHS camcorder, which, I mean, when I think about what it is compared to today, it was crazy. But I knew where to put the camera to make it funny. And funny was my only goal back then. And I was legitimately funny. So you take the initial wins that I got, because I don't think we're blank slates. So, and I think that some people think that's my mentality. Oh, we're all blank slates. You can be whatever you want. I think that the degree to which you can change is so profound, it's probably better just to think of yourself like that, even though it's not actually true. Mm-hmm. So I have predilections, and I've always gotten disproportionate gains. Anytime I put energy into verbal skills or written skills, I would get disproportionate response. So me and the next person could spend the same amount of time with the same amount of intention and ferocity, and I would just get a little bit better than they did at anything related to verbal or words or writing. And so because of that, I was really focused in the early years on things that were verbal. So I wanted to be a stand-up comic. I did stand-up comedy for a long time. I've been in young author programs and speech and debate since I was 11 or something. So for sure I got
That's very extroverted for somebody who characterizes themselves as an introvert.
Well, now help me process through this. So then I for sure would have told you I am the extrovert of extroverts. Now, either I misidentified that or I have changed over time. And I honestly don't know what the truthful answer is, but now for sure I am not in any way, shape, or form drawn to social situations. I want to retreat. I am a terrible networker. So people mistake a persona that I use, the ability to speak on stage, because it's a skill that allows me to do what my truest, deepest desire is, which is to help people. So I want to impact people. I want to see them go on the same kind of transformational journey that I went on. But when I think about what gives me massive anxiety, it's getting up and speaking in front of people, even doing a podcast like this. These are things I've had to learn to manage in myself because I'm just not drawn to them. I like to be alone. When you said you like to be hermetically sealed in your space, dude, that resonates with me emotionally in a way that you can't imagine.
Right. Well, let's take it back. Paint me the picture of young Tom.
So young Tom found my space in the family was to be the peacemaker and to be the comedian. So that was the way that I could have a unique voice. I was the youngest in my family. I remember asking my mom one time, I was funny when I was a kid, right? And she said, you were busy. And I was like, that's not funny. That's not the same thing. And so as a kid, my identity was being funny, making people laugh. That very much carried through my high school years. And in high school, I basically did an impromptu comedy routine 5 days a week around my lunch table with the 9 or 10 other guys. And I did that every day.
And what was there a driver behind that? Was that? I mean, you hear a lot of comics say it was their way of distinguishing themselves or overcoming some sense of awkwardness or trying to find a way to fit in to the social circle.
1,000%. So I was emotionally weak. And I found that being funny stopped me from getting picked on by bullies. So that was rad. I could make them laugh and I would diffuse it. And I remember there's this really gigantic guy at my school, pituitary tumor big. I mean, just crazy big. And he said one time, don't pick on Bill Yu, he's funny. So that became my defense mechanism. So if somebody wanted to fight or the typical teenage things, I would just diffuse it by being funny. Because I was terrified, absolutely terrified that I was just going to get beaten up. And because I didn't know how to fight and was too emotionally weak to deal with pain, that I didn't learn to fight or anything like that. So that sort of insecurity about how to navigate my way through that, I did with humor. It matched up with my value system. I didn't think less of myself. I thought, wow, this is a great strategy. I can talk my way out of things. And so by being funny, I got left alone, which is great. And so none of that was like an issue for me. I didn't grow up as the kid that was picked on or anything like that. That wasn't a part of my identity. And I loved being able to make people laugh. It made me feel good about myself. So, and part of that was driven by the people that I was really close to growing up. I believed they were much smarter than me. So I always felt dumb. Because I felt dumb, I needed something to be better than them
for your
so
side.
I could feel good about myself. And I was just funnier than they were.
And this you mentioned that you were the peacekeeper or the peacemaker. Was there strife or conflict in the house? Or?
It didn't seem like that at the time. I mean, looking back, 3 weeks after I left, my dad moved out. So clearly there was something going on. And when he left, he said that he'd been unhappy for 10 years. So that puts me at 8 years old. So from the time that I'm 8, there's something going on.
One case.
I certainly didn't understand it. When he left, it took me by surprise. But is it possible there was that? My dad was very distant from me emotionally. So was that, and I considered him to be funny. So was that me trying to emulate him to get his attention? I honestly don't know. It's never been like a real pain point for me, so I've never done the hard sort of emotional work to figure out why I ended up doing that stuff. To me, the more interesting question is, why did I stop? So when I left for college, I said, I'm not going to be funny anymore. I'm going to take myself seriously as an artist. And that became really important to me. And so I didn't do comedy or anything until after I graduated college, had failed at film school, which is a whole nother framing, because there's two ways you could look at my film school career as being this tale of you can do anything you set your mind to, or you can look at it as it failed and it really changed me. And that is the perspective that I use because I think it's more powerful. But when I got out and I was sliding towards depression, then I returned to comedy. Because that was like, okay, well, I failed as a serious artist, but I'm going to go back to being funny, which is a whole story. Because I got back into it. I performed at the Laugh Factory. And do you know who Mitch Hedberg is?
Yeah.
Okay, so... Yeah. Imagine this. I've never heard of Mitch Hedberg. I have no idea who he is. I'm in this really dark place in my life. I think I failed as a filmmaker. I have no idea how to get back into film. None. And it's paralyzing. And I'm like, okay, what do I do? What am I good at? Comedy. Great. I'm going to get back into comedy. I start practicing again. I can feel my mind almost speeding up. I see the opportunities for jokes everywhere. This is great. I feel good. I feel like my old self, like I did back in high school. It's amazing. And I go to the Laugh Factory, and it's open mic night. Now, in an open mic night, major comedians will come, but they're trying out new material, so they're terrible, even though they're famous. And after all the open mic night, or mic people, most of the audience is already gone, because they all came to see their friend try their hand at comedy. And then more famous people come up. Their material's terrible. So by the time we get to the last person, there's only, I'm not joking, like 15 out of 300 people left. And so I'm like, I don't think I can do another one of these, but I wanted to learn, right? Like I'd been listening on how they try material, all that. And I get up to leave, my friend and I, and Mitch Hedberg's manager comes on stage and is like, guys, before you go, the next man coming is the funniest man in America. You are not going to want to miss this. And I thought, you got to, with that kind of build-up, you got to give it a shot, right? What could it hurt? So we sit back down, and this guy I'd never heard of before, ever in my life, walks out, and he is so funny, Rich, that actually, during his bit, I'm laughing so hard, I thought to myself, can you die from laughing? Because I could not catch my breath. It was that funny. And I thought, if he keeps going, I'm actually going to die here in the theater. And so at the end of that, I thought, okay, that's funny. That's how good you can get. And I thought, to get that good, I would have to dedicate my entire life to it. And I'm not prepared to do that. So that became this moment where I was like, okay, I closed the door on that. And it's not as clean as it's going to sound in the story, but I closed the door on being a comic, and that only left filmmaking. And so I was like, how am I going to get good at this? And so I started researching the brain. I came across brain plasticity, and it was hotly debated in the late 90s. Is the brain plastic? Can you learn as you get older, or is it sort of done at 11, 12, 13? And I thought, well, some people are taking it seriously, that you can change your brain, that you can learn new things, that you can push yourself. And people now can't remember that this was actually credible scientists saying, you can't. It's locked. What you have is what you have. There's no way to change it. You're losing brain cells every day, and there's a reason that you can't learn a new language without an accent. It's done. But I chose to believe that the people who were saying, no, the brain's plastic until the day you die, I chose to believe that they were right, even though I wasn't sure. And that led me down this path of thinking about, because I started teaching filmmaking, and I was like, I'm able to make their films better. If the brain is plastic and I can learn something new and I'm able to make their films better, why can't I make my own better? And so that became the thing that ended up putting me down the path of actually developing what we now call the growth mindset, but back then didn't know.
Right. And so why then did you not pursue filmmaking to the hilt with this newfound understanding of brain plasticity, or at least this belief that you could develop your skill? Why did that not be the path?
I did, it was.
You did?
Yeah. So what happened was I was teaching film and looking for any way to have the time to write, to put together a screenplay that I could go out and basically pull an M. Night Shyamalan, where the script is so good that I know that somebody's going to let me direct it. So that was the path I was on. I was teaching. Meet these two guys, very successful entrepreneurs. There were two things I promised myself when I was a kid. One day I'm going to be rich. Two, I'm going to have six-pack abs. Now, I legitimately went through this thing in high school where I was like, I like poetry and I like filmmaking. Which am I going to pursue? And the reason I ended up pursuing film was you couldn't get rich being a poet. So I was like, cool, I love film, and it was in the 80s, it was just cranking out millionaires. So I was like, this is rad. I'm gonna go do that, something I love, and it's something that can make me rich. So they come across my life, they're yoked. These guys were like bodybuilder types, they had six-pack abs, they were successful entrepreneurs, and they were like, look, man, you're coming to the world with your hand out. If you want to control your art, you're going to have to control the resources. So stop being a teacher. Stop trying to work your way up. Come with us. Be a part of this startup. Work your ass off. Become a true entrepreneur. Get a piece of the company. When we sell, you'll be rich, and you'll be able to finance your own films. I thought, oh my God, this is perfect. We thought it would take about 18 months to build this technology company up and sell it. And of course, it ended up taking 15 years. It took multiple companies not a nervous breakdown, but a spiritual crisis in all of that to realize I was never going to chase money again, because chasing money, the struggle is guaranteed, the success is not. So I needed to love what I was doing. That's a whole nother story. But in there, I also actually had a screenplay produced in a movie starring Michael Madsen, who's famous from Tarantino films. And I thought, this is it. This is my break. This is the beginning. And it was atrocious. And I was so heartbroken with how the movie came out that I was like, I have to stay on this path. I have to control the money. And so I buckled down. I did it for 15 years, built $1 billion company, and exited that with a whole lot of cash, and am now building my own studio.
So you finally arrived at this place where you can get back to storytelling.
Correct.
Yeah. Do you still have aspirations of doing narrative content for like feature films and
aggressively
things like that?
So, yeah.
Well, you just went through the whole timeline of everything. To like back it up a little bit, it's interesting that you jumped into this startup situation, because I'm not getting from you that business was a driving force for you as a kid. It was about art and expression.
Yes, 1,000%. I am not a born entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Not in the slightest. And part of the reason that my philosophies are what they are is because I have lived them. So when I talk about having a negative voice, it's because I have one, and it is aggressive. When I talk about anxiety, it's because I had anxiety. When I talk about being able to become an entrepreneur, it's because I had to. So I didn't have the instincts. In fact, from an instinct perspective, I didn't have any. And I had to learn all of that. Now I would say I do have good business instincts because
only
I've trained
500
them over time. But I certainly didn't have them in the beginning. And in the beginning of my business career, and this is real, and I really want people to feel what I feel when I say this. The only contributions that I would make for probably the first 2 years of being in business, the only contributions I would make to a conference call were to say goodbye. And I remember looking forward to that, because I was finally going to get to say something. But because at least I knew enough to keep my mouth shut when I didn't know and I didn't understand, and I didn't want to look stupid. So I would just be quiet. I would listen and learn. And I'm very grateful to the guys that gave me that opportunity. They would let me on the call. So I was often in rooms that I probably would never have been allowed to be in if I'd been in a traditional company. But because it was a startup, they just kept letting me listen in on phone calls and stuff. So that ended up being really, really extraordinary for me. But yeah, I had to learn to be an entrepreneur. entrepreneur.
So
Fellow
why
L.
did these two yoked dudes want to invite you in to this startup play? Like, what was it about you that attracted them to you?
So God, what words would they use? So they thought that I was bright. They thought that I could write. And they thought, we need a copywriter. So let's bring this guy in. We're basically going to get underpriced talent. And because as a teacher, you're not making much money. So they didn't have to fight very hard to pay me what I was making as a teacher. Mm-hmm. So they moved me over. They said, look, this is our whole vision. And they were very, very compelling. And this is our vision, 18 months, sell the company, come over, be a part of this. You're going to have what you need to finance your own film. So I thought, this is amazing. And I remember asking them, guys, this all seems too good to be true. Everyone I've talked to about the job offer you guys have made me is telling me that don't do it. Like, there's no stability. These guys are crazy. If it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. And so, of course, because no one in my family knows startups or anything like that. And I said, this isn't a trick to get me into business, is it? Because you know I want to be a filmmaker. And they were like laughing, and they're like, Tom, don't be so ridiculous. Like, there are easier ways to just get a traditional employee. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then, and in all sincerity, I think what they saw was a kid. They understood his dream. They really thought they could make it happen. And they really didn't think it would take 15 years. Right. So while I ended up getting sucked into business, I really don't think that was, I just think they saw somebody that they could get more out of than they were going to pay
right.
for. That's the
And
truth.
so you had an exit from this technology play, and it's the same dudes that you started Quest with?
Yeah. So I ended up working with them for 14 years.
Right.
So what started the technology company was rapidly turning into I don't know what this is going to be. So at about 6.5 years, I went in and quit. I said, I can't do this anymore. I'm moving to Greece. My wife happens to be Greek. I'm going to move to Greece because I speak Greek, but I won't say that I'm truly fluent. So I'm going to go there, get truly fluent, cut my expenses to nothing, live some meager existence, and write. And I'm going to come back being fluent in Greek and having, a couple screenplays that'll just be bulletproof. And they were like, whoa. And I said, here's your equity, because by then I had earned 10% of the company through sweat equity. And I said, here's your equity back. If you sell the company tomorrow for $1 billion, you're never going to hear from me. I get it. I'm not crossing the finish line. I shouldn't get anything for this. And that was huge for me, because I really believed at that moment that I was walking away forever. And I knew no matter what, I would never, because they had been sued by other people who felt in previous companies, and they were always like, God, it's so gross, you create opportunity for people. And I was like, they created opportunity for me. I'm walking away. So I was like, yeah, there it is, and I'm going to go do my thing. And they said, look, we could do this without you, but we don't want to. And that's what I needed to hear to reconnect and to the brotherhood and be about something other than the money. And so I said, look, I've already done the hard thing, which is quit. So now let me tell you who I really am, what I'm really about, what drives me. And I thought that my primary driver was getting wealthy, and I realize now that it's not. And my primary driver is fulfillment. And chasing money does not fulfill me. And so, hey, I'm living the cliche of money can't buy happiness.
So you had that realization before the money came in?
Oh, yes. Well, yes. So on paper, I was technically a multimillionaire, but let me tell you, there's a huge difference between paper money and real life money. So when I gave back the equity, I was giving back about $2 million. But it was just paper money. It's not real.
Right.
So I don't expect some, like, oh, my God, that's so amazing.
Right.
It was, maybe one day it'll be worth something, maybe it won't.
But you didn't go to Greece.
I did not.
Right.
I didn't even make it home.
And
I was pulling into my driveway when they called me and said, come out to dinner with us. And then that changed the course of my life, because then I could finally say, like, look, I want to create value in people's lives. I don't just want to sell them something. I didn't use the words authentic at the time. It's a buzzword now, but back then nobody was saying it. But what I said was, I want the company to reflect our real personalities, who we are, what we want to do in life, the things that we're passionate about. I want it to just pour through in everything that we do. And so we moved away from really boring security software to something that we were going to be passionate about. And the phrase that I used was, we need to ask ourselves, what would we do and love every day, even if we're failing? Because the struggle is guaranteed, the success is not. So for 3 very different reasons, we end up launching Quest Nutrition. But it was born out of that misery. It was born out of, I'm never going to be this unhappy again. I want to feel alive. I know about myself. I like community. I like connection. I like seeing people, being able to help them. I want to add value. I don't want to steer by money. Look, money's important, and don't get me wrong, I want to make even more money in my life. But there's a certain way that I want to make it. I want to make it by creating things that people value tremendously and they would rather have than the money. I don't do hard sales tactics. It just doesn't make me feel good. So there are ways to generate tremendous wealth in your life that are all value add, humanity plus. And so that was the driver. Now, part of the reason that we ended up being so successful is while that's now en vogue, at the time, everyone thought we were crazy. We come out talking about authenticity, about passion, about community, that there wasn't, social media as a phrase didn't exist, but using today's language, we're going to do all of this socially. All of our marketing is going to be social media. I'm going to use storytelling. I'm going to go back to stories. I'm going to tell people what it means to support this company, to buy this product. What does it say about them? Who are they? Who are we? And then we're going to step forward as people, as individuals. We want people to know who we are. And we're going to put employees first. So it's employees first, then customer. And when you do that and you're building this like tight ecosystem of people that you believe in, that believe in you, it's just, man, it's really extraordinary. And now it's a movement, but we were early, just early enough, using social media just early enough that we just broke and it just went crazy.
Yeah, what's interesting is that I guess I thought, oh, you exited the technology play and then we're sitting on some cash and then had the idea like, okay, well, what's next? But it wasn't like that, right? It was more of a pivot midstream.
For sure.
So walk me through the pain moment of making that decision and how you come to this realization that you want to be involved in a more purposeful, fulfilling, service-oriented kind of endeavor.
I was, for the first 3 years, I felt so amazing. I was on fire. So I leave teaching and I go into this place where I know nothing. But now I'm thinking about brain plasticity. I'm thinking about learning. And now I'm around guys, they believe in that to their core. And they were all like, what do you want to be? You can be anything. But you've got to like bust yourself in half to figure this out.
Who are these dudes? Like you just stumbled into quite a partnership.
1,000%. Life-changing in a million ways. And the fact that they were so growth-minded, now when they say you're the average of the people you spend the most time with, the 5 people. So now I have my wife, totally growth mindset, and I have my 2 business partners, who at the time were just my employers, but they were totally growth mindset. And they held me to a crazy high standard. And so they kept telling me, stop thinking like an employee. Start thinking like an owner. If you act like an owner and deliver results, we'll make you an owner. But you have to actually live up to that. And they're like, you can have any job in this company you want, but you have to become the right person for the job. I thought, whoa, like what if that's real? What if that's not a gimmick? And so I put it to the test. And I remember one day deciding, okay, cool, if this is real, I'm gonna show up every day acting like I'm the only person here and that if I don't do it, it's not gonna get done, which means I don't have a job description anymore. There's just shit that needs to get done and I'm going to do said things. And that changed everything. It changed our relationship, changed the dynamic. So for the first 3 years, it was empowering me. I was learning lessons. And even though I was in a pretty intense, sort of almost like martial arty environment where it's like you just get kicked in the face and knocked down and nobody is helping you back up. Part of it is they want to see if you'll get back up. And so it was intense to say the least, but for me, what I needed to toughen up. It's not what everybody needs, but that was precisely what I needed. And I was a kid that I remember one time getting hit in the leg with a soccer ball in the middle of a game. And it's cold in Washington, but got hit in the leg and left an imprint of the soccer ball, and I just walked off the field because it hurt. And so to me, it's like, it hurt. Why would I keep doing this? And so that was like a pattern in my life. Like if it hurt emotionally or physically, I would just quit. And so this was the first time where I was around these like tough mofos. They did not play around. They expected you to rise to their level. They led by example. They were all in, busting ass. And I just thought, this is rad, man. This is what I need. I need to go hard. And the harder I went, the better I got. And I saw and I started working out, which this is huge. You'll get this more than anybody. So never really worked out my entire life. I'd started probably a year before I met them working out. And I was like, whoa, you can actually change your body. It goes into this whole brain plasticity thing. And then I met them and they were yoked. So I was like, just tell me what to do. And for the first year, they wouldn't. They were like, you're never going to stick with it. You're never going to see it through.
They wouldn't even tell you?
No. So I started working out basically to prove them wrong. To be like, no, I'll stick with this. And then the more I worked out, the more they started giving me advice. I chose to listen to just them. And so all of a sudden, all the noise of the world of like, do this, don't do that, like people giving you conflicting information. I just had one ideology to listen to. Maybe it's not the best ideology, but once you're focused and you have at least one thing, you'll optimize for that. And so it just changed my life. And I ended up putting on like 60 pounds largely fat, but also muscle. And that showed me that, whoa, you can transform your body. And that really made me believe in just how far I could transform my mind.
Yeah, and you grew up like as an overweight kid, right?
Here's the problem. So I was a chubby kid, but I did not think of myself as chubby. And I was only chubby by the standards of the 1980s and early 1990s, which if you saw a picture of me now, you'd be like, you weren't chubby. Compared to today, I was shredded. But back then, to give you an idea, so I grew up, my family is morbidly obese by any standard, even back then. And I thought, okay, I'm the skinny one in a heavyset family. And then I go to college, and because I'm working so hard now, which is a whole nother story, working my ass off, I lose like 30, 35 pounds my freshman year.
Wow.
So it was just crazy.
Unusual.
Without thinking, without trying, I was just working too much, and I didn't have any money, so I couldn't afford junk food. So I go home, the next year, so the beginning of my freshman year, I met a girl I knew in high school. And she takes one look at me, she's like, oh my God, I didn't even recognize you. I always used to think of you as the chubby kid. And so at 19, all of a sudden, in like a sixth sense moment, my whole life played back as me as the fat kid. And I was like, how is this possible? And so I realized that like, even though I would suck in my gut so it wouldn't push out my shirt too much, people could tell I wasn't exactly svelte.
Yeah. So
it is very unfair of me to say that like, oh, I was obese or anything like that. I didn't get heavy until I was in my mid-20s. Then I got heavy.
Mm. And so why it seems like a strange pivot to go from security software to nutrition and bars. A, it's completely unrelated business. And B, it's also a crowded marketplace.
Yes. Everyone told us we were crazy. They're like, what are you doing? You make money in technology. You lose money in food. What are you doing? And in 2009, when we first started planning on launching the company, there were 1,600 flavors of bars and combinations of companies on the market, just in bars. 1,600.
I can't imagine what it's now.
Oh, even worse. And we went to a distributor, and he said, I need another protein bar, like I need another hole in the head. And we thought, whoa, okay. But there isn't a single bar in the market that myself and my partners would eat. So we know there's at least a market of three. And our whole thing is steer by what's metabolically true. So we were just like, man, you can take your blood sugar and figure out if you should be eating those bars or not. And they had like 30 and 40 grams of sugar in our competitors' bars. So we're like, this is crazy. They either have no sugar and taste terrible, or they have all kinds of sugar and taste good, but your blood sugar is going to spike. You might as well eat a Snickers bar. No joke. So we were like, we're going to make the first bar that tastes like it has sugar but doesn't. Now, needless to say, that was infinitely harder than we thought it was going to be. But because we had such aggressive growth mindsets, and by this point, even I was the new kid on the block, had 8.5 years by the time we founded that company of just die-hard entrepreneurial experience. So you've got 3 seasoned entrepreneurs coming into this company, not knowing anything about it, but having the will to win. And so what ended up happening was, I'm sure 1,000 people before us had formulated a bar that tasted just like ours and had no sugar. And the reason they never went to market is the second we went in, because equipment has developed in lockstep with the use of high fructose corn syrup. As soon as you take the high fructose corn syrup out, your bar may taste amazing, but it won't mass produce because all of the equipment is counting on the existence of that because of the texture that it gives it.
What do I
all
swap
of the
out?
pressure tolerances and all that are designed to have high fructose corn syrup. So everybody else hits that roadblock and they just start adding high fructose corn syrup. And they try to add as little as possible, but they do it to make it run. We said, oh, I guess we're going to have to develop our own equipment and become our own manufacturers. So when every manufacturer told us, you can't make this bar, not profitably anyway, no way, we said, okay, well then we'll have to do it ourselves. We bought equipment, learned very quickly that people were right. You can't produce it on standard equipment. But it just so happened that one of my partners is a literal Iowa farm boy and could fix anything. So he's looking at the equipment, he's like, I know how to cut this apart and put it back together and it'll work. We thought, oof, if we do that and you're wrong, we're now in real trouble because all of our money will be tied up in this. Whereas before, we could have at least resold the equipment. Mm-hmm. And he does it and it works. And it was just like, holy hell.
What was it that had to be changed about the equipment to allow you to produce at scale without that ingredient?
We had to be able to put more pressure on the product because ours wasn't like liquidy like high fructose corn syrup is. Ours was more like Kevlar, really soft until you put it under pressure and then it would get hard. So we had to put enough pressure that it would form the bar and that it would stick through as it was cut, but not so much pressure that the bar itself to the end consumer would be hard. So that was a big thing. And then also in traditional manufacturing, you cool it before you cut it. But if we did that, our product became too brittle. So there were just all kinds of changing equipment and reordering things and all that.
Yeah. So did you have your own facility, manufacturing facility?
Yeah.
Then,
Literally, I was manufacturing. So for the first year, I was the only one that was there full time. My other two partners were still running the tech company. And so I'm in a hairnet every day, lab coats, gloves, and making protein bars.
Wow. And what is the secret to go? I mean, I'm trying to think about how to articulate this. So you have this bar, but that's still very different from the ubiquity that bar has today. I mean, you can't go anywhere without seeing it. The thing is everywhere. How did you penetrate the market so completely?
Well, that's a very long road, but it starts with social. So we're like, all we care about is community, man. Maybe this is a big business, maybe it's not, but I'm going to go speak to people that I know and understand, that know and understand me. So we're going to go after other people that are lifting weights every day like we were. And so we went after bodybuilders and figure competitors and just said, look, this is the first protein bar that isn't a candy bar in disguise. We hit them up on social. It wasn't called DMing back then, but like you build this relationship on social, and so you can connect with these people from all over the place.
Well, this is a model that's repeated time and time again.
Now it's standard. Then it was like, what are you doing? Like, people actually did not understand it. So, but because we knew, like, our marketing message is that we're good people. We're not trying to sell something. And we're living through a time now where the most powerful marketing message you can have is to actually be a good person, to lead with value creation, to try to give more value than you get. Like, it's just powerful marketing stuff. But no one was doing it back then. So you want to talk about cutting through the noise? We cut through the noise like this. Hey, Rich calls Quest and he says, hey guys, look, I'm really trying to get in shape. What should I do? You should eat chicken breast and broccoli. Do you guys sell chicken breast and broccoli? No, we don't. Then why is that your answer? Because it's true. And you should only eat our product in those times where you're on the run or you need something that just tastes like a cookie and you can't have any more boiled vegetables or whatever. And so people were like, whoa, like these guys aren't trying to sell hard. We would send out a newsletter and it would just be recipes that you could make with our product. So never said go buy our product, nothing. Just like, hey, here's cool stuff that people are doing. And we developed what we called mirror marketing. So we wanted to reflect the consumer back. So we told people, hey, if you put the bar in the microwave, it makes it really soft. So people went nuts for that. But then they started telling us, oh, by the way, if you do this and mix it with this and chop it up, you can make ice cream, you can make cookies, you can do, We're like, whoa. So we started saying, hey, so-and-so told us you could do this. Look at this. Isn't this amazing? So people are like, wow, that's rad. Like, if I submit stuff, they might like call me out and hype my stuff. And so it just became them seeing themselves.
Community.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's amazing. So you go over like a 4 or 5 year period. From 2010 to 2013, you become one of the fastest growing companies in North America.
That's crazy,
right? I mean, you must have had to staff up like crazy.
Oh, dude, this is. I wish people could see this now because people think of growth like that as being like a digital product or something where it's like, what did Instagram got to $1 billion valuation with like 8 employees or something. That is not how things went for us. So we were a manufacturing business. So we had to buy equipment, which has like 6, 8, 12 month lead times. So imagine you're growing, you're doubling month over month, and you've got to project out 12 months. Think about how terrifying that is from a capital perspective. Because you're only making the money you're making today. But you've got to spend the money that you're going to need to be spending for 12 months from now. It's absolutely bananas.
Did you do a crazy capital raise?
No. We did literally, we had one mezzanine debt round, very small, but it gave us enough that we were able to get to the point where we could borrow against accounts receivable. So we could get the line of credit. And again, mad love to my partner who managed all of that stuff, which is absolutely a genius with building those relationships. We had a belief, make friends before you need them. So it was like, we were very proactive in that stuff. But even just getting the square footage that we needed to be manufacturing out of was pure insanity. And you would move into a space and think that we're good here for the next 3 years. And I'm not joking, you'd be out in 6 months. It was so crazy. It was just happening so fast. And we had to staff up. The way that we had to staff up was crazy. It led to one of the most beautiful periods of my life, though, which was we needed people. So we put out on the street that we would hire people even if they had felony convictions. So we had people lined up around the building just to get an interview. And that was extraordinary and introduced me to just some beautiful, beautiful humans that completely shaped my belief system, is why I launched Impact Theory. Because when you see enough lives where it's like, these are extraordinary people who will do nothing with their life because they don't believe they can. Like that, yeah, that really shaped me.
Wow. So by 2015, was it around 2015 that you're at the $1 billion point?
But yeah, by 2015, we had already like cashed out a little bit and had just tremendous financial success.
Is that when you exited?
I left at the end of 2016.
Okay. And when did you start Impact Theory?
The next day.
Oh, you did? Okay. So there was a clean break in between the two for you.
Well, yeah, it was transitioning from one to the next.
Right. So most people who would come into obscene wealth like this, you know, would think about buying an island or, you know, going off and living some crazy
always
life of
join at the
luxury
same
or
time.
traveling the world for the next 5 or 10 years, essentially doing nothing. And you decide to invest in this new endeavor seemingly immediately. Like, why did you make that decision?
Well, that was
Sure.
thankfully a reaction
I have
to,
to.
I went through the pain of living the cliche of money can't buy happiness early. So that was the very thing that gave birth to my true financial success. Was
So
me
walk
saying,
me through that, though.
So
Because
that-
most people will never experience what it's like to come into crazy wealth.
Yeah, it is a really funny moment, and funny is the right word. It's fun, but it's also funny in that when I was growing up, part of the reason I wanted to get rich was I looked at those people with admiration, and I did not look at myself with admiration. So I thought, oh, well, if I can get wealthy, then I will look at myself with admiration. This would be amazing. And then when I got the money, by then I had changed myself fundamentally as a person, and I had earned so much self-respect and so much self-worth that by the time I got the money, I wasn't looking for anything from the money other than it is the great facilitator. It will let you do extraordinary things. But it won't make you an extraordinary person. It won't make you feel any differently about yourself. And because the money came literally like that, because we had paper wealth, so I was worth hundreds of millions of dollars on paper. But I just cannot stress enough, that's meaningless in your real life. I was driving, you know, at one point a beat-up Ford Focus. My wife and I had to share. It had a leaky exhaust, and yet at that point, I was worth tens of millions of dollars. But there were employees that were living far better lives than I was from a financial standpoint. So that's paper money. Now, bank account money came in an instant. And so it was about 6 years into our journey, and we decided to take a small investment to diversify, so it was a pure founder liquidity moment. And because the valuation of the company was over $1 billion, you can imagine, even at a small percentage, just the raw number of dollars is insanity. So all of a sudden, I was fantastically wealthy. But I was like, it is so, in fact, this was how that day went. So everyone I said earlier, beliefs, values, identity, habits, routines, right? These are the things that make you grow. And I just have a value system that says it's not about the money, it's about building something you believe in, it's about serving other people, it's about work ethic, it's about showing up and working. And I value myself for that. So on the day that the money hit, it hit at like, I don't know, 8 a.m. in the morning or something. And my wife, we're both in the gym, and she's like, what are we gonna do today? And I was like, what do you mean? I'm going to work. And she like couldn't wrap her head around that. She's like, whoa.
You're going to go to the Lamborghini dealer?
Yeah, she's like, come on, we've got to like go do something. We've got to celebrate. And I'm like, there's no universe in which I don't show up for work today. None, under no circumstances. So if you were to ask my employers, when did the money hit? They'd all be like, I have no idea. They knew that it did hit, but they didn't know what day because I acted completely the same. And the thing that I want people to understand is I feel the same. So all of the like things that I believe about myself to be good, I still believe to be good. I earned them. I earned them by doing the hard thing time and time and time and time again. I know how much I'm willing to serve people and my family and myself and all. I just know I've done it for years and years and years. So when it came to do I buy an island and retire or do I double down, it came down to what will make me love my life the most. And the reality is the thing that would make me love my life the most, because it would still be fun to just go home and be with my wife. But the thing that will make me love my life the most is to do the things that are fulfillment. And I think fulfillment has a very specific, universal formula. And that formula is work your ass off to get very good at something that you care deeply about that allows you to serve not only yourself, but other people. That's it. You got to have all of it.
Technique.
Literally.
Yes.
Rich, it is literally technique.
Yeah.
And people, they don't
Explain
think
what that
about
is for people that don't know.
So it's this ancient Greek notion of fulfillment, basically. And the fact that it's coming from that word, technique, like to get good at something. And something that's hard. So the way that I explain it to people is people think of like doing something like going and ladling soup at a soup kitchen, which may be the right place to start. But ultimately, you're going to realize anyone can do this. And so I haven't earned something special that allows me to serve myself and humanity. So it's part of it is working your ass off to get a set of skills that have real value. And my whole thing, this may be the biggest problem we face as a society. People don't remember that skills have utility. They let you do something. You don't learn to build a house to impress your parents. You learn to build a house so people can live in the house you build. And once people understand that, like, holy shit, you're building this house so somebody can live in it, build a home in it, have a family, be sheltered from storms, like, fuck, it's a real thing, man. And so all of that effort and energy you went into, I have the chills right now, is so you can create that moment for yourself, for other people. It is something so much more than going to architecture school, which maybe you went to because your parents wanted that and they were architects. And so you do that thing for that and you forget that the whole reason you became an architect was to build houses. And so once people realize, oh, I'm putting all of this time and energy to build these things because they let me do something. What do I want to do? What do I want to give? What do I want to create? When you look at skills from that perspective, it is being a superhero. It is being a superhero. You're going to collect these abilities. These abilities actually let you do something. The fact that Superman can fly allows him to save people, allows him to do things other people can't do. We all have this opportunity to become capable of the extraordinary, to be able to do things other people can't do. And that feels so good.
The thing is, though, the thing that's unique about you is that you were able to come to this realization and develop a level of maturity and self-awareness without having to go to play it out at the Lamborghini dealership, right? Because most people who would come into that kind of wealth would go and have that experience for a period of time only to discover, what you just expressed, but on the other side of it. So why were you able to do that? Why were you able to avoid that experience and circumvent it?
They say, a fool never learns, a smart man learns from his mistakes, and a wise man learns from the mistakes of others. Far too often I've been a fool and have repeated mistakes over and over and over. But I really do try to be smart. I'm not usually as wise as I would like to be, and just find that I learn things the hard way. But I really do learn them. So pain for me is a tremendous instructor. Maybe because I hate it so much and just want to move away from it. But thankfully I don't run from it. I figure out what I did that made me feel the pain, whether it's what I value myself for, or whether it's just, hey, bad skill set, and you need to address it, and then actually addressing it. So in the time where I was chasing money, and like I said, the first 3 years gave to me, and then the next 3 years chipped away at my ability to enjoy my life.
So it's actually in the founding of Quest that you learned that lesson.
It was in building awareness technologies. So building awareness technologies, I did not enjoy the process. And so at the end of that, I had spent about 3.5 years being profoundly unhappy. Profoundly. Where it's like, it was hurting my marriage. My wife would want to talk about work and I wouldn't want to talk about it. I would get this like sense of dread as I approached the office. It was just gnarly, man. And it was in that period that I developed really crushing anxiety because I was always in over my head because I didn't know anything about business and it was just really hard to learn. I was in a very intense environment where it's just like you'd hear things like only an idiot would do that like all day, every day. So you're like, oh my God, this is exhausting. And so you put that all together and I'm doing all of that for a product I don't believe in. I'm not building community. I'm not connected to people, like community, all that stuff. None of it existed. So I was just like, I am so unhappy. And so talking to my wife, I was like, anything would be better than this. And somebody wrote an article, unfortunately I only read the headline, but I so know the feeling that it resonated, and it was the joy of quitting. And there's that moment when you first quit, and it's like the burden lifted off you is so profound because that particular frame of reference is just in an instant, it's gone. And that's amazing. And that's what I was thinking about when I went in and quit. I was like, I just need the change of circumstance badly. And so my solution was going to be to go do the only thing that ever made me feel awesome, and that is creating film. So, and I didn't have the finances to make like actual films, but I could write them, which is essentially just your time. And I remember there was a time before I quit where I had directed a feature film. And I direct this feature film over a few weekends, and then I edit it myself nights and weekends. And there was a time if I could finish it before Christmas, I'd be able to play it for my family because it was never going to go theatrical. And I was so excited to do that I was sleeping between 45 minutes and 2 hours a night without setting an alarm for like 10 days. And I thought, this is inhuman. How is it possible I'm waking up with this little sleep? And it was because I was so excited. I wanted to like get this film done and show it to everybody. And the actual act of cutting it together, which for anybody who messes with film here off camera, they know it is so fun. When you see it like come together and you're creating this moment, you feel something and you give yourself the chills. It's like that for me makes me feel alive. I was like, I want to feel like that all the time. So that was all I knew. I was no smarter than that. I just knew feeling dead inside, hating my life, hating my job, was so miserable. I'd rather be poor doing something that I loved than rich doing something that I hated. And so now I knew that about myself. Then building Quest really taught me about technique, fulfillment, all the things that mattered. Meeting these former drug dealers and gangbangers and like really connecting with them as a human and watching them blossom gave me something that I never could have predicted. And then I haven't talked about, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this to you, I big brothered for 8.5 years.
Oh, wow.
And that ended up planting a seed. It didn't, unfortunately, I was too young. This is one of those moments where I was definitely not being wise, and I was probably being a fool. I was being changed by this relationship, but I didn't really understand it. I was too young. So I started Big Brother when I was 18, and he was 8, and I stayed with him until he was 16. It was a crazy experience. He had massive developmental problems, and was just a great kid, man. He was just a great kid. And it started as an extra credit assignment, and it was only supposed to be 8 weeks. And at the 6-week mark, they tell you to warn him. I warned him that I was only coming for 2 more weeks, and he went nuclear. And I was just like, what's going on? And I'm like, is this because I said I'm only coming for 2 more weeks? And he says, yes. And I'm like, all right, look. As long as I live in Los Angeles, I will help you with your homework. But you have to stop freaking out all the time, because he was really problematic. I was like, you have to do your homework. When we're together, you have to do your homework. Is it a deal? He says, yes. And that turns into the 8.5-year relationship. And I end up finding out that he was being beaten by his adoptive mother, and he gets taken out of the home. I get into the Guardian. I help him into foster care. It was really, really crazy. But I was too young and stupid to really know what to do with that or what to make of it. And unfortunately, I will say I probably didn't. I gave him somebody he knew loved him, but I didn't change his life. And that makes me sad.
Do you know what he's doing now?
I touched base with him like through somebody else once briefly about 4 years ago. And I've tried to get in touch with him again, but he didn't have a phone, and so, no.
But is the point of that story that experience informed how you would then create bonds with these ex-felons that came to work at
That was part
Quest?
of it. The reason that I was so open to hiring ex-convicts was, one, I just have a belief that it doesn't matter what you've done, it only matters who you want to be and the price you're willing to pay to become that person. So it's like, yeah, we all have past. We've all either done stupid things or had stupid things happen to us. And so being stuck there doesn't make any sense. You get to choose what you do tomorrow. So that just being in my ethos. And then Rashawn, who was the little kid, he was a beautiful human. And everybody thought he was a piece of shit. And I just thought, that sucks. Yes, he has misbehaved, that is for sure, but he's a beautiful human. And they're just too overwhelmed to have the time to stop and see the person. And so that sort of made me fall in love with him. And I just thought, this kid is so like amazing. And I thought of him like my own little brother. And I was just like, dude, I love this kid. I want good things for him.
6.
And so it just showed me that like there's a whole swath of humanity that people just sort of brush aside. And through him, they spoke to me. And so that made me want to create this opportunity for other people that I knew were in similar situations, that had rough upbringings of the most extraordinary kind. And I knew some percentage of them, not all, but some percentage of them are going to be the most beautiful, kind, loving, compassionate human beings ever, who are capable of these amazing things. But somebody has to introduce the mindset to them. And so that became my mission.
Yeah, it's interesting because the more predictable route for you once you exited Quest would be to get an office in Hollywood, hang a shingle out, hire a development exec, and start reading scripts and getting involved as a producer, right? I mean, nobody would have batted an eye. Lots of people do that. that's kind of the tried and true route for the newly minted rich guy who wants to get into film.
Yeah, that is for sure. And I think
Did you think about that, or
no, not even momentarily. To me, it was very clear that I want to stay in control of the project, and that so whenever you're doing something, ask who's living my idealized life. And looking at that, it was very clear the person living my idealized life in terms of their ability to impact was Walt Disney. And so, okay, I'm looking at this guy, and I'm like, what made him so different? Why is the Walt Disney Company still the most powerful studio? And it became very clear to me that they had done something that had never been replicated, and that I was the right person to replicate it again. And that was, we told one story from 1,000 different angles, and because of that, the brand became to mean something. And keep in mind, the world's changed so much, social media, all that. So that's in the back of my mind as well. I've already had luck at this social thing. People are resonating with my message. I'm able to touch people. It's real, what I'm putting out there. If you follow the advice, it will change your life for the better. Or universally, I believe that. So I thought, okay, well, I can have the discipline to only tell one kind of story so that the brand itself begins to mean something, so that the ultimate marketing vehicle becomes to just leverage the brand to say this is an impact theory thing. And once you know, oh, wow, this is an impact theory thing, then it's like you don't have to do all the legwork. And the way I explain it to people is, if I say I'm going to go see a Paramount movie or a Warner Brothers movie, you don't know anything about it. But if I say I'm going to go see a Disney movie, you already know something. So I have one belief, and that is the 25-point belief system. That's it. Like, that encompasses my whole ethos. So I want to tell stories that empower people, period, simple as. So my thing is, if Disney can create the most magical place on earth, could we create the most empowering place on earth? And I don't mean physically like a Disneyland, but by telling stories, both nonfiction through social media and fiction through comic books, movies, TV shows, could I create an ethos that was as clear and easy to recognize as Walt Disney's magic that was about empowerment? And so that's what we're about. So there will be some element of we're reading scripts and being producers and attaching things and just getting things produced. But the real thing is, if Disney were founded today, I think there'd be a huge social component. And it's not a mistake that Walt Disney at one point was considered the most famous man in the world. And the U.S. government literally would send him on goodwill missions to other countries. So there's just something about when you have an ethos that people can believe in, when there's a face to the company and it's not just a corporation, there's someone to believe in, there's someone to get value from, even if you're not consuming the product.
12.
Like, there's just, people gravitate towards that now in the era of social media. And I have the same feeling I have now that I had at Quest, which was, it's the right message at the right time. And so given where everything is going, so we started 2 years ago. The word impact now is like everywhere. And it's because we could see, like, emotionally, because that's where I wanted to make impact, and I could see that that's where the world's going. Like, people just want to make impact, and millennials feel it, but Gen Z is obsessed by it. And so I think that I'm on a collision course right now to make content that Gen Z is going to be changed by. And so that is really what I'm about, is creating the content that is going to define culture.
And what is the long-term vision?
Is Disney. I mean, that's the easiest way to sum it up. The reality is it will take roughly 75 years to mimic a Disney. I get that. In terms of where they are today.
The theme park?
I don't think so. And this is where it gets into, any 75-year time horizon is absolutely laughable. So I use Disney as a shorthand. Things will change so much technologically in the next 75 years. We may be uploading our consciousness. Like, I get it. It's going to be so different. It is quite literally impossible to predict where we're going. So I don't even bother trying. So people understand the sort of gravitas of what we're trying to build is to say, we're building the next Disney. So then you understand that I'm going to be in comic books, I'm going to be in movies, I'm going to be in TV show, I'm going to be in distribution, we're going to be in video games, we're going to be in VR. We're just not going to do it all at once. We're going to start with an area of core competency. Right now, our area of core competency is the social stuff. We make an awesome show. I'll vouch for that. Beyond that, we're completely untested. We've put out a comic book. We're getting early traction. And I think that it's amazing. And that's why that we give it away. Because I just want people to read it. I want people to see that the quality will speak for itself. But we did get picked up. We are going to be in stores. So starting in March of 2019, we'll be in your local comic book shop. You can also order it online. But that, I think, is going to show people that we can really tell a story at the absolute highest level. We're already working to get that translated into film and television. So a goal in 2019 is to get that placed at a studio and being actively developed for production. So I'm super excited about that. We have 2 other projects that are being developed. But that just helps people understand, like, the grand vision of where we want to go.
Yeah, it's a big vision. I mean, it's an audacious vision. Like, where does this audacity come from?
Man, so everybody lean in if you're listening to this. This is one of those things that audacity is nothing. Don't worry about being audacious. The reason people fear being audacious is they don't want to be me 10 years from now when this all fails, right? They're thinking, oh man, what if this doesn't work? This guy's going to look like an asshole. And it's like, yeah, maybe other people will think that I'm a total dumbass. It doesn't matter. And why doesn't it matter? Because of technique. Because if I know how to build a house, I can build a house. So my thing is, I'm not trying to posture or be cool. I'm telling you, I have a set of fucking skills. That set of skills lets me do things. I'm just interested in doing those things. So whether or not I hit my timelines does not matter. I'm in the skill acquisition game. Skills let you do things. I'm in the game of doing the things that my skills allow me to do. So I want to impact people's lives. Maybe I'm not able to pull it off at a film level. Oh, I'll find another way. Or maybe it takes me a lot longer to pull it off. Okay, fine. As long as I love what I'm doing, even when I'm failing, there's nothing to lose.
No, because, on this idea of technique, along the way, you are fulfilled with every step on the journey.
For sure.
Right? Every time you upload a new, conversation, a new episode of your show, it's a cool feeling to be able to put that out there and know that it is, quote unquote, impacting people.
Sure.
And it is. It is.
And that's the thing, this, like you say something into a microphone, like right now, the feeling that I have, well, I know people are listening, the feeling I have is it's just us in this room. But one day somebody's going to come up to you and me and say, I heard that podcast you guys did, and it really touched me, and it changed me in this way. That's all I need. So I'm not afraid to be audacious because I know that you're never going to exceed what you're aiming at. So your hope is to hit some percentage of what you're aiming at. So I might as well dream massive. And 1, it excites me. And then 2, I'm not afraid of the failure. So once you have that, like, oh, it's exciting for me to dream big, and I'm hyper conscious of, you break it down in small pieces. Like, I'm not worried about building theme parks and all that stuff right now. What I'm doing right now today is make a good comic, put out a good interview show. That's it. That's what my life consists of. Stay in business. Be profitable. Like, those are the things that I think about. So I keep my goals, my immediate term goals, very manageable, but I make sure that they're feeding naturally into the grand vision. Mm-hmm. But I don't get scared or lost and thinking, oh my God, I have to do all that. Nope. Right now, today, I need to read a script. I need to make sure it's okay. I need to authorize it to be drawn. That's it. That's today. And as long as you're able to focus on that and get good at that, and then just always push yourself to make your skill set better and better and better, as long as it's leading towards that thing and you have clarity on where you're trying to go so that you make sure the skills you're acquiring will actually lead you there, you'll be fine.
Yeah. As Yuval Noah Harari famously says, clarity is power. Indeed it is. You have a very distinct and profound degree of clarity about what you're doing, and that drives this engine in large part. And you also have very set kind of rules about how you regulate your time and live your life, and these principles that you've divined about what drives success, etc. So I'm curious how or if the guests that you have had on your show have challenged that worldview. How have you grown or changed as a result of doing the show that you do?
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the greatest gifts that doing a show like this can do. I think
Sniper
you may be the one that said this. Like, it gives you a chance to meet people that would otherwise not give you the time of day. Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, oh my God,
that's for sure.
So true. Like, people, they just need that little excuse for, like, okay, I have very limited time. Why am I coming? I don't know you. So you know what I mean? Like, why am I making it? So once you have, like, oh, I can help you reach an audience, get your message out there, give a thoughtful interview, then it's like, okay, that brought us together. Now we may have real chemistry. Like, I'll speak from my side. I have real chemistry with you. So you asked me to come out here. I was like, fuck yes. I was so excited to do it. And hopefully this will be one of many times that we get to spend time together, whether it's on record or not. So it's like, that is super fun. Now, because I'm a learner, because that's my identity, and because I really believe whatever skill set you have today, it's already taken you as far as it's going to take you. So unless this is where you want to be for the rest of your life, you've got to be open to change. You've got a hunger for it. So, I don't fear change. I actually enjoy change because change has been the thing that's allowed me to improve my life consistently. And so I'm always looking for ways in which I'm wrong because I don't value myself for being right. And once people understand that for me, it wasn't, in the beginning, I was just telling myself to do that. It wasn't at a limbic level. Now I've been telling myself to value myself only for my willingness to admit when I'm wrong and to learn. That at a limbic level, it's true. So when somebody tells me I'm wrong, I have this rush of like, oh my God, this is amazing, because if they're right and I really am wrong and they're making me aware of this, I'm going to get more powerful. So, and that goes back to my real belief in skills having utility. So it's like the ego doesn't have utility. Yeah, maybe some, but it's not, when misplaced and built around the wrong things, can be super dangerous. But because my ego is actually built around my willingness to stare at my inadequacies, when somebody tells me that, oh, you're doing this bad, wrong, or whatever, I don't spend time. It does still sting. I think that's just natural. So I'll be like, oh, that sucks, but oh, a reminder that this is going to give me something powerful. And so I use it sort of as mental jujitsu, and then I open myself up and I learn. So
what would be an example
ways,
of that?
So David Goggins. So like I said, the thing I've struggled with in my life is emotional weakness. So being around people that are very, very tough inspires me to rise to that challenge. So really understanding his notion of like what it took him to break the world record for pull-ups and how many times he had to fail to go through it, what he had to do to his mind to callous his mind, that whole notion of like getting so tough, things get easier over time, because just like you'll callous your hands, you'll callous your mind. That's been tremendously impactful. Give you as an example, like everything that people know you for comes after this extraordinary battle with alcoholism, which is like so rad. Like you're so much more interesting to me because you went through that. So you the like sage-like quality, which by the way you feel when you're near you, and I know a lot of your guests are probably never going to actually be in your vibe, and like it's rad. And it's so cool because it was born of somebody that had to go through, like they went through the hero's journey and they've come back to teach, right? And so that makes that really profound. So when I think about, okay, really having to go through something and wanting to be wise, because I haven't had to go through that particular thing, I can draw on your wisdom of having the tenacity to rebuild, to not be afraid to rebuild, to not be afraid to make amends, to look at what you did, and maybe most importantly, to reach back, to help others, and that becomes the thing that really solidifies people on their journey. So it's like, all of that stuff, and just like what you've done physically, man, it is crazy to me how old you are. Like it seems impossible.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. But what I think is interesting about that is, and we talked about this when I was on your show, that for me, pain has always been a great teacher. It's what reminds me of the mistakes that I've made. It's the thing that gets me to wake up and actually modify my behavior. And I always couch that by saying that, you know, you don't have to be in pain to change. The opportunity to change is always within your grasp, but it is the rare individual who can grab onto that without having to suffer some kind of consequence that drives that decision change, right? And I look at you and I see somebody whose trajectory skyward is not as linear as perhaps an internet narrative might couch you. You've had your ups and your downs, and you've battled with, you know, everything from self-confidence to depression and all kinds of things in there, but you haven't had like some big bottom reckoning moment. And I think it's that commitment to being a learner that's allowed you to short-circuit that and grab onto these lifelines as you see yourself moving in perhaps a negative trajectory, to course correct before having to pay that cost.
Yep.
And that has, you know, created this kind of accelerated trajectory to bring you to where you are.
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking about this today. People don't have enough rules in their life for themselves. So, for instance, I get out of bed in 10 minutes or less. It doesn't matter. And I don't want to. That's why I have the rule. Because I went through...
calloused your mind.
Literally. I went through a period where I would lay in bed for 3 to 4 hours, awash in shame at my inability to get out of bed. And it just embarrassed me. And so I felt badly about myself. So I wanted to make a change. So I knew that I needed a bright line. So bright line, 10 minutes or less, you get out of bed. As soon as you realize you're awake, that's it. So, and the rule is more specific. Snoopy. It's like I have to have had at least 5 hours of sleep. But once you put the rule in place, then you just live by it. And that's how you earn credibility. Like right now, I don't feel the way telling you that I want to feel. This is a good moment. He's on my team. I'm pointing at him. This is a good moment. So I'm saying this, and I don't feel good about saying it. Why? Because today, I don't know what happened. I got out of bed in 11 minutes. And I was so
You literally
pissed.
Time it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, from waking up to actually physically getting out of the bed?
Correct. My feet must be on the floor, and I must be standing up before it ticks over into the 11th minute. And today, I don't know what happened. I was aware of the time. I knew I needed to get up. And for whatever reason, one of the minutes just went faster than I thought. When I looked back, I was like, damn it. And so
I'm surprised you even made it here today then.
Right? Yeah. So now this comes into like knowing how to handle something like that. Like if you totally fall apart because you don't live up to one of your rules, you're violating another one of my rules, which is don't do anything that doesn't move you towards your goals. So it's like, yes, it is a part of my identity to confess this. So because I'm talking about it, I want to say it now to an audience. It's the only thing that will allow me to reset and be able to feel good about it again, because I don't lie. When I miss it, I own it.
Well, look, if your biggest problem is it took you 11 minutes to get out of
Sadly,
bed,
that's not my biggest problem.
This is a high-quality problem.
Right, yes, very
Yeah,
true.
like-
But my thing is people don't have the rules. And so I have other rules, for instance. I wear a size 32 pant. That's it. And so...
No matter what your waist is.
No. I won't let my waist get out of line with that. So I use the pants as a way to guide. Now, I would go down if I got so lean that I was, a 31. That's not a problem. But I'm not going to allow myself to go up. And it's super tempting, like especially around Christmas. I don't try to hold abs through the winter. So during Christmas, like right now, I do not have abs. So, and I'm totally fine with that. I switch a different part of my mentality. During the holidays, my wife and I definitely celebrate with food. And it's amazing, and I love it the most. So, but if that celebration took me up to like 32s don't fit anymore, I gotta cut back because I have a rule. So it's like, that's how I keep myself in a lane. I keep myself from getting into trouble. I know the things that I accept from myself and what I don't accept from myself. And it's all like stated, it's very clear.
So as somebody who is in this world of self-empowerment and trying to address this poverty of mindset, to use your phraseology, what are the challenges that you have? Like where are your blind spots? If we're in this zone of vulnerability and confession, like what do you still need to work on?
I think that really doing things that scare me is something I believe in and don't want to do. So for instance, I got hired to speak at a free diving conference.
Oh, awesome.
Now, I told my team that I would do anything within my code of ethics to help build the company. So when I got the offer to do the free diving, and he wanted me to free dive, Rich, when I say my greatest fear in this world is open water, I don't fear anything.
I can help you with that.
That's interesting, and maybe you're the exact person to help me with it. But that is a gripping fear for me. And so when the offer came in, I said, yes, I have to do it. And I didn't want to do it, and I was fucking dreading it. And the guy ended up not getting enough people to sign up for it, and I was happy about that.
Oh, it didn't.
And so he canceled it. And I was so ecstatic. And I was like, yeah, this is my problem. I was glad it got canceled. I should be traumatized because it was a real
here's
moment.
what you should do. Here's what David Goggins would tell you. What you should do is still go to whatever that location is and get a free diving instructor and follow through on that.
Correct, and I'm not going to do that. And but this is the question you asked, right? So I don't value that in myself. I think what you just said would be the best thing for me in terms of continuing to earn credibility with myself, and I have no intention of doing it. And I excuse it away because it doesn't lead me towards my bigger goal of building the company. It would be time away, that I'm not getting revenue, that I can get back to the company. So it's like, they are excuses though. The reality is I'm not doing that because I'm scared and I don't want to have to face that fear. So I have fears that I allow to stay in my life that I don't respect that about myself.
I want to talk about your marriage a little bit.
Yes.
You have an amazing relationship with your wife. And I'm curious as to how you make it work as life partners and as business partners. Because this is something that's personally interesting to me as somebody who does the same.
So part of it is that we're building the same company because it did not work like that when I hated my job. She wasn't working at all. She was a stay-at-home wife at the time. And I'm working. I hate my job. I don't want to come home and talk about it. I'm working around the clock. Around the clock. And so I just wasn't spending time with her. So it was a nightmare. And so finally at 6.5 years, she pulls me aside and says, this is now damaging our marriage. Now, going back to like your rules and all of that, my highest value is my marriage. That's the thing I value over the wealth, over ambition, everything. So if ever I was doing something that's damaging my marriage, I'm going to correct course. And so that was part of why I went in and quit, and I started taking time off.
And you got married young, right?
I did. Yeah, I got married at 26. And so realizing that, okay, I'm now damaging the marriage, and that the marriage is my highest priority, then it's very clear I need to change that. So one, that I have that in the right order in my life, so that when my wife says, hey, you need to make a change, I actually make it. And I'm not conflicted about it. It's very easy. Then my wife is very good at giving me all the rope in the world to be ambitious, to pursue those things that matter to me so much.
Gimme, retro.
But that she speaks up when it gets to the point where she is actually having a hard time with. And she is very good at that on two levels. One, not saying it too soon, and two, actually protecting the marriage, because I'm bad at that. So I get so focused on what I'm doing, and I'm so in love with trying to solve that puzzle and push it forward and all that, that I would push things too far, for sure. And so it's an area where I always tell people, the one group that I think there is a tool that is underutilized by this community, and that is anorexics. And I totally get it. It is truly a battle. You're fighting for your life. I'm not making light of this at all. I just know about myself that the intoxication of the willpower to not eat is something I feel very strongly. It's how I ended up losing 60 pounds and getting really lean. And the way that I did it was essentially by starving myself over extraordinarily
easy clap,
long periods of
GG.
time. And I felt so good about myself for being able to do it. I thought, this is how people get themselves in trouble. There's actually a positive side to this, and the sense of control and power and all that is very self-affirming. And I thought, okay, well, if I know that about myself, and I know that I have anorexic tendencies, then I'm just going to tell my wife, you're in complete control of this. The second you tell me that I'm acting in any way, shape, or form in a way that's edging up towards illness, I will stop. Not because I want to, but because I trust you, and I'm empowering you with something I don't think I can trust myself on. And so she did. And so when it got to that point, she said, okay, it's now, you're starting to worry me. I think that we're edging up on it. And I changed instantly. Not because I had reached my goals or because I thought she was right, because in a moment of emotional sobriety, I empowered her to know that I can't trust myself. So getting into that space where you go, I know this is an area that I have a blind spot. I'm not the right person to make this decision, even though it's actually about myself. I'm going to empower somebody that I love and trust, and then I'm actually going to follow through with that. And so that's a tool that's served our marriage very well. I know I can trust her to be the guardian of the relationship in terms of that. Are we spending enough time on it? And then it's, just constantly looking for ways to better communicate, defining terms. There's a whole host of very specific tools that we use, and then we both have growth mindsets, so we want to get better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you're on the same mission, I think, is
Pop Jack.
a fundamental aspect of that. And people ask me all the time, like, how do you work with your wife? How do you make it work? And it's a gift. It's amazing to have a collaborative partner that's also your life partner. It's also fraught with minefields. You have to be more consciously aware of how you're navigating your relationship, and also bifurcating the professional aspect of what you're doing from the personal, because as you know, what you do now doesn't feel like work, even though it is work, and it's very easy without erecting healthy boundaries and being consciously mindful of the relationship, that all the conversations can suddenly become about what you're doing, the project that you're working on, and the professional aspect of what you're doing. And you have to really carve out that time to put that aside and focus on the relationship itself.
So true.
Yeah. But she gives you that hard feedback.
She does. She's very good about that. She's equally excited about her own growth as an entrepreneur, so it is very exciting for us. But like you said, we are very careful to carve out the time to just be husband and wife, to play, to do things that are fun, to make sure that we're having sex. That's huge. And I think that oftentimes people let bed death creep into their life. And keeping that passion and that physical connection has been a huge win for us, and is something that, look, it doesn't take a lot of effort to want to do that, but to make sure that we're cognizant of that we have, it's not something that we state, but we're terrified of becoming roommates. And so we're very conscious to keep that physical spark, the passion, very much alive, exciting, not routine. So that served us well.
Yeah. I like to think of kind of what imperils humanity right now can be boiled down to, well, many things, but essentially a crisis of consciousness. So many people are living their lives reactively, and I don't mean to be flippant about that. Life is hard, and people are just trying to, earn a living and put food on the table and get through the day. In your experience with all the, business experience that you've had, the books you've read, the people that you've spent time with, what do you think is the biggest impediment to people waking up out of this matrix-like existence that's so easy for us to fall prey to?
So I've had a realization recently that I'm not an all lanes driver. There are certain things I've spent so much time thinking about that I'm very good at answering questions, and there are certain things that I'm not. So I'll give you an answer to that question from my very specific lens, which is all about the person. Mm-hmm. So I think that if the things in the world that scare me, the divisiveness scares me. And when I think about what is the individual's creation of that divisiveness, it is, one, a desire to belong to a group intensely, a fear of being ridiculed or emotionally ostracized. And once we know that we have this like sucking need to belong, to be respected, to be liked, you can really begin to decide what are the things that you want to be liked for, respected for. And when those are things that you respect yourself for, then all of a sudden it becomes very easy to do two things. To build something that is born of connection, community, kindness. Not that you're not selfish. I'm very selfish. It just so happens that the more selfish I am, the more I like to connect and help other people. I am very much doing it for me. But it manifests in a way that is humanity neutral, worst case, and I think humanity plus ultimately. So that starts with me, having a growth mindset so that you want to see how you're wrong, that you can have these really ferocious ideas, but hold them loosely. Because the moment that your identity is wrapped up in your ideas, you are in real trouble, man. Your identity should be wrapped up in your outcome. What outcome do you want? And are you actually getting that outcome? And then as long as you're not a sociopath with an ugly outcome, like people that get into identity, politics, and things like that, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say, no, for real, the world they imagine is a beautiful world for the people that they love and care about. Okay, fair enough. So I'll just give them that they're trying to do something positive. But when you look at the outcome in terms of how it affects everyone, it starts to break down pretty fast. Like, that's where it really starts to worry me. So that to me says that your identity is based on something that isn't necessarily anti-fragile. It's probably based on something pretty fragile. So to use Nassim Taleb's term, something that is fragile, that's easy to understand. Something that is anti-fragile isn't something that's strong or resilient. Those are still defined by their breaking point. It's just that their breaking point is far away. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, even something that's strong, it's strong because you think, wow, it can take a lot before it breaks. Something that's anti-fragile, on the other hand, actually grows stronger the more that it's attacked. So, and that doesn't mean you entrench in a position that clearly everybody is saying, like, this is crazy. The only anti-fragile position that I can think of is to be that of the learner. That is truly anti-fragile. So, for instance, if you come at me and say that I'm stupid, be like, amazing. In what way? And the reason that I say amazing is because I know that skills make me more powerful. So you just said that I have a blind spot, which means that I'm less powerful than I could be. And I'll define power because I think it weirds some people out. To me, powerful just means you can close your eyes, imagine a world, a better world than the one that we have today, and then open your eyes and actually create that world. So that's the kind of power that I'm trying to amass in my life, the ability to impact people on a scale and positive. So if you're telling me that I'm less powerful than I could be, amazing. I want to know in what way, because once I'm aware of it, then I can address it, because I know about myself, but I'm willing to accept that I'm inadequate, because I know that it's a temporary state. I'm not good at it yet. If I decide that it really does match with my goals and what I want to do, I can get good at it. So it's not ego damaging for you to tell me that I'm not doing something in a way that I could be better. Cool, tell me how. When people don't want to hear that, it's like, ugh, they're in a very brittle place. They're being backed into a corner and people lash out and they're backed into a corner. So at an individual level, I would say to everybody, if you feel that, your blood boiling when somebody challenges you, if you feel like a caged animal or like you're being backed into a corner, I promise you 100%, it is not the truth of the world. It is that you have a fragile something, a fragile ego, a fragile belief system. Something in there can break. And because it can break, you're trying to protect it. And the more you try to protect it, the more hardened and potentially violent, vicious, cruel, whatever, that you may become. So when it isn't that, and you're not afraid of that thing breaking because you want to take information in, you want to assess it, doesn't mean you're going to agree. You may take that criticism and go, I actually don't think that's accurate, but I'm really grateful that you gave me that piece of information. And look, intention matters. You can tell when somebody's just trying to be a dick. So it's like you've got to be cognizant enough of that. But when you get to that point where you're leading with, everything is my fault, including the way this person's coming at me. I've done something to make them want to come at me too hard or whatever. So at the individual level, I think that the fragility versus anti-fragility is where everyone should start.
Well, to be anti-fragile, you have to feel safe, right? So if somebody's coming at you and they have a criticism or a critique and you feel yourself recoiling or having some kind of fear response, chances are that there's some truth to it, because if somebody lodges some completely outlandish accusation at you, you can laugh it off, right? So there's a kernel of reality there that you're being forced to confront. And on some level, that challenges, your membership in your tribe. Somehow you feel unsafe in being open to looking at that, right? So you have to feel secure in your self-esteem or in your position in life on some level in order to receive that in an objective way.
And your self-esteem has to be built on something that they can't attack. That's the problem. So if your self-esteem is, I'm a good tribe A, then as soon as I say, well, tribe A sucks, like you're in real trouble, because your whole esteem is built around your identity to that group. All the things that make you good are based on that. So for instance, in gang culture, there's this notion of putting work in on the street, and could be selling drugs, could be murder, could be whatever. So if I now come and say, well, your gang sucks, there's no way you're going to take that, because you may have killed for that gang or done, things that put you at tremendous risk, or, you've been defending your brothers this whole time. So you cannot take on board that group isn't worthy, right, just, amazing. So it becomes this real emotional conflict. So my thing is, the going back to what is anti-fragile, and you want to talk about something I'm open-minded to being wrong about, I just keep coming back to being the learner, right? So your identity isn't group A, politic this, politic that, tribe this, tribe that. It is, I'm a learner, first and foremost. I'm somebody that wants to bring value to myself and to the world, first and foremost. So it's like, once you get to that, then as people are assaulting you, chances of them triggering a self-esteem, like if somebody wanted to hurt my self-esteem, they would need to call me out on are you really spending time learning, or have you really improved? I think you're the same you were 2 years ago. Like, whoa. Like if I really, like you said, felt that might be true, then I would really, that would call some shit into question for me, because that's my identity.
Right.
So,
if somebody came to you and said, actually, you're not a learner.
Yeah. And so that's one of those, for me, where my belief is now, that's so absurdist that I would brush it off. But if they were able to compel me to see it, the funny thing is being a learner then kicks in again, and I'm like, shit, if they're really right, then here's my chance to finally actually be a learner. But so that's why I think that one's anti-fragile. But that's where it's like you can get yourself into trouble if they're hitting on the very thing that your identity and self-esteem are tied to.
Right. Well, these things can be at odds with each other if that ethos of being a learner starts to conflict with your identity within a certain tribe, right? So which is going to supersede the other?
And people have to make those decisions. That's like, I am ultra ambitious, and I told my wife the only thing you can never ask me to give up is ambition. And at the same time, my marriage is my highest priority. It's my highest value. So I'm constantly balancing is she asking me to give up my ambition, or is she just reminding me that we've hit a moment where I need to put it first, and I need to stop working for a day or 2 days, whatever, and really just give her my undivided attention. And as long as it doesn't feel like she's actually asking me to get rid of my ambition, then it's like, yeah, of course, because that is what I want for myself. It is the thing that's brought me the most value in my life, is my marriage, for sure.
Where does that ambition come from then?
I don't know. It's the one thing I wonder about in terms of okay, we're not blank slates. Was I just given ambition, at a neurological level? Maybe. Certainly possible. I've made it bigger and more all-consuming throughout my life. That is for sure. I have just enough stubbornness in me that growing up, when people told me I couldn't do something, part of my every time someone told me I couldn't do it, I would say, well, I'm going to do it bigger. You can't even do this, let alone that. Then I'm going to do this. And, we ultimately get to, I'm building the next Disney. So it's like,
So it's externally driven then?
Some of it, for sure. Mm-hmm. But some of it is, everything in my life is driven by how something makes me feel. And I really believe all you have in this world is how you feel about yourself when you're by yourself. So in that dark, quiet night, when you're all alone, do you feel good or not? And so I steer by that. And when I start losing sleep because something is stressing me out or I think I handled something poorly, I have to correct that.
And what are the tactics?
So part of this is you have a belief system through which everything is filtered. So my thing is, okay, belief system. I can get good at anything I set my mind to. Belief system number 2, having a growth mindset is the absolute ideal. So that means that just because I'm not good at something now doesn't mean I can't become good at it, that I should only value myself for being a learner. I shouldn't worry about being smart, right, good, talented, nothing. Just the willingness to stare nakedly at my inadequacies. So if I've done something and it's making me feel badly about myself, I start running through those filters. Also, does this beating myself up, is it moving me towards my goal or away from it? Now, a little bit of beating yourself up actually probably does move you towards your goal because it kicks you in the ass, it gets you moving, taking it seriously, you're really thinking about it. But then too much of it begins to erode yourself. And so I have to balance, like, am I just beating myself up? And now I've taken it too far and I'm losing sleep over something I just need to let go and focus on getting better instead of punishing myself. Like, just get better at it. So those are the tactics that I use. The word yet is a huge tactic for me. Tom, you suck. Oh, I'm not good at that yet. Okay, cool. Thank you. Got it. I can get good at that. And just keep coming back to those very simple, basic building blocks of my belief system. What I value, where my priorities lie, what my goal is, having total clarity, am I actually moving towards it? And then just really holding yourself accountable to that without damaging your self-esteem.
Mm-hmm. And how do you apply those tactics day to day? Like, what is the actual process? Is it journaling? Is it meditation?
I'll give you the one with
out?
So I do meditate, not every day, but I try. That makes it sound like I can't do it if I want to. Meditation falls in a certain order in my priority list, and there are days where, because sleep in terms of time allocation is my number one priority. So I get as much sleep as I need. I haven't used an alarm with any regularity in 15 years, maybe a little more. So that for me is number one. So now if I sleep longer than I expect, and let's say I have an early morning meeting like today. So I slept longer than I expected, and I had an early morning meeting. So now it's like, I've got to truncate. Working out to me is more important than meditating, so working out happens first. Then if I have time, if I've worked out and I have time, I'll meditate. So my order goes working out, learning, meditating. So depending on what the order is, and the order might flip if I'm like really in a stressful period in my life or something like that, then I may make meditating a priority because I'm not feeling good. So you got to have some, flexibility. But because I know the order that they go in, like today, I worked out and I wasn't able to learn or meditate. I did a little bit of learning because I do it in transitional moments, but I didn't get to sit down and really clock some time.
And what does the learning look like?
Almost
reading
exclusively
books?
Reading and podcasts. But by reading, shout out to Audible, I mean listening.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do almost exclusively all of my reading is Audible. You can speed it up to 3.5x now. That's so sexy, I can't even tell you.
If I did that, I'd have to listen to it again.
Really? No, you could.
I don't know that
way.
I could retain
You could
it.
work your way. You will, for sure, 100%.
And what does the meditation process specifically look like?
Dead simple. So I use what I call Just Breathe. So it was born of Mark Divine's box breathing. At least he was the one that introduced it to me. So he preaches do it 4 equal parts. So you've got the inhale is the exact same length as the inhale hold, exact same length as the exhale, exact same length as the exhale hold. Now doing that made me feel out of breath. It just felt weird. So what I started doing was I'm going to maximize the pleasure in each part of the breath cycle. So for me, it happens to be a sort of medium inhale, a very short inhale hold, a rapid exhale. I just let the air out. And then a very prolonged exhale hold. Mm-hmm. And that rhythm feels awesome. And I do that for 10 or 15 minutes, and I can get into an alpha wave state. I feel calm, creative. It just feels awesome. That's one of those things that people that haven't tried meditation or tried it but never got to the part where it feels awesome, my heart breaks for them. It is a tool I rejected for so many years because it felt wussy to me. And remember, I'm the guy that had to learn to toughen up. So I feared that was like backwards momentum. And so finally Mark Divine looked at me and was basically like, stop being an idiot and try this. And he's like this tough-ass Navy SEAL. I thought, all right, I'm going to try. And then it changed my life.
It's interesting that it took you that long, given your interest in neuroplasticity and brain development.
And being open-minded and all of that. Yeah, I was...
As a learner.
I was a learner. There's no two ways about it.
Right. Do you have a council of mentors? Like, who do you look to for advice and guidance other than your wife?
It's really books, man. Books and podcasts. So, you know, like, I have the very good fortune of bringing on essentially a mentor every week to come in, and people think of it as the hour that I spend with them recording. It's really the 12 hours I spend researching them. That's where it's like 12 hours in Rich Roll's world, and then capping that with, you know, an hour, hour and a half where we just get to talk and get to know each other. Like, that's on a whole nother planet. So that's really my mentorship these days.
You have a very interesting interest in longevity.
Yes.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I want to live forever. I'm doing my best to plan to live forever. But I find this very interesting, and I'm way interested in the potential blind spot that I'm creating around how I should be acting.
3 path signs above us.
As of right now, I am going to die. So I'm very aware of that. It does not cause me emotional distress to think that I'm dying. So it's not, I don't spend a lot of time struggling with it. There are two types of people. There's move away and there's move towards. I'm not moving away from death. I'm moving towards living forever. So I don't have a fear of dying. I think that when I'm dead and that's it. I don't think there's anything after that. I think it is a light that has been turned off. So
wow.
It's
no spiritual perspective on
zero
that at all.
If that's how you define spiritual, zero. I personally think that's amazing. So I think that the fact that life, one of my favorite quotes came from Phil Jackson. Sounds very Buddhist to me. Things come together, things fall apart. That's just how I see it. For right now, my atoms are together. One day they will fall apart. And cool, I dig that about life. There's a sense of renewal that comes with that. And that's one thing I struggle with. If we all start living forever, what happens to ideas? So, because I think they will stagnate. I don't think most people push themselves. So I think there are problems with that. But because I love life, because I believe in a near infinite ability to change and grow and adapt, and because I'm so excited about hard work and struggle and building and creating and connecting, it's just rad. Like, I can't imagine ever, unless my life became just pain, then yeah, I'd be like, no, this doesn't make sense. Like, tap out.
Well, the idea of living forever as a pure thought experiment is fascinating, because you would have to believe or imagine that a huge percentage of the population, should this become an eventuality for people, would suddenly be struck incredibly risk averse, because the cost of taking a risk is so high. If you could perchance live forever, why would you skydive? Why would you do any of these things that would put that prospect in peril? And I think it would create mass paralysis for a lot of people.
So this is really fascinating, and I think that would be true for the next 50 years. And then after that, we'll get to the point where either you can upload your consciousness, or you can, and let's say you don't buy into 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, it will happen. So yes, we may go through a period of paralysis, and I think that is utterly fascinating. I would be one of the paralyzed people. I'd be like, no, I have a chance to live forever. I don't want to go outside. So
until life became so mundane, and it's intolerable, right? The idea that the prospect that you would live forever. I mean, we can't even. I don't think our brains are plastic enough yet to really fully.
Well, so now you're getting some really fascinating shit about like how much. So when I think about living forever, immediately assume I mean as a cyborg. Because I really believe that we're going to begin augmenting our brains, either just by uploading our consciousness or by augmenting our wet works to the point where we have brain-computer interfaces. Elon Musk says in the next, like 6 months, he plans to make an announcement that he thinks is going to shock people about the state of computer-brain interfaces. So it's not here today by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not far away. So it's certainly coming. It's measured in decades, not hundreds of years. So that's super trippy and super interesting to me. And how much of these things can we mess with? So like, for instance, you live forever, but you're not afraid to take some amount of calculated risk. And then we have to ask the question, how much of the emotion that causes people to do such dumb and hurtful stuff do we want to get rid of? Any of it? Maybe none of it. Maybe we accept that you're going to get mass shootings because some people go to such a dark place, and that it's better off to have the mass shootings, as tragic and horrifying as they are. Or no, maybe we should get rid of those entirely and not tolerate that. I don't know, man. I am not the person to answer those questions. I just want to be there for the debate. And this is what I find so interesting. It never occurred to me until I was on Joe Rogan. It never occurred to me that some people don't want to live through the apocalypse. I always thought everybody wants to be the person on the other end. And that was the first person that was like, no, I don't want to make it through. I was like, wow, that mindset just never occurred to me.
That's interesting. Well, I think the thing that is most appealing about that, if I entertain that concept, which I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about, the thing that appeals to me is I'm somebody who, time is my most precious resource. I'm always trying to get more time. It's the one thing that I can't renew, right? And there just isn't enough time to do all the things I want to do. What would life look like if suddenly time was the most available resource that one has?
There's a book that covers this. It is amazing. Have you read Einstein's Dreams?
No.
Oh, you'll love it. You will love it, dude. I'm telling you. So this whole book deals with like time, just like it's a totally fiction book that just does a whole bunch of thought experiments in narrative form about different aspects of time. And one of them is a world where everyone lives forever. And the world bifurcates into two kinds of people. I read this when I was like somewhere between 12 and 14. It left such a lasting impression on me. It is why I'm obsessed with living forever. So I read this story, and he says the world bifurcates into these two kinds of people. Type A, they do nothing because there's always time to do it tomorrow. Time is so infinite that they never do anything. And then type B does everything because they know there's time to get truly great at everything they've ever loved. And I was like, that's me, that's my camp. There's so many things in this world that I'm absolutely in love with, passionate about, let alone just interested in, but I don't have the time. And so my life is a constant triage of having to say, because they say 80% of business is knowing what not to do. It's like, I don't just want to build the next Disney, dude. There's so many more things that I find so interesting. I want to travel to Mars, but I'm never going to do it because it takes me away from the one thing I've had to say, this is my mission in life. My mission in life is to influence culture, to give everyone an empowering mindset. If they do with the empowering mindset...
But it's driven by a sense of urgency. If you remove that sense of urgency, I don't know that you can really anticipate the downstream impact on your internal drive.
Absolutely true, and I'm willing to accept I'm completely ignorant to that. Yeah. But from my perspective today, let me tell you how it feels. I use that word super intentionally. So just doing the thought experiment for me, and this is a little cheeky to put it in this way, but I've lived through the moment where I know what I would do when I have money and I have to give it up to do something, and I choose to go do something that makes me feel alive. I've had the moment where I've had all the money in the world, and I know what I do. Do I retire? And the answer is no, I don't. I keep going as if I had urgency. For what, though? You could say, oh, to have the impact, to leave the legacy, but I don't think legacy at all in the slightest. If you told me, Tom, you could spend the next 40 years building this thing, but no one will ever know who you are, I'd be like, fine. Does the impact actually happen and carry on? Yes? Perfect. It is that experiment of thinking, whoa, we can actually make the world better, and that people will go on to do amazing things. The only thing that matters to me is what I think about it. It doesn't matter what other people think about me. That's irrelevant. I can't control it. It's going to change throughout my life. Just too many people have said, if you stay in the game long enough, you will see yourself become the villain. So I know, like right now, people will come up to me crying and thanking me for their help. I'm one sentence away from saying something that really upsets people, and then people come and are like, fuck you, I hope you burn. So it's like, I get it. I know how that plays out. So I don't care about that. It's beautiful when it's positive and I've helped somebody, but I'm only worried about what I think about myself. So I know about myself. The thing that I'm moving towards is really thinking that I'm making impact. And while it's possible that on a long enough timeline, I will stop being neurochemically rewarded for that and not care anymore, and thus I might slow down and not want to do anything. But nothing in my 42 years of experience lead me to believe that that is true about me. So there's no shortage of things I'm so excited about that the thing that scares me, I have two fears. My wife dying, because we have this beautiful shared experience, and I don't want to try to recreate that. And it can only be recreated in real time. So it would take me 18 years to get back what I have with her. And then the other thing is brain damage. Because if I can't process data the way that I process data now, I worry it won't be as fun. So, like, the struggle of everything, the trying, I value myself for that, and that's what I really love. And then just innately, and I don't know that I did anything to earn this, I love change. So where other people are freaked out by change, dude, I welcome change aggressively. The bigger the shakeup, the better. So
Well, that fear of brain damage might have something to do with your aversion to freediving.
Oh, that is... Well, the freediving is thalassemia-phobia? Thalassophobia?
Oh, there's a word for it?
I think the fear of the deep, yeah. So it is a completely irrational fear of being consumed by sharks or other gigantic creatures of the deep. There's something that really freaks me out about how deep and dark it is below you. And this may be as simple as I watched Jaws and it just scared me that much.
Right.
But, dude...
You don't go swimming in the ocean.
Way creepy. Nope.
How about where it's clear, like in the Caribbean or like
I'll swim out to where I could get back within 6 seconds of where I can put my feet on the ground.
That's it.
That's it.
Wow. What does success mean to you? How do you define that?
Technique, 1,000%. That's it. That is all that matters. So building a set of skills, that was insanely hard to do, but it meant something to you to build it. That gave you the ability to do something you care deeply about, that allows you to serve not only yourself, but other people. That feeling, which will survive through moments of suffering, hardship, loss, that is all that matters. That's when you feel good about yourself, when you're by yourself.
Conversely, how do you think about failure?
Not trying. For me, like, to not have the audacious goal, to not really give it a real shot. And I know I'm constantly gut checking myself for, am I playing at building the next Disney, or am I actually building the next Disney? That means something to me. So if I get to the end of this and the world is clapping for me and they're like, oh my God, you're so amazing and look how far you went. But I know that I was only playing at trying to get there and that I kept dialing it back because I was getting too scared, that will be failure for me.
Yeah. And what about the difference between inspiration or motivation and real impact?
I love inspiration and motivation, but it is the neurological equivalent of candy. It's rad, it has its place, but everyone, because those just happen to be fleeting neurological states, you just have to find something that's way more grounded. You need a mission, you need a grand why, you need to know what it is, and this is not a discovery, it's a thing you decide. I decided. Now, because I tell it as a story, people think, oh, it was unavoidable. He meets this kid, Rashawn, and that, coupled with all the people that he worked with at Quest, it's sort of inevitable that he decides that he's going to build impact theory and try to change culture to give everyone an empowering mindset. Yeah, well, literally a year before I decided to found impact theory, my mission in life was to end metabolic disease. So it's like you decide, and then you point yourself at something. Nothing is ever going to feel right. Like, this is what I was put on earth to do. It won't feel that way until about a year or 2 years after you've been saying that's what you're going to do, that that's what you're committed to, and actually acting in accordance with that. And then you'll be like, yeah, this actually is my mission. So people just have to decide and start going down.
Right, so when someone comes to you and says, oh my God, look what you've built, it's so inspiring, but I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know what makes me passionate. I'm not sure which direction to take. Like, what is the counsel? I'm sure you field this question all the time. Like, what is your counsel to that individual?
So first and foremost, go play. Go discover. Like, wander around. Go to a different country. Like, encounter enough stuff that you see what actually gives you that spark of interest. Don't expect a spark of passion. It doesn't happen like that. You're going to be interested by something, and that something will be maybe a little more interesting than the next thing. That thing, now go down the process of really engaging with it. Like, go full in. So if you were traveling around India and you went and taught a week-long math class, and you were like, I've never been this fulfilled in my life, move to India and teach in the slums for a year. And if in that
or
process,
how about just when you go back home, maybe start tutoring kids. Like, you don't have to revolutionize your life overnight, but if you start bringing greater expression to that impulse, it will lead you in a trajectory that you can't foresee in that moment.
Super powerful answer. So I'm 1,000% with that. Engaging with it, whatever face that takes, but really spending time with it, really doing it. Then if it turns into a full-blown fascination where you're like, I really dig this, then we're going to go down the process of gaining mastery. Only in the process of gaining mastery will you find passion. So to me, passion comes out of, it's kind of like love. I don't believe that love, it needs a different word. Unrequited love is a very different neurological state than reciprocal love. So if you have unrequited love, to me that's something you really, like, I love singing, but I'm shit at it. So I have unrequited love. I love singing, but singing does not love me back. Now, I could go down the process of gaining mastery, and then I may find that I have a real passion for it. Because part of it's going to become, oh, I'm gaining this skill, and this skill of singing allows me to have an emotional impact not only on myself but on other people. I can make them feel good. I can change their mood. I can tell a story, whatever it is that you want to do with the music. But when you're able to do that and you're truly good at it and it has the outcome that you desire, then it can become a passion. But to get a passion, you've got to fight through just ridiculous amounts of boredom, fatigue, everything to truly become good enough at it that it's a skill that has utility.
Yeah, people don't like that. I mean, two observations. The first is people want the fast track super highway to being where somebody like you is. They don't see all the toil and the obstacles, etc., that got you to this place. And I think secondary to that, or perhaps the primary thing really, is commitment to self-understanding and self-knowledge, such that your level of awareness is adequately tuned so that when that impulse arises, you can recognize it. But if you're disconnected from yourself, from this meat suit that we're walking around in, because you're eating shit food and you're watching too much television and you're just reacting to your environment 24/7, then when that moment arises, you're unlikely to recognize it. So there's an actualization process of commitment to self,
Easy.
I think, that is required. And it's an ephemeral concept, but that, I think, is the key to being able to act on that impulse when the moment occurs.
For sure.
Yeah, because otherwise, I think we're all visited by these moments. So the difference is who's paying attention.
Do you have like the silver bullet for self-awareness? I have a
No.
mechanism, but I'm not sure that it's very good.
I don't have a silver bullet. I think it's a long slog. You know, I think it's a daily.
Snoopy sucks.
It's a daily process and commitment to self-connection, and that's going to look different for all different kinds of people. It can be yoga,
Snoopy
it can be
poopy.
meditation, it can be exercise, it can be reading, it can be journaling, it can be any number of things. But I think carving out that time and that space to focus inward in whatever way that resonates with you, I think is crucial to on that journey of self-discovery and self-actualization.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
I would. And as you were talking, I was like, God, this is a book worth writing. And it's a book worth writing, one, because I get asked about it all the time. Two, because you're right, and it is so fundamental. And three, because I don't have the easy answer. I'm not even sure how I did it. So it's like...
If somebody gave you an easy answer, I wouldn't trust that answer.
Yeah,
either.
But I want that easy answer.
Yeah, of course. We all do, right?
But you're absolutely right.
You know?
But it would be fun to do that work of figuring out, what did I do? Because I was very unself-aware through most of college. Mm-hmm. And it had its advantages, for sure, because there were, like I was saying earlier, I didn't feel bullied growing up, but there was one kid who came up to me after high school and apologized for bullying me. And I was like, bro, I was so unself-aware. I had no idea.
Yeah.
So if you were making fun of me, it just didn't make my radar.
I had a couple people, I had those conversations as well, which is nice.
Which side were you on?
I was the bullied.
Yeah.
But I've had people atone for that with me, which is
interesting.
Cool. Yeah.
I wish that I had been more aware of it. I was like, wow, how oblivious was I? So that was pretty crazy.
Yeah. And are you going to get back up and do more stand-up?
I don't think so. It's not a driver for me. So the thing is, it never came from a place of I have some sucking wound that can only be salved by getting that adulation from people. I loved it. It was fun. It was something I got very good at, and I enjoyed making people laugh. But the truth of the matter is, I'm living room funny. I'm not stage funny. And to get stage funny, I'd really have to put work into it. So to me, it's far more interesting